today's event. Please note the start code 2067. This is important for your CME and CE evaluations to document your attendance. Please keep yourself on mute unless you're scheduled to speak or requested to unmute by the speaker. Please complete the evaluation forms. CE hours and CME credits will be provided through email only for those that remain signed in throughout this duration of the session for which they're requesting credit. The further explanation will be at the end of the event. Please use the chat box function for questions to avoid interrupting the speakers. Our goals for today include to identify at least 2 evidence-based methods for smoking cessation, classify at least 2 findings from surveys on delivery of smoking cessation services among primary care providers, recall at least 2 factors associated with disparities in tobacco treatment between Latinos and non-Latino whites with Medi-Cal, recognizes 3 types of medications used to reduce nicotine cravings, distinguish 1 cost and 1 benefit to promoting e-cigarettes as aids to smoking cessation, specify at least 3 disparities in the prevalence of tobacco use disorder experienced by the people with mental health conditions and or substance abuse disorders compared to the general population, and explain at least 2 opportunities to engage Asian American smokers in smoking cessation programs. However, our real goal is to educate and inspire you to help your patients and clients to change their behavior around smoking and have them stop or reduce their cigarettes. We have a really exciting agenda today. Myself and Norma will be giving the introduction here. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Thomas Golden from the Center for Disease Control, will be talking about treatment for tobacco use and dependence, smoking cessation services in the primary care settings. Janice Tsao will be talking about engaging Asian Americans smokers to address tobacco-related health disparities. We'll have a short break from 10 to 10:10. From 10:10 to 11, Dr. Hurley will be talking about medications for smoking treatment. Lisa Tong from UC Davis will be talking about understanding disparities in tobacco treatment for Latinos with Medi-Cal. And then we're going to have a very exciting panel discussion implementing the kick-ass training in a DMH clinic with Tasha Dixon, Brianna Lopez, and Antoinette Tran, and Rebecca Tofoya. We have another little break between 12:15 and 12:25. From 12:25, we'll be having a very exciting talk from Tasha Dixon, the kick-ass facilitator, helping others to quit group behavioral therapy for smoking cessation. And then a very exciting speech to conclude today from Dr. Chris Boland, who's in New Zealand. He's joining us from quite a distance. And his talk will be entitled, "Do E-Cigarettes Help Smokers to Quit?" The wrap up and the closing and CME comments will be from 2:10 to 2:30. Our keynote speaker is Thomas Golden. He's the Epidemic Intelligence Service Officer and Lieutenant Commander of the U.S. Public Health Service, Office of Smoking and Health, National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC. We're very happy to have Dr. Golden speak with us today. And the TRDP, the California Tobacco Related Disease Research Program, funded 3 projects in 2018, Community Practice-Based Research Implementation Awards. The goal of the TRD Implementation Science Award is to conduct health service research that can lead to systems change in delivery of smoking services for low-income smokers, such as the Medi-Cal population. It is funded from the tobacco taxes, and our program officer is Norval Hickman, who's been very helpful in our project. Our project is the award 28 CP0040, Community-Based Participation Research Award, and it's entitled DSH DMH. DHS is Department of Health Services and DMH is Department of Mental Health. TRB funded Smoking Cessation Implementation Project, and we're embedding community comprehensive smoking cessation programs in Los Angeles County clinics. Our goal is to expand integrating clinical programs to do 2 things, which we're going to talk about extensively today: smoking cessation medications plus smoking cessation counseling. It's DSH IRB approved and DMH HSCR approved.
HSRC.
HSRC. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Research Committee, Dr. Friedman. Hey, everybody, I'm Brian Hurley.
Hi, Brian. Thank you so much.
Sorry to jump in.
No problem. Thank you so much. We have 9 sites in DHS and 7 sites in DMH. The sites are listed here. Patients in any DHS site can refer to any one of the treatment sites near them. The treatment will be in their existing patient center medical home or in the DMH mental health clinics. The DHS sites are listed there. Martin Luther King and Los Angeles County are treatment as usual sites. The other ones are the intervention sites. The implementation, intervention, and evaluation includes expanding the county's expected practices and policies permitting evidence-based treatments. DHS has behavioral health clinicians that's able to do some of the delivery of smoking cessation services. DMH clinics are supported by leadership to offer smoking cessation services. Both of the clinics have access to nicotine replacement therapy, bupropion, and varenicline. And we also get ongoing assistance from the DPH Tobacco Control, the DHS Addiction Medicine Service, and the TRDRP funded clinical experts. To be in our study, you have to be 18 years or older, currently a patient in LAC, Los Angeles County Department of Health Service and or Department of Mental Health. You have to smoke 3 cigarettes or more a day. You want to reduce or eliminate your tobacco use. Participants can get up to $50 per year. This is the phone number of our study coordinators to call for more information. We have 2 publications related to our study and 2 others citing our grant. One is in the journal Trials and one is in the journal Frontiers in Psychiatry. Dr. Laura Ray did a very good job of spearheading these 2 papers. And Elisa, I'm going to hand it over to you if you want to explain about your study. And Norma, can you unmute? Norma, can you unmute Elisa? Let's try to find her. Oops.
Here we go. Just 1 second. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Well, hi, everyone. I'm Eliza Tong. I'm here at UC Davis in Sacramento, but I'm also another PI on the TRDRP Implementation Cessation Research Project and working with LADHS also in a project that complements the good work that's done by Dr. Friedman and Hurley. Next slide. So just briefly about our project. Just simply, we were looking at 3 aims to try to integrate better with the California Smokers Helpline, which is now rebranded to Kick It California. It's our free state quit line, and also it's also built into not only the LADHS e-consult system, but also now into the ORCID electronic health record. So we were working to try to improve patient contact and also provider workflow in the clinics. And then also expanding to some of the community clinics where, which were serving My Health LA patients, that we've been also piloting things with Lanes, the Health Information Exchange, to expand access with them as well. And trying to see how best we can sustainably integrate medications. We've been working with LA Care and also HealthNet to see at the plan level, at a systems level, if we can also help offload providers and complement what's also going on in the clinic and focus more on population health and health equity as well. So I'll mention today one of our pilots about where we were looking at the California Health Interview Survey data to understand how to help Latino Medi-Cal smokers more. And then also last year I presented about one of our statewide pilots when the COVID pandemic disrupted all of our clinical operations, and how we converted some of this grant to help people quit for COVID by making free nicotine patches, a starter kit available to all Californians. So anyways, but later today, I'll focus on the Latino information and maybe some pearls for folks to take away when they go back to the clinical practice. I'm not sure that there's a next slide. Oh, this is just more information, but I don't want to take up too much time. This was about our initial pilot where we leveraged the existing e-consult system to quickly get some connections, electronic connections between providers and the state quit line. And then we've been focusing more on population health lately, looking how to help close care gaps at the population level. So folks who hadn't been touched during the clinical encounter, how can we use our state quit line to do proactive outreach and also in language, because our state quit line helps people with Spanish, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean languages as well. So we've been doing some studies that are, some of which are under review and some are still ongoing to help with this. Next slide. And I mentioned the provider workflow, trying to see, how much, how the informatics side, what helps with provider burden as well in terms of clinical workflow. And then also, as I mentioned, we've been also extending to some of the community partner clinics across LA County. Next slide. And AIM-3, this has been what I jokingly call the holy grail of how do we better integrate medication when the state quit line is not a traditional provider. How do we partner with in a sustainable strategy? We've been looking at community pharmacy, how to partner with them, because pharmacists in California can furnish nicotine medication, including the inhaler and nasal spray. It's a lot of different issues at a systems level, though, to implement this. And so now we've been talking more with at the health plan level, how we can more sustainably integrate medications. Next slide. And these were some of the pilots that I'd mentioned. And data sharing is a big part of this. And we actually had the state quit line join the health information exchange, at least through next year, spring. So exploring some of these, different strategies. And for anyone who's from the community partner clinics that's affiliated with Lane's Health Information Exchange, we set up a community referral in the patient synopsis portal, which is a new thing that Lane set up, but you can feel free to contact me more if you'd like more information about how to establish how to utilize that electronic referral so your patients can receive a call instead of just being asked to call.
Great.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Tong. You're doing great work. I'll just mention, I didn't put up a slide here, but one of our main findings is that smoking cessation medications are both working and are much more widely used in, at least in DHS system. The use has almost doubled since our grant started. And I think we're finding that the medications are extremely helpful for getting people to stop smoking. I'll turn it over to my dear colleague who put on this event and it definitely deserves a big applause, Norma Stoker-Matume, who's going to be talking a little about some of her personal experience with smoking cessation. Thank you, Norma.
And I'm going to share my screen here. Let me see if I can remember to put the sound on this time. Good morning, everyone. I have a little video here.
Woman of my land, what's the word? African woman. Woman of my land, what's the word? African woman. What does Africa what the sword that
Hi, I'm Norma Mtume, and this is my story regarding community engaged research. More recently, I've been thinking about medical care in South Los Angeles from a historical perspective. I grew up in Los Angeles in a poor neighborhood. From childhood to early adulthood, I received some basic primary care at a local doctor's office. However, when we didn't have insurance and cash was low, it was off to the old county hospital where a basic visit could take an entire day. I remember traveling a long distance to see a doctor, especially for specialty care. We would take 3 buses to get to the hospital and the clinic until a county facility was built in our more immediate community when I was 22 years old. I remember smaller local hospitals where my siblings were born and some county clinics, but they didn't provide the care we needed. Only recently did it dawn on me that many black doctors lacked the admitting privileges in major hospitals. Consequently, after providing prenatal care and other care in their offices, they sent their patients to hospitals where they were allowed to practice. I have been interested in the body and numbers for as long as I can remember and revered math and life science in school. I love physical education and running street races with the neighborhood kids. I decided that I wanted to teach math and physical education when I grew up. Consequently, I began Cal State University at Los Angeles with a physical education major and a math minor. As time went on, I realized that it wasn't just the body I was interested in, it was overall health. Not much had changed since I was a little girl. I wanted to help make a change to ensure poor people could be well. In my sophomore year, I became involved with neighborhood social services and helped to start and direct a free clinic in South Los Angeles. My interest grew to include a more holistic approach to health care, and I returned to graduate school to study more about health and mental health. During my career, I helped to establish and serve in leadership for 2 other community medical and behavioral health clinics in Los Angeles and Berkeley, California. 8 years ago, I became involved with Charles Drew University and the University of California at Los Angeles Medical School's research endeavors around community engagement. I was invited to work with the schools and their students to help them develop best practices to engage with their patients in the community. I work with basic science researchers who are hard at work looking for causes, developing treatments, and hopefully finding cures for many illnesses and diseases that plague our poor and under-resourced communities, like those in South Los Angeles. Here, research is being conducted with and not on communities. As an individual with a diverse background, I participated as a full partner on non-traditional research teams in what is called community-engaged research. I serve as a community representative on advisory boards that oversee the overall projects. I have conducted interviews, facilitated focus groups, and participated in planning events to disseminate research results back to the community. Unfortunately, things still haven't changed much since I was a child regarding poor health outcomes in my community. Poor people still have the highest rates of disease, disability, and preventable deaths. For instance, the decrease in smoking cessation rates across the nation still are not translated to lower rates of tobacco use in African American communities. My work over the last 8 years has culminated in my latest project, where I will be working with a research team to implement smoking cessation services in Los Angeles County mental health and health services clinics. I no longer consider research as something mysterious, but as something that warrants my attention and involvement. I work now to help with educational and health systems change to reverse these trends to ensure a longer and better quality of life for those in my community. Health science research studies are important because they help us to better understand illness and disease and what preventions, interventions, and treatments might work best for various populations. Most community-engaged research is paid for with your tax dollars, so why not join me? Learn more. Get involved.
Thank you, Norma. Beautiful.
Okay, thanks everyone. And I just want to, just a little addendum to that talk. Have I stopped sharing?
Yes.
Okay. All of you, thank you so much for joining us today. Again, I'm Norma Stoker and Tume, the Community Engagement Advisor for the Smoking Cessation Project here in Los Angeles County. I'd just like to help set the stage for us to be thinking about all the information being presented today, how it might relate to the the patients and clients that we serve, and what we'll do with the information after this convening. Many of you who have attended our symposiums in the past have heard parts of what I'm about to say. I continue to repeat it because family and others in my community continue to suffer from illness, disability, and preventable deaths that are primarily caused by smoking. I spent most of my life and career building and helping to run nonprofit organizations in South Los Angeles and similar communities. By similar, I mean communities where health disparities abound. As you all are probably aware, smoking has been shown to have a direct causal or significantly exacerbating effect on many illnesses and diseases. Moreover, research shows that smoking can be detrimental to all systems of the body. As a community engagement advisor, my key role in this project is to help ensure that we keep the real goal of our work at the forefront. We do the work we do to help patients and clients have a better quality of life. Bottom line, we want to help save lives. But some days I feel like I'm a casualty of trauma and disparities. These are some of the reasons. My maternal and paternal grandmothers died from strokes, and one also had diabetes. One of them smoked. My mom was killed in an accident while working for LA County. An elevator crushed her. My brother was murdered about 6 months after my mother passed away. Another brother, a smoker, died from colon cancer after a botched surgery while incarcerated. One more brother had a series of strokes, and we suspect it was a stroke that caused him to crash his car on the freeway one day, and shortly afterwards, he died from internal injuries. Oh, and I'm just getting started. My sister died at the age of 50 about 7 years ago. She had Parkinson's, diabetes, high blood pressure, and asthma. Did I say she smoked? Her husband passed away 3 years ago from cancer. He smoked. And I haven't even touched on the mental health and HIV and AIDS cases in the family and dear friends, most of whom also smoke. My dad, who was always my biggest cheerleader and hero, died from lung cancer 13 years ago. In 6 months, I watched him go from a robust 185-pound, fun-loving grandpa to 95 pounds and too weak to stand on his own. He covered the mirror in his room because he couldn't stand to see his own reflection. To emphasize the addictive quality of nicotine, he had 3 heart attacks before he quit smoking. But by then, unbeknownst to any of us, the lung damage had already occurred. Also, one of my dearest friends since 7th grade died 2 years ago after a battle with lung cancer. She also smoked and had the hardest time quitting. And this year, I add yet another casualty. My first cousin and childhood playmate was placed into hospice care 2 weeks ago. She has lung cancer and smoked. So you see, my work with this smoking cessation project is personal. I realize that I am but a step away from being one of the statistics we'll hear about today. I want to help see that others don't have to watch family and friends suffer and die from smoking-related illnesses as I've done. The best plan is to prevent ever starting to smoke. The second best plan is to intervene as soon as possible. I believe that integrating smoking cessation services into medical and mental health clinics in Los Angeles County is moving us in the right direction. I'm proud to be a part of the team and look forward to better outcomes for patients struggling to change their behaviors around smoking. I figure that I must still be standing and have great health at 72 years old for some reason, so I continue to do the work I do. Again, thank you and welcome. Enjoy today.
Thank you very much, Norma. Those are beautiful words. Do you want to take a few questions?
Are there some in the chat?
Anybody have any questions for Norma in the chat? You're amazing, Mrs. Matumbe. Thank you for all you do. Amazing. I agree.
Oh, thank you.
Norma, your
very
life
much.
story is so inspiring. Thank you for sharing. Awesome life story. Thank you. Thank you, Norma.
Okay, we can probably move on then. Huh?
Okay. So let me give the thank you slide. So we especially want to thank Norma Matumbe. He did a fantastic job of organizing the event. Our good colleague, partner, Norma's partner in crime for today's event, Brianna Lopez, who did set up all the Zoom and the flyers and the links. Brianna is a wonderful person. She was in a couple of the pictures that Norma showed. One when she was you were quite young and had quite long hair, and a couple of the pictures. We want to thank our funders, the California Tobacco Disease Related Program. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Golden, we're very excited to have him today. Our colleague Lisa Tong from UC Davis, Janice Sao will be talking a little later today, Chris Bowen from New Zealand, the Friends Research Institute, our host for our grant. They have fantastic infrastructure support. And our CMEs are from the UCLA ISAP, Beth Rutowski, Gloria Mille, Kimberly Valencia, and Brandy Oser are the key people who sponsored the CMEs and CEs. And we thank our panelists, other presenters, and you, the participants. We have so far 141 people participating. I think some people came and went. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. And we'll turn it over to Dr. Golden. Dr. Golden, you want to pull up your slides?
Sure, should I just go ahead and share my screen?
Great. Again, we're very happy to have Thomas Michael Golden, MD, MPH, the EIS officer and lieutenant commander of the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. Dr. Golden will be talking on treatment for tobacco use disorder, smoking cessation services in the primary care setting. Thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Golden.
Sure, it's nice to meet everybody, or to thank you for that introduction. Let me just get my slides pulled up. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. And is it just the slide, not all the notes?
Yes, just the slides.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for that introduction. It's a real honor to be able to speak to everybody today. As was mentioned earlier, and as was present in some of the materials administered prior to the commencement of this session, my name is Thomas Golden. I am a family physician. I also have my master's in public health. I am an epidemic intelligence service officer, and I work in the Office on Smoking and Health at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, more commonly known as the CDC, and I am based in Atlanta, Georgia. So I'll start off with just a little bit of information about me and my background before we move into the meat of my talk today. And just to review, let me go back here briefly. The title of my presentation is Treatment for Tobacco Use and Dependence, Smoking Cessation Services in the Primary Care Setting. So we're going to be talking about, or I'm going to be talking about, quite a wide variety of topics and subject matter. And I look forward to any questions that might come up. I know that there is some time reserved at the end of my talk for questions and answers, so I look forward to that. So again, my name is Thomas Golden. I'm a family doc. I'd always wanted to be a doctor ever since I was young enough to realize that you pick a career at some point in your life, probably when I was about 5 years old or so. I come from a big family. My mother's a nurse. She mentioned to me that she thought I would be a good pediatrician because I was always spending time around younger siblings and cousins and seemed to have a knack for calming them when they were upset. And that just kind of stuck with me. So ever since then, all those years ago, I wanted to be a doctor, and thankfully was able to pursue that dream and accomplish it. Before I went to medical school, so I attended medical school at Rutgers University in New Jersey. That's where I'm from originally. But before that time, I actually spent about 6 months between undergraduate and medical school working as an ER technician at a hospital in Jackson, Mississippi called St. Dominic's. I had moved down there because my wife, who I was dating at that time, was working in the Mississippi Delta as a teacher with Teach for America. So I wanted to be a little bit closer to her and pursue some interesting and different opportunities. So I took on that job as an ER technician. And it was really interesting to work in an ER in that part of the country, a place that I didn't know much about and hadn't really spent much time in before, because I would see people come into the emergency room who hadn't seen a primary care doctor in maybe 20, 30 years, maybe even longer than that. And they'd be having a heart attack or a stroke or some other sort of crisis that could have been a consequence of long-term cigarette use or some other untreated chronic condition. And I knew at this point I had been accepted to medical school. I was thinking that I still wanted to be a pediatrician. But after I saw a lot of these folks coming into the emergency room with the sequelae of these untreated chronic conditions, I started thinking to myself, well, maybe what could be done to help people in this kind of situation? And that's where I started to get this interest in not just pediatric care, but just primary care in general, and where the interest in family medicine started to come from. So I did a little bit of research on Mississippi and primary care in Mississippi, and I learned that the very first federally qualified community health center to open its doors in the United States actually was in Mississippi, in the Mississippi Delta, to be more specific, in a town called Mound Bayou, about an hour and a half north of Jackson and not too far from where my wife was living at that time. So I contacted the medical director of the clinic and said, hey, I'm going to be starting medical school in the fall, but I'm living here right now. I'd really be interested to get to meet you and shadow you and maybe volunteer at the clinic and help in whatever way I can. And he was very enthusiastic and excited and brought me on board. So I would work my ER tech shift. I worked the night shift 3 or 4 days a week. And then on weekends, I would drive on up to the Delta and spend time shadowing at this clinic. They did have some weekend hours there. And that was really instructive and informative. I saw this clinic that was staffed by family physicians who were really endeavoring to treat people's chronic conditions, to meet them where they were at, and to address the social determinants of health. And after that experience, I was really sold on family medicine. So I went to medical school at Rutgers University. I got my MPH while I was in medical school because I had an eye on some of those population level issues and challenges that exist in the realm of healthcare and population health. So I did get some training and background in epidemiology. And then when I graduated from medical school, I completed my residency at a small, unopposed, community-based program in Colorado, about an hour north of Denver, in a city called Greeley. And I chose that program because of the full scope nature of the training, but also because of the patient population that I'd had the opportunity to work with there. There was a large number of migrant laborers, of refugees, and a lot of folks from Mexico and other countries in Central America. And what I encountered throughout my time at residency, or what I came to learn, was that a lot of the problems that I wanted to solve for my patients could not be solved in a 15-minute clinical encounter, despite my best efforts. And one of the things that came up again and again, over and over, was smoking cessation. And regardless of my patients' ethnic background or country of origin, it was a problem for subsets of all the different patient populations that I saw. And I felt like I had a really hard time achieving success in smoking cessation for my patients. So as I was approaching the end of my residency, I was thinking, okay, what do I want to do next? What trajectory do I want my career to take? And while I was in medical school, a mentor of mine had mentioned this fellowship at the CDC called the Epidemic Intelligence Service. And to give a brief overview of that, the Epidemic Intelligence Service, or EIS as it's more commonly known, provides healthcare professionals, not just physicians, but nurses and epidemiologists, as well as other clinicians, the opportunity to get 2 years of hands-on experience in experiential and applied epidemiology and public health. We've often been described as the strike force for the CDC. So as you might imagine, we've been very busy over the last 2 years with all things COVID and COVID-19 related. I actually took the job as an EIS officer in October of 2019, some months before I even realized COVID was going to be a thing. And the shape of my EIS experience has very dramatically been altered by the pandemic. But nonetheless, I have gained a lot of insight and knowledge around smoking and smoking cessation, because my assignment within the CDC is at the Office on Smoking and Health. So that's where I spend the majority of my time, though I have been tasked on multiple occasions to work in CDC's COVID-19 response as well. Okay, so that's just a little bit of an overview of me and my background. And since I was touching on the pandemic there briefly, I also want to mention here in my next slide, sorry, I'm just going to adjust my opening window here. I feel like most in the audience are probably aware of this at this point, but in case you're not, or in case you are, I do feel like it always bears repeating that the available scientific evidence largely indicates that current and former cigarette smoking increases the risk of severe illness from COVID-19. We have not yet been able to determine whether or not smoking increases your risk of getting infected with SARS-CoV-2, and further research is warranted to investigate a little more thoroughly the relationship between smoking and different outcomes from COVID-19. And I include this here just to emphasize and reiterate how pressing a public health concern smoking cessation is, especially in light of the pandemic. We do see poor outcomes for our patients who smoke, or even patients who used to smoke, in the context of COVID-19. So again, to echo a point that Norma made, the most important thing that we can be doing as public health professionals and healthcare professionals is to be engaged in the process of prevention for smoking. And outside of that, cessation is critically important as well. So I'd just like to reiterate that point. So to give an overview, one of the things that I was really drawn to when I first started working at the Office on Smoking and Health at CDC was the fact that I felt like cultural attitudes towards smoking, particularly over the last half century, have really been one of the significant public health success stories. I remember attending a conference in medical school, actually, with the acting surgeon general at the time. And he pointed out how, had we been attending that conference 40 years in the past, every single table would have had an ashtray on it, which, by the time I was in medical school, obviously that was unthinkable. But a lot of my colleagues at the Office on Smoking and Health have pointed out that while, yes, there have been significant gains made in smoking cessation and the decrease in the ubiquity of tobacco use, especially among adults in the United States, it's still the leading cause of preventable disease, disability, and death in the United States. There's some figures here that I'll just highlight. 47 million US adults still use some form of commercial tobacco, and that includes 31 million who smoke cigarettes on a regular basis. Nearly 500,000 people die as a result of cigarette smoking and secondhand smoke exposure every single year. And cigarette smoking costs the United States over $300 billion in lost economic productivity. So while, yes, there has been great success in curbing the rates of smoking in this country over the last half century, the work still remains. So now we've talked about the problem. There is still this problem of smoking use in our country. The solution to that, obviously, is engaging and promoting the practice of smoking cessation. Well, what are the challenges to that solution? I'm highlighting three main challenges here in this slide. The first among them is disparities. There are disparities in tobacco use as well as in cessation. We have underutilization of tobacco cessation treatment, particularly evidence-based tobacco cessation treatment. And finally, the evolving tobacco product landscape does present us with an emerging and ever-changing challenge as regards cessation. So I referenced some of the disparities there in that previous slide. Here are just some examples of different kinds of disparities. This is not exhaustive. I'd like to also point out there are disparities in areas like different behavioral health patient populations. A lot of these disparities have been stagnant over the last several decades. So there are disparities based on race and ethnicity, on education level, on sexual orientation, and on community, that's rural versus urban, on insurance coverage. But one exception in which a disparity has not been stagnant is actually sex. The gap between males and females, which used to be quite stark, has actually narrowed over the last several decades. And again, I mentioned previously that there's geographic disparity. Smoking prevalence does vary widely across the United States, as we can see in this map. the darker blue shades indicating a greater or higher prevalence of smoking. You know, I went to college in North Carolina, and my wife is from North Carolina. And we think of North Carolina, Virginia as kind of the heartland of tobacco in America based on some cultural and historical facts. But we can actually see on this map that area, kind of the upper South, isn't where smoking use is most concentrated. It's some states in the Midwest and Deep South, interestingly enough. So wide disparities from one state to another. You know, there are some states we can see here on the West Coast and Hawaii, for example, where the prevalence is actually quite low, but then much higher in other states like Louisiana and Mississippi. So cessation does remain a challenge because we still have over 30 million people who regularly smoke cigarettes in this country. Most people who smoke do want to quit, encouragingly. Half of people who smoke make a serious attempt to quit each year. But look at this. This is really stark, this contrast between those previous two figures. Only about 1 in 14 report a recent successful cessation attempt. So we know that most people who smoke want to stop smoking, and at least half of them are actually going to try to stop smoking, but only a small number, only 1 in 14, are actually going to be successful in that endeavor. This serves to reiterate the point that individuals may need repeated intervention and long-term support for success. They might need multiple times to quit. And I really want to highlight that multiple attempts are the norm, but that treatment can more than double the odds of someone having a successful quit attempt. So now we can talk a little bit more about those quit attempts and about cessation modalities. And the main point that I want to highlight in this talk is that tobacco cessation interventions are underutilized. There's just a plethora of research, some of which is referenced here in this slide, and a lot of which is referenced in the 2020 Surgeon General's report, which we'll get to a little bit later, that our evidence-based tobacco cessation treatments and interventions are underutilized. Here we see some examples of how people tried to quit smoking and some data from 2015. Look at this first figure, 57% received advice to quit from a clinician. That's lower than you might expect. That's only slightly over half. And then 69% of those who did attempt to quit did not use an evidence-based cessation treatment. They either tried to quit using non-evidence-based methods or just tried to quit cold turkey. A lot more people used medication than counseling, so 29% versus 6.8 there. And fewer than 5% used both counseling and medication, which is really striking because we know that counseling and medication used in conjunction is the most effective method and is an evidence-based practice to get people to stop smoking. To touch on some disparities in cessation. So earlier we talked about disparities in use. Here we see some disparities in quitting or in cessation. We see that there's some ethnic disparity there, kind of at the top left of the slide. There's differences between ethnic groups. We also see differences based on insurance status. Those who have private insurance are more likely to have a successful quit attempt than those with either Medicaid or those who lack insurance. And then in the third column there on this slide, we see that the actual reception of clinical advice to quit smoking varies based on racial and ethnic background. And this is reflective of some other research that indicates different interventions or outcomes for patients based on racial and ethnic outcomes. But we can see there that there's some pretty significant differences in clinical advice to quit smoking. I think, for any clinicians we have here in the audience is really something I just want to highlight and something we need to be aware of and to keep in mind. And I mentioned, one of the other challenges to cessation is this continuously evolving tobacco product landscape. Obviously, cigarettes represent the most widely used tobacco product in the country, but we can't talk about smoking cessation without mentioning e-cigarettes and other novel electronic nicotine delivery systems. These represent a huge portion of kind of the market share in tobacco products, especially among youth. I know I'm not really talking too much about youth in this presentation, focusing mostly on adults, but electronic nicotine delivery systems are the most popular products for youth in this country, despite cigarettes still being the most widely used individual product. And then in addition to those two, there's obviously some more traditional products that we associate with tobacco use, like cigars and pipes, but then there's some products that might have a little bit of a more niche market or slightly more novel, like cigarrillos, flavored cigars, some dissolvable tobacco products, nicotine pouches. It's just there's a lot of innovation occurring at the level of tobacco product manufacturing and marketing, and it does represent an evolving and continuous challenge for those of us engaged in the science and the practice of tobacco cessation. So we've talked a lot over the last few minutes about some of the challenges and problems associated with smoking and smoking cessation. But one thing that I think is nice to focus on are just how beneficial it is for a person or for a patient to stop smoking. Just to highlight some of the more significant points here, quitting smoking improves health, increases life expectancy. Back during my residency, anytime I was meeting a new patient or having a health maintenance visit with a patient, say perhaps a patient who wasn't as familiar to me as some of my more established patients, the first thing I would always look to see was whether or not the patient smoked. And if the patient smoked, I would almost invariably start the encounter off with talking about that and pointing out how the most important thing that that person could do to improve his or her health and to prolong his or her life was to stop smoking. Quitting lowers the risk of 12 different types of cancer. It lowers the risk of cardiovascular disease. It lowers the risk of COPD. Again, I know that most of us probably already know this on the call, but it just bears repeating, I think, because we just can't hear this information enough. And more importantly, we can't disseminate this information enough. And for our pregnant subpopulations, quitting smoking lowers the risk of some poor reproductive health outcomes, particularly low fetal birth weight. And for those individuals who may have already developed some of these chronic conditions, they still stand to benefit from quitting smoking. So even if one has already developed coronary heart disease or COPD, you stand to benefit from quitting smoking at any time and at any point and at any age. I referenced this before, but I'll be talking about this a fair bit throughout the duration of the remainder of this presentation. Periodically, the Surgeon General releases a report on tobacco use and different aspects of tobacco use throughout the country. In 2020, the Surgeon General's report focused on cessation. So some highlights from the 2020 Surgeon General reports are reviewed here. I'd just like to point out that over 150 people were involved in the drafting of the report. That includes 32 chapter authors, 46 peer reviewers, 20 senior scientists. There are 8 comprehensive chapters consisting of more than 700 pages of the latest scientific evidence on smoking cessation. The report issued 10 major conclusions and 101 individual chapter conclusions. So this is a very comprehensive and scientific look into the state of smoking cessation in the United States. And it's relatively recent. It just came out in 2020. So there's a lot of very helpful information there. If anyone on the call has not read it, I would encourage you to. If it's a little daunting to read the entire thing, there is a very helpful executive summary. And right here in this slide, I'm just going to briefly review the 10 major conclusions. We won't get into the full executive summary here, but just to highlight the 10 main conclusions. As I mentioned before, smoking cessation is beneficial at any age. Smoking cessation reduces the risk of premature death and can add as much as a decade to life expectancy. Smoking places a substantial financial burden on smokers, healthcare systems, and society at large. Smoking cessation reduces the risk for many adverse health outcomes. More than 3 out of 5 adults who have ever smoked cigarettes have quit. So that's encouraging too. We know that there are challenges to cessation, but we also know that a lot of people who have smoked at some point have been successfully able to quit. And a lot of the information that we have on evidence-based treatments and modalities around smoking cessation comes from these people who have successfully engaged in a quit attempt. Number 6, considerable disparities exist in the prevalence of smoking across the United States. We touched on that earlier in my talk. Smoking cessation medications approved by the FDA and behavioral counseling are cost-effective cessation methods. I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation, and I know that we're going to hear more about the medications from one of our presenters later on in the day. So I'll just briefly touch on that. Insurance coverage for smoking cessation treatment that is comprehensive, barrier-free, and widely promoted increases the use of the treatment services that I just mentioned from conclusion number 7. Conclusion number 9 notes that e-cigarettes are a continually changing and heterogeneous group of products, and that poses challenges to cessation. And finally, getting to some of the population level interventions we can engage in, smoking cessation can be increased by raising the price of cigarettes, adopting comprehensive smoke-free policies, and implementing mass media campaigns geared at smoking prevention and cessation. And again, we'll talk about some of these conclusions in a little more detail as we go along here. So with that knowledge in mind of those major conclusions on smoking cessation from the Surgeon General's report, we can ask ourselves the question, what are the strategies to improve cessation? And I'd like to highlight 3 here that I'll spend the rest of my time expounding upon. We can contemporize comprehensive treatment. We can engage in systems level change, and we can engage in population level interventions. So let's talk about these things a little bit more. So treatments for smoking cessation, again, we've talked about this a lot, but just to give some more information and a little bit more of an overview here, behavioral counseling and cessation medication interventions increase smoking cessation compared with self-help materials or no treatment at all. As we addressed kind of in one of those initial slides, that a lot of folks who try to quit just do so with non-evidence-based modalities like self-help materials, or they just try to do it with no kind of treatment at all, what's commonly known as going cold turkey. Behavioral counseling and medication are independently effective, meaning if you just do one or the other, that you're more likely to have a successful quit attempt, but they're most successful when they are combined and used in conjunction with one another. And of course, I'd like to highlight too that proactive quit line counseling, when provided alone or in combination with medications, does increase smoking cessation. Quit lines are one of the more common counseling modalities that you'll encounter in the clinical setting, or in any kind of public health setting as well. So to quote a little bit from the Surgeon General's report here, this kind of language you'll see throughout the Surgeon General's report, there is sufficient evidence to infer that short text message services about cessation are independently effective in increasing smoking cessation, and that web or internet-based interventions increase smoking cessation as well. So that's, I think it's encouraging to see this science, as I mentioned before, kind of contemporizing our approaches to smoking cessation. The science is reflective that these more contemporary or virtual and electronic methods to assist patients or people with smoking cessation are effective. At this point, there's not enough evidence to infer whether or not any kinds of apps that exist. There are some apps out there that some of the audience may be familiar with that are geared towards helping people with smoking cessation. There's just not enough evidence at this point to determine whether or not those are independently effective, but research into that is ongoing. So we've talked a lot about the FDA-approved smoking medications, and again, I know we're going to get more information on this later today, but I'll just give a brief overview. 5 of the medications are nicotine-based or nicotine replacement therapy. 3 of them are available over the counter. That's the nicotine patch, nicotine gum, and the nicotine lozenge. The nicotine nasal spray and inhaler are both available via prescription. Then of course, there are 2 prescription medications that are not nicotine-based, those being bupropion and varenicline. These are all FDA-approved and evidence-based treatment modalities for smoking cessation. Surgeon General's report, unsurprisingly, has a lot to say about these medications. And of note, it concludes that there is sufficient evidence to conclude that combining short-acting and long-acting forms of nicotine replacement increases smoking cessation compared with using just one. So to go back for just a minute here, we can see that some of the treatment modalities are short-acting in their delivery of nicotine, others are long-acting. The patch is something that a lot of us are familiar with, particularly anyone who works in an inpatient context Usually we're prescribing that to anyone who smokes, who's admitted to the hospital for any length of time. But using the patch in conjunction with something like gum, so a long-acting and short-acting medication, is more likely to help your patient successfully quit smoking. So I talked before about contemporizing our treatment approaches for patients or for people who smoke. And I think one of the other things that we need to emphasize is that we probably need to start thinking about cessation in a product agnostic way. The DSM-5 clinical criteria for tobacco use disorder doesn't list any specific product. It just refers to the use of tobacco. And now, certainly there are unique aspects to each product that should be considered, particularly when we're looking at behavioral and psychological or emotional aspects of treatment. But given that the product landscape continues to shift under us, it feels like almost every single day, how as public health professionals and healthcare providers can we come at treatment in such a way that we're not having to start over every single time a new product emerges? It's an important thing, I think, for all of us to keep in mind who are engaged in this work. Here we have an overview of some systems level strategies to promote smoking cessation. So strategies that link smoking cessation related quality measures with payments to clinicians, clinics, or health systems increase the rate of delivery of clinical treatments for smoking cessation. No big surprise there. Evidence is suggestive, but not sufficient to infer that electronic health record technology increases the rate of delivery for smoking cessation treatments. I know I can speak personally to the fact that anytime I have seen a patient who has indicated a history of current tobacco use, I get a nice pop-up reminder on my EMR, which I'm sure other clinicians in the audience can attest to, that, hey, don't forget to talk to this patient about smoking cessation. I know we all love our pop-up reminders on the EMR, but I say it perhaps a little bit grudgingly that they are very helpful and do serve to remind me to engage in certain aspects of a patient's health that may have been overlooked otherwise. And development and dissemination of evidence-based clinical practice guidelines increases the delivery of clinical interventions for smoking cessations. So I like to think, so often, particularly in the delivery of primary care, obviously we tailor our treatment modalities and approaches to individual patients and their needs, but we so often use algorithms and recommendations from clinician bodies or organizations like the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force. It's helpful to have a kind of standardized or formulaic approach to tobacco cessation, recognizing what the clinical practice guidelines are for diagnosing tobacco use disorder and for treating it as well. And here is an overview of some population level strategies that help promote smoking cessation. It's a little bit smaller here, but you can see this graph in the kind of the bottom left of the slide. Those curves represent the average cost of cigarettes in the country and the rate of smoking cigarettes. And you can see a pretty dramatic divergence as cost goes up. Use trends down. Use had been trending down previous to stark increases in cost measures, but you can see a really kind of dramatic drop off there that's concurrent with a dramatic increase in the cost of cigarettes. I can't talk about smoking cessation as an epidemiologist at CDC without referencing tips from former smokers. That's a CDC-led mass media campaign where we have actual patients, former smokers, dealing with the long-term health consequences of their smoking, who advocate for the public at large to quit smoking so that they can avoid similar deleterious health outcomes. And then, of course, quit lines we mentioned before are an evidence-based cessation modality. And then kinds of thinking on those same sorts of population level strategies, smoke-free policies are another proven method to aid and promote smoking cessation. Just to talk a little bit about some of the benefits of clinician intervention. So patients do expect their healthcare provider to talk to them about smoking cessation if they smoke. Surveys have indicated this, that they expect to hear about that. And patients actually indicate that they indicate higher satisfaction with their care when clinicians talk to them about smoking cessation. It improves patient outcomes. Obviously, in an earlier slide, we talked about the myriad health benefits conferred by smoking cessation. And then from the provider perspective, discussing smoking cessation does help meet certain quality measures as special, and it's reimbursable too, as we're moving from this model of fee for service to more kind of value-based care, and particularly in the primary care context and setting. I think it's important to keep this in mind that the payment methods are more and more becoming reflective of what the science demonstrates, that these things are cost effective. Obviously, it's much more cost effective to have a patient quit smoking at the age of 30 rather than treating that patient for lung cancer at the age of 50, or having to do triple bypass surgery at the age of 50. The old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, I'm sure will be mentioned many times throughout the talks today. And it is cliched, but there's a reason that it's cliched, and that's because it's true. So just as a kind of example, which may be of particular interest to some of the clinicians on the call, we talked about standardizing an approach to tobacco cessation. This is one example of just kind of a clinical algorithm or flow sheet where that I have found helpful in my own clinical experience to use when counseling patients regarding tobacco cessation. So the first thing obviously is to ask about current tobacco use. Do you smoke? Do you use any kind of tobacco products? The patient says no, that's great. Provide a message of encouragement as well as prevention. And if the patient recently quit, you'll want to talk to that patient about any challenges that he might be facing, what the level of confidence is in continuing the cessation, and any need for support that might exist. Now, if the patient indicates yes, you'll want to advise the patient to quit and assess the willingness to make a quit attempt. If the patient indicates that she's not willing to quit at this time, you want to provide a brief motivational message, set expectations, and leave the door open to future conversations. We have this tendency, I think, at least I've received some of this in my postgraduate medical education, where you're encouraged, obviously, to talk to all of your patients about tobacco use. But if they say, I'm not ready to talk about it, you just kind of leave it for a later time. But if we think of tobacco use as a chronic condition for which there is evidence-based treatment, and the treating of tobacco use confers multiple health benefits, then we really should be addressing it at every visit and all the time. I've had some of my mentors at CDC so kind of mention to me, we don't ask people if they're ready to start getting their blood glucose under control if they have diabetes. I think we need to kind of shift our perspective a little bit as pertains tobacco use disorder and our approach to treatment. When a patient does indicate willingness to quit, you'll want to obviously assist that quit attempt by providing counseling, prescribing medication if it's appropriate given the particular clinical context, and referring to additional resources like more intensive counseling or therapy if that's available at your clinic, or if you're able to make a referral. And then, of course, arrange for follow-up to assess the patient's progress. And to close here, I just want to talk a little bit about some of the research that I have personally done in my time as an epidemic intelligence service officer on smoking cessation and on tobacco product cessation. So I've been working primarily over the last year and a half with some data from a survey called Doc Styles that it's administered every single year in the springtime to primary care providers throughout the country. I've been working principally with data from the 2018 survey and 2020 survey. This survey is administered by a research firm called Porter Novelli, and every year CDC fields some questions on it. We fielded questions related to the delivery of tobacco cessation services and treatments in the clinical context in the surveys from 2018 and 2020. The 2018 survey assessed provider comfort with providing tobacco cessation services and the relationship between that self-reported comfort and training. And the 2020 survey assessed provider knowledge of evidence-based treatment for tobacco dependence. So some of the findings of this have been really interesting. It's been really fascinating data to work with over the last 2 years. So from that 2018 data where we were asking about comfort, a really high proportion of the respondents, more than 9 in 10 reported that they were comfortable counseling. We did notice some variation by specialty, but by and large, most of the very large majority of the respondents indicated that they were comfort. About 85% reported comfort prescribing nicotine replacement therapy. Again, there was some variation there by specialty. And this was honestly the most surprising to me. A really high number, 83.6% reported comfort prescribing non-nicotine cessation medication. Just some other kind of interesting findings that emerged in this data. Providers who estimated that a majority of their patients had an annual household income of more than $100,000, they actually reported the lowest level of comfort counseling, which it was still pretty high. It was still 87%, but it was a significant difference relative to providers who reported different socioeconomic statuses for their patient panels. And interestingly, more years in clinical practice correlated with a lower self-reported rate of having received formal training in helping tobacco users quit. So, we can't obviously say this definitively, but one might infer from that data that over the past ensuing years and decades, training in providing tobacco cessation services to patients in the clinical setting has become more formally integrated into clinical education, which I think is really encouraging to see. So we have this data from 2018 saying, okay, everyone says they're comfortable prescribing this stuff, but we know that it's widely underutilized and underprescribed. Why is that the case? Well, let's field some other questions. Everyone says they're very comfortable doing it. 2020, the questions had to do with, okay, do you actually know what this stuff is, and do you know how to prescribe it? And based on that disparity that we knew between the 2018 responses and the wider prescribing and utilization trends, these findings weren't terribly surprising. But essentially, we asked providers directly about their knowledge of evidence-based smoking cessation treatment methods and medications. And we devised a scoring system based on the responses. Overall, providers scored pretty poorly. In fact, only about 5% got a high score on their knowledge of smoking cessation counseling modalities. And providers did better with medications, but still not great. Only 40% received high scores on smoking cessation medicines. So work is cut out for us there. It's great that people feel comfortable providing these services, but the work remains to disseminate information about what they actually are and how to properly utilize and prescribe them to assist our patients in cessation. So some key takeaways that I want to review before I close here. Nearly 31 million adults in the United States smoke cigarettes and are therefore at risk of smoking-related diseases. One of the most important actions people can take to improve their health is to quit smoking. This is true regardless of their age or how long they've been smoking or what other kind of pre-existing comorbidities they might have. There are proven treatments and strategies to help people quit smoking successfully. Healthcare providers have an important role to play in assisting their patients in their smoking cessation efforts. And finally, there's more work to be done to improve access to and utilization of proven cessation interventions. So we know what works for cessation. We know that advice from a healthcare professional works, counseling works. We have 7 FDA-approved medications. Barrier-free insurance coverage is a boon to cessation, and health systems changes to integrate treatment into routine care. All of these are effective and part of a wider context in which we need to be addressing tobacco cessation. So thanks very much for your time. I hope some of you found this informative and instructive. I really am grateful for the opportunity and for the invitation from the Friends Research Institute to speak with all of you today. And I look forward to any questions that anyone might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Golden. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us and bring this wealth of information this morning. I think we had one, I don't know if I'm clear what the question is, but Molly Rodriguez asked if, she said, would you incorporate the discussion of smoking cessation more like a triage process? We will evaluate the most severe and utilize a more harm reduction model.
Yeah, I think I'm in. Whoever fielded that question, please feel free to correct me if I'm misunderstanding it. I think that's an approach that has certainly been adopted in some clinical contexts, and I think there's great promise to it. It's it's kind of like a triage process. Do you have just at patient intake essentially, assessing tobacco use status? I know a lot of the places I've worked personally, speaking anecdotally, at a number of different urgent care clinics and primary care practices, that's just part of the overall patient intake process. So like a lot of the things that we do in public health and medicine, we would want to address the most harmful or the kind of most severe behaviors and attempt to reduce the harm conferred by that behavior. So, as I pointed out in my talk, probably the most important thing we can do to improve someone's health who smokes is to assist that person in stopping smoking. So for sure, I think approaching it with a harm reduction lens is both beneficial and accurate.
Okay.
So I see another question here. This is the $1 million question, right? Do you know if there was a study if e-cigarettes can transfer to smoking tobacco? It's funny. Normally, I get this question the other way around. Are e-cigarettes an evidence-based or helpful cessation method? And there is not evidence to suggest that they are at this time. Research into that is ongoing. As to whether or not e-cigarettes are more likely to get people to engage with other tobacco products. So for adults, I actually don't know that information off the top of my head. For children, that is true. Specific studies are eluding me at the moment, but there is data suggesting that for children, so people under the age of 18 who use e-cigarettes are then more likely to use other tobacco products. I think the most recent data that emerged from CDC's National Youth Tobacco Survey indicated that trend.
So Dr. Boland's going to be talking later today about e-cigarettes. My understanding of the literature is that it's very scary about dual users. So dual users are people that start e-cigarettes to stop smoking, and they end up using both of them. And these people seem to have, higher rates of diabetes and other diseases, probably worse than if they just stuck with the cigarettes to begin with. So I think it's very concerning.
We have a question, Dr. Tong. Can you see that, Dr. Golden?
If there are such big gaps I see it here. Thank you. Sorry, my mouse is very sensitive. Here we go. Okay, if there are such big gaps in knowledge amongst providers about tobacco treatment, what can help? Requirement in health professional education. Also, what kind of providers are in the Doxil survey? Yeah, great questions. So that's another question that I've been grappling with as I've been working with a lot of this data. What can help? There are some responses to those survey questions that I think indicate tobacco or training in tobacco treatment has become more standardized and formalized over the last few years and decades. So we're seeing more familiarity and more comfort, right, with providing tobacco cessation services among those who are newer to full-time clinical practice. What else can help? I think there's a lot of opportunities for continuing education. Some of those providers who've been in practice a little bit longer indicated that most of their training in helping tobacco users quit had actually come from CME opportunities. So I think any kind of opportunity to increase exposure at a programmatic level, particularly at some of the conferences for the larger, say, primary care organizations or high number of physicians who are likely to interface with these patient populations, whether that's AAP or AFP, there's always great opportunity there to disseminate knowledge and information. The providers on the Doxil survey it can be a little bit different from year to year, but typically it's primary care providers. So that's pediatricians, internal medicine doctors, and family medicine physicians, and OBGYNs are typically included. And then what's a little bit of a wrinkle in the data is that sometimes they include nurse practitioners and physician's assistants, but they're not identified by specialty. So it could be an NP or a PA who works for like an orthopedic surgeon, for example, and not in an internal medicine practice.
Okay, thank you. And I'm gonna, I know we're a minute over. I want to address one more question for folks in LA County. Catherine asked the question, can Department of Health Services Primary Care submit e-consults to a quit line such as Kick It California? Can one of our LA providers respond to that?
Yes, they can.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they can also refer to our study as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, very good.
That information will be in the slide deck that you'll receive and that we went over earlier, who to contact. Once again, Dr. Golden, thank you so very much for joining us this morning. Really great information. Folks are loving it. You can see
thank you
the
so much,
comments
Dr.
in the
Golden.
chat box.
Thank you so much for
and
having
right-
me. It was a real joy to speak with all of you, and I
Right.
relish the opportunity. Thanks again.
Okay. And in fairness to folks that are on the phone, we just showed the start code. We did not say it out loud. So we're going to give it again. I'll give a little extra grace this morning. The start code is 2067. Thank you. And next up, we have Dr. Janice So, who's going to be talking about engaging Asian American smokers to address tobacco-related health disparities. So take it away, Dr. So.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can see my slide okay. All right.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Norma, and thank you so much, Dr. Friedman and your team for inviting me to come and speak with you all about this topic that is very dear to my heart, which is to engage our Asian American communities to address tobacco-related health disparities. So my name is Janice So, and I am a clinical psychologist and also a professor at University of California, San Francisco, Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences. So a couple of objectives I'd like to accomplish today. I'd like to share with you some current tobacco use data among the Asian American smokers, and also to identify with you together some opportunities to engage our Asian American smokers in smoking cessation from clinics to community settings. Let's start off by sharing with you Asian Americans being the fastest growing population, tracing back their heritage to more than 30, and actually in some places said more than 50 Asian countries of origin and ethnic groups, speaking more than 100 languages and dialects. CDC MMWR is our go-to place oftentimes to look at, okay, what's the landscape now in terms of tobacco products use across different racial ethnic groups. And so this is pre-pandemic data, 2019 National Health Interview Survey. As you can see here, I highlighted for you, overall any tobacco products used near 21% in the country, and then 14% for combustible cigarettes use. But if you look at Asian as a group, combine all the Asian cultural groups, cultural ethnic groups, and also men and women together, we got relatively lower rate if you compare to other groups, 11% using anti-tobacco products and 7% using combustible cigarettes and under 3% of e-cigarettes. Now, is this a complete picture? This is another data set that we're looking at, allowing us to look across different Asian cultural groups and also by men and women. Take a quick look at these like green bars and purple bars. You could see a lot of higher numbers as compared to overall Asian American, cigarette smoking. So this is cigarette use prevalence using the PATH data, Population Assessment of Tobacco and Health. And you will also see there's a huge difference between men and women smoking in Asian population. And you could see a lot of disparities just in tobacco use, in cigarette use here. If we look further, remember I mentioned about a language. Depending on what which Asian groups we're referring to, we have a high portion, and particularly in some groups, more than half of some of the Asian American, particularly immigrants, they speak limited English. If we're just looking at the smoking rates among some Asian men groups where they speak limited English as compared to their peers who speak fluent English, there we go. We see some disparities there. You can see some of the bars, even for some of the English speaker, they are higher than what we would expect. So this is from the California Health Interview Survey. Because of sample sizes, despite CHIS is being still by far the largest data set that allow us to look at this aggregated data, particularly in Asian Americans, and it's also a multi-language survey, multilingual survey as well. You could see some disparity where we have particularly Asian men who speak limited English, they have a higher smoking rate. How do those numbers perhaps get translated to health outcomes? Take a look at cancer mortality. This is a very important paper just recently published, looking at death certificate and grouping or categorizing the cancer cause of death according to multiple etiologies or tobacco-related cancer deaths, for example, comparing foreign-born to US-born Asian Americans by some selected groups. And you can see the blue bars there representing the age-adjusted mortality rates among foreign-borns as compared to the orange bars where they are the US-born. So if we take a deeper look at the tobacco-related cancer mortality rates, if I could remind you a little bit earlier, we were looking at some selected group among Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese men, comparing those who speak limited English to those who speak fluent English when it comes to smoking. Are we seeing some parallel here when it comes to tobacco-related cancer mortalities, where we are observing a much higher age-adjusted cancer mortality rate in Vietnamese, Korean, and Chinese foreign-born men as compared to their US-born counterparts. I also wanted to point out this is the tobacco-related disparities that we are seeing in Asian Americans within the context, as Dr. Goldman mentioned, that we have evidence-based treatment available. And here is a wonderful example where we have Asian Smokers Quit line with some of the major Asian languages available. And we have good data that show that it's worked. When people call, when people go through counseling, it worked. People using, FDA-approved smoking cessation aids, such as the NRT, nicotine replacement therapies, and they're speaking with the counselor, and they quit smoking. But once again, I think Dr. Goldman mentioned it really nicely, showing us the landscape. These evidence-based cessation services remain underutilized. For the quit line, it's not surprising. It's actually very comparable across languages. For Asian Smokers Quit line is estimated, around 1.3% annual reach rate for Asian American smokers, and very similar to what we expect, about 1% rate, across the country in English-speaking smokers. Let's talk about some opportunities to engage our Asian American smokers. Starting off with at the clinical setting, primary care settings provide a unique opportunity to work with our smoking patients, including Asians. Some of the data, Dr. Goldman mentioned earlier as well, specifically among Asian Americans, 80% of our Asian Americans, current smokers, had a recent visit with their doctors based on data from the California Health Survey, health interview surveys. But less than half of Asian American smokers reported that they were advised by their providers. The 5 A's, you have seen it and earlier in Dr. Goldman's talk. And depending on the data that you're looking at, whether it is from patient self-reports, from EHR, from electronic health records, and or from providers' self-report. So this is an example from data based on physicians' self-report in terms of how often do they practice these 5 A's. And you could see, particularly in assisting and arranging follow-up with the smoking patients, were far from optimal. So we're missing a lot of smokers each year, and is a missed opportunity in clinic setting. With funding from TRDRP, a couple of studies that we're able to do, partnering with our collaborator at Asian Health Services, we have developed an interactive mobile doctor is a video education, patient education program. And we'll tell you a little bit more about that. For the setting where we conducted the research and developed the video education is Asian Health Services. It's in Oakland, California. It's a federally qualified health center serving many low-income, new immigrant Asian population. Importantly, it provides more than 14 languages in comprehensive primary care, dental, and also behavioral health services. This is our team, and we're very fortunate, being supported by TRDRP through a pilot and then a full grant when it comes to building our community academic partnership. Let me tell you about a little bit of the interactive mobile doctor. So it starts off, IMV session starts off at the waiting room while the patient waiting to see the providers. And the system began by asking the smoking status. And we also have motivational enhancement messages there in video form, advising patients to quit during that video session. And then also ask the patients about their thoughts, their readiness for quitting smoking, and provide assistance accordingly, responding to the concerns and barriers the patient said they may have about quitting. And lastly, the system also produced a bilingual printout summarizing their tobacco use status, intention to quit, and some of the barriers, and to bring them, to have them bring to their providers. So this is just an example of Vietnamese English bilingual. So you can see no thrills there. When we spoke with our provider, they say something short, something very simple, no graphics needed. I just need to know, what's the information there. So this is just an example. We started off with a small pilot study, and the IMD session took about 13 minutes to complete. And for this small pilot study, 100% of the participants reported that they had a discussion with the doctor. And importantly, only more than half of those patients had no plan to quit smoking. They were unmotivated to quit smoking. Nonetheless, they liked the program. So we've shown that IMD was promising for this small pilot study, to encourage patient-provider discussion. And the pilot program at the time was in 2 languages, Vietnamese and Korean. Then with additional funding support for TRDRP, IMD now is in English, Chinese, Korean, and Vietnamese. For Chinese is in Cantonese. And you can see the 4 languages there. A little bit of the Vietnamese wasn't shown, but in the first first picture there. And then we also talk about third-hand smoke. This is in Korean. This is just a screen in Chinese, actually talking about, asking about number of cigarettes smoked per day. And this is an example in English, talking about what concerns someone may have. It's actually tailoring to their readiness for quitting smoking. This is our randomized trial. We enrolled and randomized 122 patients who speak one of the 4 languages, including English, Korean, Chinese, and Vietnamese. And then 113 of those complete the IMD session or a control, where we showed them video educations on healthy eating and physical activity recommendations. And those who didn't complete the IMD, most of them rescheduled the appointment to outside the intervention period. Some of them did refuse on the spot. I'm too busy, I didn't have time to do it, etc. And among those 113, 114 of them completed 6 months assessment. We worked very closely with our Patient Leadership Council at the Asian Health Services to develop the program. And this is just a quick descriptions of our participant sample in this randomized controlled trial. And importantly, want to bring that to your attention. 68% of them, 2 and 3, said that they were not planning to quit in the next 6 months. And you could see that we're also working with a population where many of whom, nearly 60% of them, did not graduate from high school, so more low education attainment group. This is just a quick overview of those who completed IMD sessions in terms of their health conditions. You can see this is pretty common that you will see in primary care setting with this sample, many chronic conditions, hypertension, hyperlipidemia, diabetes, even cancers, and certainly behavioral health conditions such as depression. It's just quick description of the 2 groups and where, if we're just talking about minus the research portion, it takes about 15 minutes in general to complete the IMD sessions, a little bit longer for our control video on nutrition and physical activity. Most of them were able to complete the session prior to seeing their primary care providers. Some results here, self-report from our participants, from our patients, and 86% of them reported having a discussions with their doctor right after the IMD video session, as compared to those who are in the control group, seeing also videos, but on physical activity and nutrition, about 2 and 3 of them had a discussion. So it's still pretty good that they did have some discussion there, but we have significantly more people reported. Then we looked at the progress notes from that visit as well, and encoded them according to the 5 A's paradigm. And where you could see a lot of greens going on, the green bars are the notes from the patients. Of the patients of that visit who have mentioned of one or more of these 5 A's, and you can see they have a higher percentage of those documented 5 A's in the notes, but certainly it depends on writing styles and so on. Nonetheless, this could be used as a proxy. And when we do what we call multivariable statistics, looking at a number of variables including providers whom they've seen. And out of these 131 patients, we had 37 providers involved in this. So when we controlled everything else, particularly, we saw that IMD has a significant impact in the assist category, specifically in prescribing medication or discuss medication with their smoking patients at the time, among those patients who had an IMD session. This is verified smoking abstinence, verified from one or more of the sources, self-report plus either on the EHR documented and or a salivary cotinine sample. So here is some more statistics there. We did not see any difference between, the two groups in terms of quit attempts. So people were making quit attempts, not a lot, but you could see this is like reminding you that 2/3 of the participants actually said that they were not planning to quit, and it's actually like a 15-minute video there. But we did see differences where participants, patients receiving the IMD session, they were more likely to have quit. But you can see these rates are quite low. So a lot more work we need to do. So in conclusion, sort of priming the patients, before they see their doctors, it seems to be promising, particularly in increasing the discussion between patients and providers, talking about their smoking, prescribing medications, for example. Certainly challenges. I think every minute counts when it comes to clinical setting, where in some setting, our collaborators saying that 15 minutes is a long time if we need to get the person sitting there to watch. So, but hopefully we can take this to the next step. Nonetheless, it gives us another opportunity to engage. Now let's talk about engaging Asian American smokers in community setting. Would like to share with you some of the work that we do. Our team have developed with close collaboration with a number of partners with fundings from TRDRP, ANIDA, and California Breast Cancer Research Program, and most recently, we're part of the NIH REDX underserved population program for COVID as well, is our Healthy Family Project. So this is a community-based research program to promote healthy living among Asian Americans. And we started off by promoting smoking cessation in our in community settings. And so these are our current and former partners as well, and many of whom we are continuing working together. So these are some of our publications. We really started off with a series of qualitative, formative research as well, and then also a series trial. A lot of cultural factors that we're attending to, and what they were thinking about, even calling the quit line, using evidence-based treatment, but importantly, what are the dynamics involved with their family? So one important aspect of our study is that we work with a smoker and their family members together. So, and we also use lay health worker outreach, like their peers, a trusted agent to deliver more culturally and linguistically and digestible health messages. So we use, this is an example of the intervention materials that we use in this session, that we trained our lay health workers to do outreach, to recruit their participants, but also to deliver or to present these information. So our lay health workers use this flip chart. So you can imagine this flip chart as a hard copy PowerPoint presentation. So, so this is sort of pre-pandemic days when we are meeting in person, but now we are slowly going back to in person as well. But also we have done it through Zoom, online video conferencing as well, to do the sessions. So the front page, you can see that is like graphics facing the participants, and then the back page has all the talking points where the lay health worker can just read. Okay. Currently in 3 languages, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean. This is just an example of a front page where we really setting a stage of the need to use medications such as NRT, and telling people, both the smokers, sharing with the smokers and the family members together, talking about why it is so challenging to quit smoking, about nicotine addiction. So this is in Chinese. This is in Korean, and you can see some in English as well, talking about e-cigarettes as an example. We also talk about how smoking negatively affecting family relationships. Certainly it's not new to our audiences as well as they come, but we want to provide, want to cultivate a socially, culturally acceptable platform that let's talk about it. A lot of our prior research interviews with participants talking about actually among families, they talk about a lot of topics. But when it comes to tobacco use, many of them do not talk about it anymore for the sake of maintaining family harmony. So what happened is that smoker keeps smoking and family member keep being disappointed or in some ways mad at the fact that their family member, their loved one, still smoking. And so this is the front page here, and then this is back page, an example of the back page facing the lay health workers. And here are some talking points in English, as you can read, and really talking about smoking cigarettes affects relationships negatively and how it makes smoker feel isolated and at the same time make family actually affecting intimate relationship as well. We talk about evidence-based treatment. We talk about the quit line. We talk about NRT. Important messages include that it's important to follow the instructions, important to use long enough, and certainly is important, to work with your providers, to talk with your pharmacists, and family involvement is important. So family also need to know about these languages. No matter where you are, we acknowledge the fact that not everyone is at the stage where they are ready to quit smoking. They can always do something together with their family member to improve their family health. And that includes talk within the family members, share with each other the challenges, soliciting, support, calling the quit lines, perhaps making some changes, and limiting places to smoke, delaying the first cigarettes, considering using nicotine replacement medications as over the counter, or talk with their doctor. These are various examples. So where are we now in the project? We launched our first intervention after some qualitative research and so on. Since 2012. And since then, we have multiple studies. We have now worked with more than 100 lay health workers in 3 languages and more than 1,200 individuals, smokers and their family members who received a family-focused lay health worker intervention over tobacco or on healthy living. Healthy living, we're focusing on physical activity and nutrition guidelines there, and usually we have that as our control group. As I mentioned, is multilingual materials, and actually these pictures are available online. And then I will show you the website in a little bit. Participation rates so far is really good across, 88% to 100%. And we have been able to involve people who have no intention to quit smoking. Why are you joining? Well, many of whom is probably dragged along by the family members. Nonetheless, they stay. Once they started, they stay. They complete the treatment. And we are producing, kind of variations between like 20% to like over 40% quit rates. We're not providing them medications. Is really like a 2 sessions with the lay health workers and with other families as well, or in some cases, depending on the scheduling and so on, and 2 individual phone calls. So it's a very brief, everything done within 6 to 8 weeks. And it's also very non-intensive type of education, lots of talking, sharing stories and all that. But I do want to also share with you another community-based work that we're currently doing is an ongoing project using a similar lay health worker outreach model, healthy family project model as well, to facilitate COVID-19 testing and vaccination, and how we also slip in tobacco use as part of the intervention here. So our team was selected to be one of the projects, and within the NIH REDX UP program. As I mentioned, we use both a lay health worker outreach, and also we added a text messaging component. Here we see just an example in English, and I neglected to mention that for this ongoing study, we are focusing on 3 Asian groups. Chinese, particularly in San Francisco in Northern California, Vietnamese, most of whom from Santa Clara County, but some of them also from South California as well. We have some participants from LA. And then Hmong community in mostly from Fresno County, but we also have participants from Sacramento, for example, or some other. So it's still ongoing at this point. And all the intervention took place by Zoom. For the lay health worker sessions, half of them get randomized or receive the lay health worker sessions, and everyone in the project received the text messaging. So when they receive the text, so it's throughout 12 weeks of time, so a weekly message, but occasionally we also give them additional message. For example, hey, you can order at-home test kits, from this website. So we send them the link, we describe to them what it is. And so this is an example of a message, and then where is the link, and the person clicks the link, get to our project website, and here we go. We slip in the tobacco message that tobacco users are at higher risk for a severe COVID, and why, And so here are, some more additional information about that. And this is an example in Chinese, and we also include the Asian Smokers Quit line, for example. And interestingly, I think I took this screenshot, it was at the very beginning. So there were only a few people give us a thumbs up. As time goes in, we have more responses as well. And very interestingly, people engaged. They actually share with us their comments, and it happens that these comments, they were mostly responses to, tobacco users are at higher risk for severe COVID disease, and why. So this is just another examples of getting our Asian community involved. So we have many opportunities to engage our Asian American communities through our healthcare system, through our community social networks, and of course, technology. And I think there are plenty of opportunities there, but we do need to work together. Keep in mind, there are significant differences across groups, across Asian groups. So when we work with our patients, our neighbors, our communities, do not make assumptions. Do not think that they all know, smoking is good or bad, or could be, each person has their own story behind. And in order to understand or resolve these differences, we wanted to use a more comprehensive approach to look beyond just race and ethnicity, personal stories, family stories. Takes a village. All stakeholders need to work together, and importantly, bring the interventions to where our people are, not just to kind of wait for them to give us a call. There's a lot of more work to be done. It takes a village to work together. So I want to thank you all for being here, to allowing me to have this platform to share with you some of our work with our Asian American communities, smokers and their family members. And so thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. So. There are a couple of questions in the chat box. Can you see if you can you access those, or would you like us to read it?
Yes, if you could read it would be great. Let's see, I'm getting to the chat now. So maybe Norma, help me out with where would be the first question I should address?
Is it Shmuel? I don't want to say your name incorrectly.
Oh,
right. Yemshang?
So just like SO. Yeah. Okay. Is it from Sophia? Let's see.
No, Shamil. Well, let's see.
Oh, Sophia's, I think, is first.
Sophia too.
So, okay. Okay, thank you, Sophia. Yes, how long is the video? Yes, just share that the video is about, like on the average, people finish it within like 15 minutes, but there's a range. We actually provide an option without user input, that people can stop and replay some of the video. So we have people actually finish it like, less than 10 minutes all the way, to 25 plus minutes. But also it depends on, the number of concerns that they have checked and all that, because those are tailored according to some of the input that they have. Do you use interpretation services to communicate with patients? For our study with Asian Health Services, I think we're very fortunate that their staff actually are amazing. They actually have most of the language capacities, but I think in occasions they did need a interpreter within their sessions with their providers. But they have that being provided as well. But yes, our research staff are also bilingual, bicultural as well. All right. And then I saw some Q&A. All right. Did I miss any other question too? And thank you all for being here.
Okay, thank you for being here. Thank you for this enriching new information for me and probably for a lot of others too. Appreciate your work and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
If there aren't any more questions right now, we're scheduled for a break from 10 to 10:10. So you looks like you're going to have an extra few minutes. And so we'll see you back here at 10 after 10 to hear about medications for smoking treatment from Dr. Brian Hurley. Thank you.
Have you thought about changing your cigarette smoking, cigar smoking, or vaping? We can help you kick ash. Join us as we discuss how to reduce and quit, what to expect when you decide to stop, and the resources available to help you reduce and stop smoking. Ready? The time is always right. The benefits of reducing smoking start right away. After 20 minutes of not smoking, your heart rate and blood pressure return to normal. After 6 months, you regain your sense of taste and smell. After 1 year, your heart disease risk drops by half. After 5 years, your risk of mouth, throat, and bladder cancers is 50% less. After 10 years, you're less likely to die of lung cancer. After 15 years, your heart disease risk is that of a non-smoker. The time to change your smoking is now. Reducing and stopping smoking is great for your wallet, your family, and your health. To sign up or for more information about services in LA County, call 323-238-5611.
These are some of our videos that one of our team members put together for us as part of her MPH project. I've got another one here I want to share.
¿Has pensado en cambiar tu hábito de fumar cigarros, cigarrillos o vapear? Podemos ayudarte a detener el hábito. Únase a nosotros mientras discutimos cómo reducir y dejar de fumar, qué esperar cuando decida detenerse y los recursos disponibles para ayudarlo a reducir y dejar de fumar. ¿Listo? Ahora es un buen momento. Los beneficios de reducir el consumo de tabaco comienzan de inmediato. Después de 20 minutos de no fumar, su frecuencia cardíaca y presión arterial vuelven a la normalidad. Después de 6 meses, recuperas tu sentido del gusto y olfato. Después de 1 año, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca se reduce a la mitad. Después de 5 años, tu riesgo de cáncer de boca, garganta y vejiga es 50% menor. Después de 10 años, es menos probable que muera de cáncer de pulmón. Después de 15 años, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca es el de un no fumador. El momento de cambiar tu hábito de fumar es ahora. Reducir y dejar de fumar es excelente para tu billetera, tu familia y tu salud. Para inscribirse o para obtener más información sobre los servicios en el condado de Los Ángeles, llame al 322-238-5611.
And as I was saying, this is was put together by Dr. Melanie Osby, who was then lab director at Martin Luther King Jr. Outpatient Center, and Roy Ball, and El Monte, and Hudson. Augustus Hawkins. So she has a large area that she was covering then. I'm not sure, Dr. Friedman, if she's still doing all those areas. Maybe you couldn't hear me. He just took off his earplugs. Dr. Friedman, I was
Yes.
asking, is Melanie still
Yes,
over
she's
all
still
those
at all
places?
those places. A
Yeah,
very busy
she's
person.
got a,
Doing a great job.
those are great. And we're able to play those in the waiting rooms on
Right.
the videos as
Right.
folks are coming back into the clinic.
Yeah. I think that's one of the messages today, is just to try to message smokers just as much as you can with sort of life stories and how it's in their interest to stop smoking.
Yeah.
I think the video does that nicely. I loved Dr. Sao's picture of that Vietnamese family with the kids giving sort of their father a little bit of a dirty look when he was smoking.
Yeah.
Oh,
One of the it's actually one of the public announcement that they have used is actually pretty neat. Yeah.
My kids did that to their dad. They had a big looked like a stop sign poster, and they put it on the front door saying "No smoking in here." I think they harassed him into quitting.
It's actually kind of neat, with the project, some of our participants, when we ask them for their comments and all that, we have smokers saying that, I used to think about, what my wife's saying to me is like all nagging. And now I kind of see it differently. I think my wife knows how to talk to me now. And then we have another wife, not exactly this person's wife, we're telling us that, thank you for the project. Now I feel that I'm much more confident and I know how to talk to my husband. So we have a lot of husband and wife participating in our project. So that makes us really feel good, sort of at the end of the project.
I think the question, which I was going to ask also, is are smoking cessation services sort of easier or harder with COVID? You think it might be easier because people are hearing that COVID is bad for smoking is bad for COVID, but it's harder because people don't want to engage, they're stressed, they're locked up in their rooms. Janice and Eliza, do you want to comment on that?
This is really, really great questions. I'm trying to like think back during the pandemic, like we fielded our Korean study, and we actually have had people talk both ways. Some of them actually saying that, that's actually a lot easier because I'm not hanging out with my friends, and but on the other hand, we also have even also data, and people are saying that, for some of them, many of them actually, patterns change. They, particularly if they live with other people, and some just tell us that they actually switch to e-cigarettes. Yeah, and then but some actually said no change. So I think we're hearing all directions, but I feel that this is one of those opportunities. I think Eliza, your work, speak to that, and about really engaging people this time. This is a golden opportunity. And we did the same for our COVID project, even though we're not recruiting smokers as a focus. Some of them were smokers, and really get them to think about, this is a time to really take care of yourself. Yeah. I don't know if Eliza, yeah, other thoughts.
At least for California, I think there's some suggestion that maybe at least people who participated in an online statewide survey, that smoking went down a little bit. But of course, it's always different when you see the patient in front of you, right? What people are going through on an individual level, right? Like if you're more stressed, or you might be taking things up more, or with the school shutdown, I think there was some evidence that kids weren't having social sources, or going to the vape room, aka the bathroom. So, it depends on what population you're looking at. But yeah, I think we're still learning.
I'm getting messages that folks couldn't see the video, so I'm not sure what I was doing incorrectly, but I'm going to try it again and see if this time we can actually see. Is it showing now?
So when you click on the video, and you have to press share screen again, and then switch to the video.
Okay. Thank you. Try this again. Share screen. Here's the video with the sound. Share. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okie dokie.
Have you thought about changing your cigarette smoking, cigar smoking, or vaping? We can help you kick ash. Join us as we discuss how to reduce and quit, what to expect when you decide to stop, and the resources available to help you reduce and stop smoking. Ready? The time is always right. The benefits of reducing smoking start right away. After 20 minutes of not smoking, your heart rate and blood pressure return to normal. After 6 months, you regain your sense of taste and smell. After 1 year, your heart disease risk drops by half. After 5 years, your risk of mouth, throat, and bladder cancers is 50% less. After 10 years, you're less likely to die of lung cancer. After 15 years, your heart disease risk is that of a non-smoker. The time to change your smoking is now. Reducing and stopping smoking is great for your wallet, your family, and your health. To sign up or for more information about services in LA County, call 323-238-5611.
Okay, and we have a Spanish one. I'm going to show that one again since you couldn't really hear it. Okay, I have to open this first.
¿Has pensado en cambiar tu hábito de fumar cigarros, cigarrillos o vapear? Podemos ayudarte a detener el hábito. Únase a nosotros mientras discutimos cómo reducir y dejar de fumar. ¿Qué esperar cuando decida detenerse? y los recursos disponibles para ayudarlo a reducir y dejar de fumar. ¿Listo? Ahora es un buen momento. Los beneficios de reducir el consumo de tabaco comienzan de inmediato. Después de 20 minutos de no fumar, su frecuencia cardíaca y presión arterial vuelven a la normalidad. Después de 6 meses, recuperas tu sentido del gusto y olfato. Después de 1 año, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca se reduce a la mitad. Después de 5 años, tu riesgo de cáncer de boca, garganta y vejiga es 50% menor. Después de 10 años, es menos probable que muera de cáncer de pulmón. Después de 15 años, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca es el de un no fumador. El momento de cambiar tu hábito de fumar es ahora. Reducir y dejar de fumar es excelente para tu billetera, tu familia y tu salud. Para inscribirse o para obtener más información sobre los servicios en el condado de Los Ángeles, llame al 322-238-5611.
Okay. You ready for setup, Dr. Hurley? Brianna, Dr. Hurley's having a problem unmuting, it looks like.
There we go.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Well, I'm now allowed to unmute. Now I need to be able to share my screen.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, there you go.
There we go. Is the time now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning, everybody. For those I haven't met yet, I'm Brian Hurley. I'm an addiction psychiatrist. I work for the County Department of Public Health here in Los Angeles County. is the medical director of the Division of Substance Abuse Prevention and Control. I'm going to be talking about medications for smoking treatments. I don't have any financial conflicts of interest, so I'm not going to try to sell you anything today. I'm the president-elect of the American Society of Addiction Medicine, and topics involving ASAM may therefore be biased towards ASAM, so I'll just be upfront about that as a potential source of bias. And the last thing is ASAM has now published the Integrating Tobacco Use Disorder Interventions and Addiction Treatment Guideline this year. So, you know, we have a guideline. ASAM doesn't make money off of this guideline. I don't make money off this guideline. So I don't, again, it's not a financial conflict of interest, but yeah, that's some of the context under which I'd be making some comments. There's a number of things that drive people who use tobacco products. For example, clinicians, right, have an influence on tobacco behavior, family, coworkers, you know, friends, the community, internet. But the clinicians, people that work, prescribe treatments or otherwise deliver treatments to people, can have a substantial influence on tobacco use behavior. Unassisted quit rates, that is, what's the success rate of any single quit attempt? Somewhere around 5% with no assistance, where people just trying on their own. And part of that has to do with the way that tobacco use disorder weaves its way into people's lives. You know, quitting smoking sounds so easy, just don't smoke. But the actual task is you have to unlearn the things that you do while you smoke. So for example, most people with tobacco use disorder wake up and use a tobacco product because you wake up in nicotine withdrawal. That's just part of having a tobacco use disorder. So you learn to wake up and smoke. And then many people will shower or, you know, drink coffee, and you know, smoke right after the shower, you smoke when you have coffee, maybe you smoke on a commute to wherever you're going during the day. When good things happen, you smoke. When bad things happen, you smoke. When you want to socialize with people, you do it in a smoking group. So there's actually a whole number of activities that get tied to tobacco use. So becoming a non-smoker is seemingly easy sounding, just don't use the tobacco product. But what it means is you have to learn how to wake up and not smoke, and drink coffee and not smoke, or commute and not smoke, and tolerate good things happening and not smoking, tolerating bad things happening and not smoking. It really requires you sort of have to relearn so many elements of your life. And that's where people oftentimes get tripped up, is you might learn components of this, right? Like in a given quit attempt, you might power through the morning, and then all of a sudden something bad happens, and your only way of dealing with that is to smoke, right? That's one of the things that we see. So I have a lot of compassion for people with tobacco use disorder. And in fact, I think any positive change is still positive change, even if people haven't sustained or achieved abstinence. But we know assisted quit rates, right? There are tools, when appropriately applied, that more than double the chance of success if somebody really wants to stop using tobacco products. So this slide comes from the Behavioral Health and Wellness Program out in Denver. But tobacco cessation strategies include medications, include counseling, and they include support. Excuse me. I don't have COVID, I've tested. So counseling is skills, right? Skills, strategies, tools people can use to get through their day without using tobacco products. Medications are medications, things that you take that affect the way that your body either responds to nicotine products or nicotine itself, which helps alleviate nicotine withdrawal. And support is everything else, right? Support is who people have in their lives, whether people housed or not, employed or not, the sort of supports people have. Support is sort of, I put most of the social determinants of health under the realm of support. And if you think about those, like the physical elements of nicotine intoxication withdrawal, and then the behavioral elements, and you really do need to address both to successfully sustain a quit attempt. We think of the behavioral elements as related to, again, the behavior of using tobacco products, but treatment really should address both. That said, I'm not of the opinion that you have to withhold one or the other just because an individual isn't ready. So for example, I'll sort of go back. If a patient of mine is not calling Kick It California or is not otherwise engaged in counseling, I don't withhold medications. And neither would I withhold an individual with tobacco use disorder from getting psychosocial treatment if they chose not to be on medications. In other words, people can choose. I want everyone to get all three components of treatment, but I don't withhold any individual component just because an individual I'm treating isn't doing all of it. This is just it's one list. It's not like a definitive list of behavior change interventions. Actually, brief interventions from prescribing clinicians seem to make a big difference. Cognitive behavioral therapy makes a big difference. Individual counseling can help as long as the counseling is for more than 4 sessions for over 10 minutes in duration. Psychoeducational group counseling can have big effects. Peer support can have big effects. And then there's age-tailored self-help materials and helplines like the California Smokers Helpline. The classic strategy is what's called the 5A. You ask about tobacco use, you advise to change. The classic 5As is advised to quit. I actually, in my own practice, have stopped. How do I put this? I've stopped starting with quitting. I want all my patients that have tobacco use disorder to stop using tobacco products. Let me be clear about that. But if I start with, hey, are you ready to quit? And the person says no, then I'm left without meaningful information about what somebody is ready to do. So people might be ready to cut down even if they're not ready to stop. So if I instead lead with, what thoughts do you have about changing your tobacco product use? It broadens the conversation. So, and I'll tell you, still, most of the people that I treat still say, oh, I really need to quit. So once they say they're intending to quit, sure or ought to quit, desire to quit, would like to quit at some point, now we can have a conversation about quitting, but I've structured the conversation to evoke the idea of quitting from them. But sometimes just opening up a conversation to change can lead in other places that are useful, such as, I'd like to cut down. I'd like to stop smoking in the morning. I want to smoke more. And it's interesting if somebody says that, yeah, I'm really interested in, I'm smoking half a pack a day. I'd like to go to a full pack. I might then use an amplified reflection. Are you doing a full pack? You thought about going to 2 packs a day, 3 packs a day, or like hooking up a scuba diving suit where you're only breathing tobacco smoke all day long? And if I've done this with sort of genuine curiosity, compassion for someone's experience, I'll oftentimes generate a sort of a laugh, like, well, no, I can't, like, that would be ridiculous. And you can still evoke change talk. People say, well, I can't afford more. Or, well, I know it would be bad for my health. Or you can begin to get some change talk with an amplified reflection. So back to the 5As. So you ask about tobacco product use, you advise to change, and have a start with a wide open conversation about what someone is ready to do, because you can evoke an amplified change talk by starting with holding space for change rather than starting with, are you ready to quit? And then assess the willingness to make a change attempt. And change could be any positive change. Change could be, I'll smoke 1 cigarette less a day. Great. Or, I'll vape, I'll extend my vape cartridge from going through it every day to every other day. Fine, great. But assess willingness to make a change attempt. Then assist in cutting down or quitting. Assistance can be behavioral. Assistance can be medications, and then arrange for follow-up. So this is the classic 5A. And then there's the 5 R's. The 5 R's, there we go, are understanding the relevance of tobacco product use from the patient or the individual service recipient's perspective. See the risk from their perspective around continuing to use tobacco. Understand the rewards seen by the patient, and predict any roadblocks, and repeat each visit. So it actually starts with putting ourselves, or myself as a clinician, as close as I can in partnership with my patients to see things from their perspective. Because, as a physician, I sort of think about things like cancer, heart disease, stroke, lung disease. Those are the things I think about. For the patient, it might be, I don't like that my teeth are yellow. I don't like that my grandkids, recoil at the way I smell after I smoke. I don't like that I'm huffing and puffing when I'm going up a flight of stairs anymore, right? Like any of those things can be relevant. And I am so much better off starting from the patient's perspective, from the reasons that they would want to cut down or stop using tobacco products, compared to my reasons. Because people, frankly, are so much better persuaded by the ideas that come into their heads than by like what I might come up with. So those are the 5 A's and the 5 R's. I'm going to focus the rest of the talk on medications, but I just wanted to contextualize, like, medications make sense in the context of partnership with patients or partnership with the people that I serve, where I'm understanding their ideas, their values, their intentions. And I can't tell you how many clinicians I coach, and they're like, well, until the patient's ready to quit, I'm not going to help them. And it's such a missed opportunity, because any of these medications can be used even while people continue to smoke, right? It is a completely fallacious idea that like you have to withhold nicotine replacement therapy until somebody quits. It is not true. People cut down their smoking when they're in less withdrawal, and nicotine replacement therapy helps reduce withdrawal. So there's no longer any black box warnings on withholding nicotine replacement therapy from people when they're continuing to use tobacco products. The risk benefit in almost every case is treat, right? Is people are better off starting with treatment compared to treatment being withheld. Okay, so there's 3 molecules that are FDA approved for tobacco use disorder: nicotine, bupropion, and varenicline. So that's relatively straightforward. Now, nicotine itself comes in 5 different formats: gum, lozenges, patches, nasal sprays, and inhalers. The gum, lozenge, and patches are available over the counter. They're also available with no restrictions on the Medi-Cal formulary. The nasal sprays and oral inhalers are paid for by Medi-Cal, but you usually have to submit, I think you have to go to like Cover My Meds and submit a PA if I'm remembering correctly. Medi-Cal formulary kind of updates periodically. So, I think our goal is we want to make sure that all forms of smoking cessation products are available to patients who need them. So forgive me if the logistics of that sort of change over time. Bupropion is generic medication available in most pharmacies. And varenicline, which never lost its FDA approval, but there was a big recall on it. And so pharmacies have to, many pharmacies, when I want to prescribe varenicline to patients, have to use an apo-varenicline formulation that actually is available, I think, through Canada in order to get varenicline until Pfizer kind of ramps up the kind of brand name varenicline supply. But anyway, these are the FDA-approved medication guide. I'm not going to spend a ton of time going like item by item through this table, but I will put a funny ad, which is, I'm prescribing you a patch to have a good smoking. Please wear it over your mouth. Or an ad. This is a cartoon. There's a, I think I'll do questions at the end to make sure I get time to go through, but Shmuel, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that right. I appreciate your question. I'll address it at the end. I do have a question for you though, not for you specifically, but just in general. Which is the best medication for tobacco use disorder? Here's the list. Which medication is best? Thank you, Monica. Thank you, Sheila. Thank you, Andrea. All right, cool. So some of you said varenicline, some of you said all of them work. The most effective medication for smoking cessation or smoking treatment is the one the patient takes. It's the one the patient takes. It does not matter what the clinical trial shows if the patient who's prescribed the medication doesn't participate. So patient preference is like the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like the top 10 most important things is what the patient is ready for. So there is comparative trial data, like don't get me wrong, comparing the efficacy of various formulations, but patient preference is paramount, right? The most effective medication for smoking cessation is the one the patient takes. Now, not every clinician is equally familiar with medications. I think Dr. Friedman mentioned, when we started our project, varenicline wasn't on the formulary, and now it is, right? So like, it's taken us time to acculturate certain medications to our system. So clinician familiarity is a factor. Not every patient can take every medication. For example, bupropion can trigger seizures. So if somebody is prone to seizures, probably not a great med to use. And then positive or negative experiences with a certain agent isn't important to know. If a patient has done really well with a medication, that could then actually shape whether or not that would be a place to start versus if a patient has had a really terrible experience. That's important to know. And then patient characteristics can also make a difference. So bupropion is also an antidepressant, and it also can help reduce smoking-related weight gain, or I should say stopping smoking-related weight gain. And so various patient characteristics might help shape which medication I use. But these are all, from my mind, secondary characteristics to what the patient's ready to take. So I tend to have a very practical conversation. We have pills, we have patches, and we have as-needed nicotine. And the as-needed nicotine can be gums, lozenges, inhalers, or nasal sprays, right? And so that's why I break it down. It's like, there's pills you can take once or twice a day. There's patches you put on when you wake up, take out before you go to sleep. And then there's as needed meds. And there's people like, I don't want pills. Okay. In which case we're left with the nicotine replacement therapy products. Or I don't want any nicotine products. I just want pills. Okay. I'll pivot to where the patient is ready for rather than arguing with people. Well, you really need combination NRT. That's the most effective. Patients, I can't tell you how many times I've prescribed nicotine replacement therapy to patients. They're like, I didn't take it. Okay. That really gives me an idea of someone's readiness. And it's so much more important for me to acknowledge and be aware of where the patient is, like what their own ideas and values and intentions are, than for me to sit there and harp on what I think, right? Because the only way I'm going to be successful is in partnership with patients, right? Lots of patients don't follow through unless we come up with a plan that works. So here is the comparative efficacy data, just in case you were curious. The most effective single agent is varenicline. So if you could only pick one, varenicline seems to outperform others. But the combination of the patch plus the gummer lozenge, this comes from, it's coming up on like 7-8 years ago. The patch plus the gummer lozenge actually has more efficacy than varenicline alone. I'm a huge fan of combination treatments. So what are combination treatments? The patch plus the gummer lozenge, or the patch plus gummer lozenge, or inhaler or nasal spray plus bupropion, or you can do varenicline plus nicotine replacement therapy plus bupropion, although the evidence on combination of varenicline and nicotine replacement therapy is a bit mixed. There's some positive studies and some negative studies. But one thing to consider is kind of the natural, the way that nicotine sort of naturally works in the system or naturally works. There's nothing natural about tobacco use disorder, but if you smoke a cigarette, right, you get a very high blood level of nicotine, usually pretty quickly. And anything that you inhale into your lungs goes to your brain faster than virtually any other route of administration, faster than injecting, faster than snorting, faster than swallowing. Smoking goes right into your pulmonary vasculature, which goes right into your left atrium, left ventricle, and right into your brain. So there's just fewer steps between your lungs and your brain than other routes of administration. So when you inhale smoke or inhale vaporized polyethylene glycol and you're taking nicotine to your lungs, you get a very high spike in nicotine. Now, one can use a patch. In fact, I recommend all my patients who wake up and put on a patch when they wake up. The problem with the patch is it can take hours to come to steady state, right? It can take hours for the nicotine to really get into your system, which doesn't really mimic that like roller coaster on, off with inhaled nicotine. So this is why combining the patch with like the gum, which gives, at least you have a peak effect at like 20, 30 minutes, or the nasal spray where you can get a peak effect usually in about 10, can be a really helpful adjunct to the patch. So the way I think about it is like there's the patch, which gives you kind of a stable blood level, and then PRN, or as needed, gum, lozenge, inhaler, nasal spray that can give you some additional nicotine boost when somebody's experiencing a craving. All of these tools help people avoid using tobacco products, right? Avoid using cigarettes or vapes or other tobacco products. So there's this like blood level evidence as to why. Now the patches come in 7s, 14s, and 21s here in the United States. The easiest way to remember dosing the patch is to estimate 1 milligram per nicotine, or figure out the strength of the pod somebody's vaping, and then prescribe a strength of the patch that meets or even a little bit exceeds the daily consumption of tobacco products. So if we're going to go with packs a day, right, a quarter pack a day is 5 cigarettes a day. 5 cigarettes a day would equate to a 7 milligram patch plus like a 2 milligram gum or lozenge, or the inhalers and nasal sprays usually come in like 4 or 10 milligrams depending. A half a pack a day, which is 10 cigarettes a day, you get a 14 milligram patch. A full pack a day, which is 20 cigarettes a day, you get a 21 milligram patch. You sort of dose nicotine replacement therapy to meet or sort of exceed the summed daily consumption of cigarettes, estimating 1 milligram of nicotine per cigarette, or figuring out how much nicotine is in a given patch. There is very little evidence that wearing the patch overnight has any benefit. There's one study showing that morning cravings go down, but that actually wasn't associated with actual change in smoking behavior. It was just self-reported cravings went down in the morning. It didn't actually change whether people smoked in the morning. But wearing the patch while you sleep is absolutely associated with nightmares. And at least in my clinical practice, the benefit of not having nightmares is worth the morning cravings, particularly if I have a tool like the gum, lozenge, inhaler, or nasal spray that I could use to alleviate morning cravings. So I recommend that people put on the patch when they wake up, take it off when they go to sleep, and then make sure to have an as-needed format of NRT, nicotine replacement therapy, wherever they're sleeping, so that when they wake up, they have something that can alleviate their cravings, rather than leaving the patch on while they sleep and experiencing nightmares. The patch can cause skin irritation. This comes mostly from the adhesive, not from nicotine itself. So, and different brands of the patch use different adhesives. So if an individual does get skin irritation with the patch, you can just, switch brands, and usually the skin irritation will go away. I sort of made this point earlier, but have the gum or inhaler or nasal spray or lozenge next to wherever you are, or wherever one is when you sleep, because most people with tobacco use sort of wake up in nicotine withdrawal. Patches do come off easily with sweat, so that means either spare patches or you can wrap a patch in surgical tape. You can absolutely start patches in patients who've not stopped using tobacco products. This is a very common misconception. I'll have to wait till the person's ready to stop, and then I'll start treatment. And it's actually the reverse. We should start treatment to help get patients ready to stop. And you can safely combine with the gum or the lozenge. One question that comes up is, what if somebody gets too much nicotine, right? If you're already saying, well, if somebody's using a half a pack a day, 10 cigarettes a day, and they haven't stopped using tobacco products, and you give them a 14 milligram patch, aren't they going to get too much nicotine? At doses in the sort of like 10s to teens, you usually don't see a ton of nicotine toxicity, but I suppose it's possible if somebody's using a 14 milligram patch plus a stronger gum or lozenge, that one could get to very, higher than tolerable nicotine blood levels. And what happens then? Usually flushing, nausea, and people get very uncomfortable, and people usually find tobacco products more aversive when they're showing signs of nicotine toxicity. Unfortunately, nicotine has a relatively short half-life. So like if you just stop using, you stop vaping, stop smoking, or stop chewing, or using a nicotine product, usually any nicotine toxicity will resolve in a few hours. So I tend to be a little bit less afraid of going with higher doses of nicotine replacement therapy, because people with tobacco use sort of can develop very high tolerance to nicotine. And the benefits of adequately treating, the risk of inadequately treating tobacco use, sort of like underdosing nicotine replacement therapy products and ongoing smoking behavior, like that risk is substantial. And the risk of overdosing or higher dosing nicotine replacement therapy is sort of transient levels of discomfort that usually self-resolve when people develop symptoms of nicotine toxicity. The gums or the lozenges come in 2 and 4 milligram strengths. The way that the gum works is you have to chew it and push it against your cheek. So it's not something you just sit there and chew like chewing gum. Like you chew it, get the nicotine refreshed outside of the gum, then push it against your cheek, and then nicotine absorbs through the cheek. Nicotine has a peppery taste. So people will notice this like peppery flavor. When that flavor goes away, the nicotine on the outside of that gum has sort of expired. So you got to chew it again and park it again. And this is called the chew and park method. When the peppery taste is gone altogether, that gum is spent and the person can sort of spit it out. It is not chewing gum. And I've had patients sit there and chew it and say, I'm not feeling anything. It's because they're not doing it right. Like you got to chew it and then park it. It's the parking of the gum between the cheek and the gums. It's really important. Similar principle with the lozenge. The lozenge needs to go against the cheek, right? I had a patient chew a lozenge and swallow it. They're like, I need to feel relief right now. They chew and swallow the lozenge. And of course, experience no relief because nicotine was metabolized through their digestive system unabsorbed, right? So nicotine goes through the cheek, right? That's how nicotine is absorbed. It's through the skin through a patch, through the cheek with the gum or lozenge, through the lungs with an inhaler, or through the nasal mucosa with the nasal spray, right? But it's absorbed, it's not bioavailable if swallowed. The lozenges are also available over the counter in 2 and 4 milligrams. The inhaler and nasal sprays are not available over the counter. They're by prescription only. There are some disadvantages to mimic smoking behavior as well as nasal congestion. But for patients that have not done well with the gum or lozenge and are looking for something else, I prescribe many people the inhalers and nasal sprays. That's nicotine replacement therapy in a nutshell. Ooh, there's so many good questions. I will get to them, I promise. So bupropion. So bupropion sustained release is the classic Zyban, the sort of older brand name for smoking cessation, which is bupropion sustained release or SR. Now, bupropion SR needs to be dosed twice a day. And what's the biggest principle of medications for smoking treatment? It's patient adherence, right? It's which one's the patient going to take. I think that patient adherence is much better with once-a-day medications than twice-a-day medications. And there is a version of bupropion that I only need to prescribe once a day. It's the XL, or the extended release version. So there's actually some research comparing the SR version to the XL version, showing sort of equal efficacy. So in general, I just prescribe the once-a-day version that start at 150 once a day, then go up to 300 once a day thereafter. I do warn people bupropion is a very activating antidepressant or a smoking cessation aid, so it can cause tremor, cause insomnia if you take it too late in the day. So it's something you take usually when you wake up. And you can actually absolutely safely combine it with nicotine replacement therapy. The mechanism of action is it's a non-competitive antagonist that makes the nicotine receptors less responsive to nicotine. So this is just blood levels of the immediate release, sustained release, which is the smoking cessation, like FDA approved version. But you can get a decent what's called area under the curve, or sort of therapeutic effect with the once a day version. So that's the version I usually prescribe. Of all of these, bupropion is the most medically complicated. That is to say, it's got the most precautions and contraindications. So if somebody's on Wellbutrin, which is the brand name of bupropion for depression, they should not then also be on Zyban, which is the brand name for both. It's the identical chemical bupropion. Bupropion, there are dosing adjustments in liver injury. It can be used during pregnancy and breastfeeding, but again, sort of with caution. It's not FDA approved for adolescents, and there used to be a black box warning on treatment emergent neuropsychiatric symptoms that has since been removed. And then its contraindication, again, we don't recommend it for people that have seizures or people that are likely to seize, like people who are going to abruptly stop drinking or using sedatives. The current or prior diagnosis of bulimia or anorexia is a contraindication. And if anyone is taking a monoamine oxidase inhibitor, they have to get the MAOI out of their system first before they can take bupropion. And last but certainly not least is varenicline, the prescription medication that is an alpha-4 beta-2 nicotinic choline receptor blocker. Well, actually, it's a partial agonist. It provides some nicotine effects while blocking nicotine from binding. So it's a high affinity, blocks any nicotine from binding to the nicotine receptor, while also providing some nicotine effects. That also means that people are on the standard dosing, which is 1 milligram twice a day of varenicline, and they stop taking it suddenly, you can go into nicotine withdrawal because it does have nicotine effects. The usual titration is you start with 0.5 milligram once a day, then 0.5 milligram twice a day, and then 1 milligram twice a day, which is the sort of standard dosing. There's studies of up to 6 months of treatment with varenicline. I've had some patients on varenicline even longer than that, particularly if they're continuing to smoke. And one principle here is you don't start a taper until you've achieved the endpoint. So if the person is on like a nicotine replacement therapy, plus or minus varenicline, and they're continuing to smoke, right? Then you increase things. You either increase doses, you increase psychosocial treatment, you increase counseling, you increase support before you start tapering. And what I've seen happen is people like, okay, you get 2 weeks of 21 milligrams, 2 weeks of 14 milligrams, 2 weeks of 7, or you get 4 weeks of varenicline, they'll start tapering you off. Like you don't start it, you have to individualize the taper. You start tapering people off of the medications once you've achieved the endpoint. And for many people, that's stop smoking. But that also means if some people have reduced their smoking but haven't quit, you can use these medications long term, right? There's people take bupropion for decades, right? It's a lifetime of bupropion treatment. People can take nicotine replacement therapy long term. People can take varenicline long term. Payers don't always. What's the right term? Payers won't always pay for it, right? There's oftentimes different rules, but like in principle, there's nothing a priori. There's no sort of clear endpoint over which it's safe to prescribe these medications, because tobacco product use is like well known to be very, very threatening to one's health. And people will do that their whole lives too. So this is why it's so imperative to offer adequate treatment for adequate durations. I was going to save questions to the end, but Annie says, wait a minute, is varenicline still available? Yes, it is. Varenicline is still available. It was not pulled from the market. That is, the FDA did not withdraw varenicline's FDA approval. It remains an FDA-approved medication. The supply of varenicline manufactured by Pfizer had nitrosamines in it over the allowable level. So there had to be a nationwide recall. So pharmacies have had trouble getting varenicline. But pharmacies can absolutely get apovarenicline, which is a Canadian version. There's an NDC code that pharmacies can use to order it. And so usually what I find now is when I prescribe varenicline, I usually have to then send the NDC code to the pharmacy to say, hey, like make sure to get, like this is how you get it, because you can absolutely get it. And Dr. Tran, yeah, apovarenicline is a generic version of varenicline. Okay. Varenicline has side effects like everything else. So nausea, sleep disturbances, and this is not one that you like to take off at night. So it can cause nightmares because it does have nicotine effects. Headache, farting, constipation, taste alteration, and sort of rare neuropsychiatric symptoms. I'm a psychiatrist, so I get asked about varenicline like all the time. And I would say the neuropsychiatric symptoms of varenicline are known but rare. And what I'll tell people is if you take this medication, you develop suicidal thoughts, or you're having real serious mood or anxiety problems, stop taking it and call me, right? So it's not the sort of medication that like, like suicidality trumps smoking cessation from my perspective. Like I would rather find a more tolerable treatment. But those again are very rare. I mean, I learned first how to prescribe varenicline in a clozapine clinic for people with very serious mental illness, and patients did fine on it. Okay, so I get asked all the time. What about the varenicline supply shortage? So there is a generic varenicline available. I put the link if you want to like find the NDC code. But the apovarenicline tablet, that's the NDC code that if any individual is having trouble finding varenicline, you can give this to the pharmacy, and there is a pathway of getting the varenicline accessed through the generic pathway. And what do we know about smoking treatments and psychiatric events? Irrespective of medications or smoking products or of smoking treatment, people who use tobacco products attempting to quit are more likely to experience moderate to severe neuropsychiatric events. That is just that is true. And interestingly, at least in this particular study published in 2019, people with psychiatric history who are female, younger age, and very greater severity of tobacco product use predicted neuropsychiatric events. Varenicline may be more effective than NRT, or at least a single version of NRT, and there's not evidence that varenicline is adversely associated with poor mental health outcomes overall, right? So in post-marketing surveillance, it isn't that there isn't risks, but most people with neuropsychiatric side effects do not end up psychiatrically hospitalized, do not end up completing suicide, right? Do not end up with sort of more serious adverse effects. All right. So here's a chart going through kind of the medication, recommended medication strategy, which is if somebody uses tobacco products, not every day, right? They're kind of like they smoke when they go out or whatever, right? They can carry gums or lozenges. And this is what we developed for the health system where I work, where we don't have the inhaler or nasal spray in our formulary. So our PRN or as needed versions of NRT are just the gum or lozenge. But to use the 2 or 4 milligram gum or lozenge, depending on how much somebody usually smokes or vapes when they go out. So when somebody feels a craving, they use a gum or lozenge. If somebody smokes a quarter pack a day or less, that's corresponds to 5, or in this chart we said 8 or fewer nicotine cigarettes or equivalents, right? Because equivalents could be other formats of tobacco. Then you get a 7 milligram patch plus a 2 milligram gum or lozenge, and if the patient's interested, plus bupropion. Right, so combination NRT, we start with that as the rule rather than the exception. Or if in the health system where I work, varenicline is a second line option after the patches. You can do varenicline plus the gum or lozenge plus bupropion. So truly combination formats. And the idea of going all out is you don't want to miss an opportunity to support a patient when they're ready to make positive change, even if they're not ready to totally quit. So half a pack a day gets you, sort of 9 to 15 cigarettes a day gets you a 14 milligram patch, 2 or 4 milligram gum or lozenge based on patient preference, and then bupropion or varenicline plus the 2 or 4 milligram gum or lozenge. And by the time you're at a pack a day, then you're at a 21 milligram patch plus a 4 milligram gum or lozenge plus potentially bupropion. If somebody's smoking 2 packs a day, then it's 2 patches. There is clear evidence on the safety of high dose NRT for people who have high degrees of physiologic nicotine dependence. So I always sort of like, however much you smoke, get a reliable history. That's the amount of nicotine replacement therapy you get, even if it's 2 patches a day. Most people with mental illness, and that's kind of the space where I work, right? A lot of people with mental illness that I serve. I see patients at West Central Family Mental Health Center in South LA, is where I provide clinical care. Most people need medication at higher doses for longer durations and in combination. People with bipolar disorder should really only receive bupropion if they're adequately mood stabilized. So bupropion is not for everybody, but it's a good medication for those for whom it's appropriate. And each agent is effective for those with schizophrenia. And for those of you that work in mental health settings, I would, I don't want to say admonish, but I would recommend, like, smoking is a medical illness. Tobacco use disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosable medical illness. Smoking behavior changes the way that we metabolize a number of medications, particularly a number of psych medications. And it's not the nicotine, it's actually the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons that are in the smoke itself. So cytochrome P450-1A2 is one such enzyme. It's metabolizes many of our first and second generation antipsychotics, a number of the tricyclics, duloxetine, mirtazapine. I mean, there's a number of psych meds affected by 1A2. And it's funny. So I work at TMH where we put smoking status as a demographic. It's like, your name, your date of birth, and other permanent things like your smoking status. I'm being facetious. Smoking status is not permanent, but it's sort of listed as a demographic. Or rather, it's on the from my perspective, it should be on the problem list, right? Like whatever you have, like schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, and tobacco use disorder. Like, it goes on the problem list because we have meds, counseling, support to treat tobacco use disorder the same way we use meds, counseling, support to treat other forms of medical illness. If you want a more complete chart, my colleagues in Australia, of all places, have just a wonderful chart on medication interactions to smoking cessation. And one of the questions that I've seen but haven't answered is, okay, well, what about disparities in access to healthcare? There's clearly disparities in access to healthcare, so no question about that. Kick It California is the California Smokers Helpline that is available to all Californians, right? So one way of addressing access is to create delivery mechanisms for tobacco treatment, sort of irrespective of setting, right? Because settings are prone to all the structural barriers to care, right? Structural racism, structural homophobia, structural transphobia, structural, like there's all of these sort of like structural barriers to care, right? So that's one of the powers of the effort like Kick California to support the delivery of tobacco use disorder counseling to anyone that needs it, sort of regardless of their ability to pay. For people who are pregnant, psychotherapy is first line. There's a couple articles that nicotine replacement therapy is somehow less effective during pregnancy, although there is a trend towards significance, so it's not necessarily like known to be ineffective. The U.S. Preventive Service Task Force found insufficient to recommend medication interventions for smoking treatment, although I'll say the conventional wisdom of you have a patient who's pregnant with tobacco use disorder who's not in remission and they're not responding to counseling, like nicotine replacement therapy, from my mind, is the next logical place to go, even if there's not like a strong evidence-based support it, because there really is just limited evidence of perinatal harms associated with nicotine replacement therapy, although research in this area is pretty thin. The metabolism of nicotine is increased during pregnancy, and nicotine replacement therapy using for smoking treatment in pregnancy does increase smoking cessation rates in late pregnancy. It's not great data to start bupropion or varenicline or electronic nicotine delivery systems, which are ENDS, during pregnancy. That just is not well validated. We know that there is some nicotine in the breast milk of lactating patients, although lactated nicotine is present in very small amounts and is not well absorbed through the stomach. So it's way safer for a person to use nicotine replacement therapy while breastfeeding than it is for them to smoke while breastfeeding, because you get all the same nicotine plus all of the polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Bupropion is also present in the breast milk of lactating patients. We actually don't know about the metabolism of varenicline in breast milk. And I'll just, one other thing, I work in addiction treatment, and one of the questions I get asked all the time is, well, we should really have patients take things one step at a time. But you know what I mean? Like if they're here for alcohol, they should quit alcohol. If they're here for methamphetamine, they should quit methamphetamine. And the smoking's later. And the evidence is actually the exact opposite. People who are able to get smoking treatment while they're getting addiction treatment do better with their primary with their primary substance. And in fact, like people without a tobacco use disorder, when they go to addiction treatment, because smoking is so prevalent in addiction treatment, start smoking. Like 14% of 11% of non-smokers start smoking when they go to addiction treatment. They pick up a tobacco use disorder when they go to addiction treatment. And without smoking treatment, most people with tobacco use disorder don't change their smoking behavior. People who stop smoking while in addiction treatment are more than twice as successful to remain in remission from their primary substance use disorder. And a meta-analysis did show, a 25% increase in the likelihood of long-term abstinence from alcohol-assisted drugs for people who stop smoking. And smoking treatment does not appear to impair the presenting problem. You're going to hear different speakers answer the following question differently here today, which is, do I recommend electronic nicotine delivery system or END systems, such as vapes or e-cigarettes, as a tool to quit smoking? And I don't. I don't in my practice. And it's not because you can't transition people, right? Actually, like it is not difficult to transition people from conventional cigarettes to electronic nicotine delivery systems. The challenge is, it's hard to get people off of those electronic nicotine delivery systems. In fact, transitioning people to these ENDS systems, compared to nicotine, compared to kind of conventional medications for smoking treatment, is associated with less quitting than conventional smoking treatment. So I guess I'm a traditionalist around supporting conventional smoking treatment, and not necessarily opposed to harm reduction for people that aren't, who aren't ready for traditional treatment for smoking cessation. But I don't personally use ENDS as it's sort of like, if somebody says, hey, I have insomnia, I'm going to start drinking alcohol so I can sleep better. It's like, fair enough, you can start drinking alcohol. I'm not prescribing, I'm not recommending or prescribing that as a tool. Smokefree.gov is the US national kind of website that's got a bunch of great resources on it. Kick California is our California Smokers Helpline. There's a 12-step program around smoking cessation called Nicotine Anonymous. Most of my material comes from UCSF, the UCSF Smoking Cessation Leadership Program. And I mentioned that I am affiliated with ASAM. ASAM is a member of the Behavioral Health for Tobacco-Free Coalition. And I don't recommend lighter natural cigarettes, smokeless tobacco, or e-cigarettes. And the key to helping people with smoking who with tobacco use disorders, don't quit quitting, right? Even if somebody's not ready today, doesn't mean they won't be ready at some point in the future. So this is my email address if there's any questions. Let me kind of power through some of these here. All right, so Shmuel says, there's a role for the healthcare system. What about inequity and accessibility of healthcare services? What disparities in accessibility of healthcare services between wealthy and low socioeconomic groups of the population? How do I need to resolve this serious issue to eliminate unequal access from smoking-related disease for people with healthcare services? So one of the reasons that Dr. Friedman and I wrote this tobacco-related disease research program grant was to integrate smoking cessation services into LA County public sector treatment, right? Into where our DMH and DHS systems provide healthcare to people who are in under-resourced settings. So I don't think it's, I'm so helpful, so grateful that we have the California Smokers Helpline, KK California, but that's not sufficient. You have to actually bring smoking treatment to where people are. So that means that our homeless outreach services, our intensive case management services, like every part of the public sector system needs to be involved with smoking cessation. It's not this specialty service that the patient has to go to. You have to bring the service to where people are. And I think that, that's one way of helping to, I lost my window here. That's one key way of addressing inequitable access is, well, one, solve racism and structural barriers to care. Like that would be another thing, but like on a very practical level, bring smoking to where people are.
And I want to show the slide for a second here. This is from our preliminary data from our group showing the use of medications in DHS in the treatment arms, which is in the blue, has gone up nicely, very significantly with time, much more so than the treatment as usual. Both have gone up. So it means smoking cessations are being used more frequently in DHS than before, but there's still a ways to go.
Yeah, still a ways to go for sure. But that's the idea, right? Is to integrate these treatments into systems that are already providing. Oh, my window keeps going away.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay, but
there was a comment. Steven says, "What about?" Okay. Reminded everybody that bupropion has side effects. Absolutely, can be used for depression and weight loss. Absolutely. Usually start with a higher dose patch and taper off. Absolutely, with the caveat of don't start the taper until you're at the endpoint, until the person has actually successfully sustained it. Quit attempt. Anya recommends the chew and fart method. Yes, I think I covered that. I appreciate you recommending it. What about people who vape high concentrations? Some of the vapes go all the way up to 50 milligrams. Yeah, two patches, right? 2 20 milligram patches plus additional nicotine replacement therapy on top. So I might even do 2 patches plus a 14. You can dose NRT to meet or sort of exceed the amount of nicotine someone's taking. Anya also recommends 2 20 milligram patches. Yep, you and I are on the same page. Are they still prescribing varenicline? Yes, they are. It can be tough to get if it's not always covered, but apovarenicline is sort of the recommended generic version if you can't get the brand name. And I appreciate, Dr. Twin, you're talking about the generic version. Would I recommend anti-nausea medications who experience nausea? Generally speaking, I don't find that I need to use a lot of anti-nausea medications. The nausea is usually transient with varenicline and goes away. But in somebody whose nausea is not going away, yeah, you could. I would just, I usually would either lower the dose till it's tolerable or find a different agent if the nausea is intolerable. Shmuel says, what about, I think this was a repeat question, so I think I answered that above. Dr. Tran says, pharmacies now have the non-APO generic version, but sometimes it's not covered by the health plan. Yeah, sometimes you have to submit a prior auth. I remember for a lot of times at DMH, you have to submit prior auth to get stuff paid for. Sophia says, for TRICARE patients over 65 and not having Medicare coverage, how to access cessation medications. Forgive me that I don't know all the intricacies about financial eligibility for TRICARE patients. I would try to Either they can purchase stuff over the counter if they have the financial resources for doing that, or you can submit prior authorization request to try to get a payer covering it. What about 16-year-olds? So most forms of like varenicline, nicotine replacement therapy, and bupropion are FDA approved for 18 years and up. I would say there are plenty of 16-year-olds that can tolerate nicotine replacement therapy. It's an off-label prescription practice. Do I offer multiple rounds of varenicline to people who quit? Yeah, in fact, I usually don't stop varenicline until people do. So I'll, people on like long-term varenicline treatment, and usually then I have to submit prior authorization requests to get stuff covered. Oh gosh, I'm out of time. Steven says, I'm an STD counselor in recovery who knows those who try to quit the drug use, replace it with cigarettes and coffee. Yeah, and that's why we need to offer smoking treatment so that people are routed to more healthful ways of managing. Thank you, Molly. Anya says dermal absorption lowers nicotine. Yep, it does. Dr. Newman, it's good to see you again. Addiction is a learned behavior, so any substance of choice factor behavior when it comes to relapse behaviors can trigger it. Bart, I don't know that I totally understand what you're saying, but yes, any smoking behavior can trigger ongoing smoking behavior. All right, thank you so much for your time and attention here this morning, and thank you to Dr. Friedman, and apologies to Norma for my going over.
That's okay. Thank you so much for all this valuable information. And just a reminder to everyone, you will be receiving these slide decks. And so you have this wonderful resource tool to refer back to, as well as being able to watch this again on live stream YouTube. Next up, we have Dr. Eliza Tong, who's going to talk to us about understanding disparities in tobacco treatment for Latinos who have Medi-Cal insurance.
Thank you. And Norma, are you going to bring up my slides?
I can. Oh, you can do it. You should be able to share.
Oh, okay. But if you're able to.
Okie dokie. I have them open. Just one moment here.
I'm always worried about lagging. But yeah, just to, as the slides get pulled up, just want to appreciate, the whole team for putting on this Smoking Cessation Day. It's always a pleasure to come talk to everyone. And I'm wearing a few different hats today. So besides being the PI for one of the TRDRP projects, I'm also a project director for something called California Quits, which is it's funded by the California Tobacco Control Program, but we're a tobacco learning collaborative that helps health systems integrate tobacco treatment. And then also we have a work group with the Medi-Cal managed care plans. So as I was working on this TRDRP project, though, working with LA County, LADHS, of course, Latino health became, something that we thought about much more. Some of my previous research with Janice So, as one of my mentors, was focused on Asian American and Pacific Islander populations. And so this was a chance for us to think about how can we, think about Latino smoking more. So I'm just going to present a deeper dive into a paper we recently published, and also some thoughts about takeaways, for some of the practical clinical applications for some of this research. Next slide. Just want to acknowledge, though, that tobacco is a health equity issue, a social justice issue as well. Many populations have been, and communities have been targeted by the tobacco industry for many years. And so just talking about the Latino population today, I just want to acknowledge that, this covers, a broader topic as well. This graphic and information page comes from the California Tobacco Control Program. So, and they have data related to each of these different priority populations. So feel free to look at that URL later. It's very user-friendly and public facing. So want to encourage all of you to look at this resource. Next slide. So this one is a little bit another thing from the California Tobacco Control Program, from their facts and figures sheet. And today, what I'm just talking about are low socioeconomic populations, so those covered by Medi-Cal. and then also the Latino population. And as we heard earlier today, California has a very low smoking prevalence compared to many other states. We're very fortunate for a very strong tobacco control program for so many years. But just recognizing we still have over 3 million tobacco users, and a third of them, many of them being covered by Medi-Cal, and then many of them being Hispanic or Latino. So you may also hear that Latinos have a low smoking prevalence rate, but just because of those total numbers, prevalence is not enough. We need to think of, who is our population. Next slide. And then when you look at our state Medi-Cal data too, they recognize there's also tobacco treatment disparities. So DHCS stands for our California Department of Healthcare Services. And they put out this report, which is available publicly, that shows, at least from administrative billing and coding data, that there are disparities in tobacco cessation use. So here you can see what they have by race, ethnicity. It's overall kind of low, 30%, but you can see here that the Latino population is interestingly the lowest. They didn't compare statistical significance here. I mean, this is large numbers of the population, but this is something that we already see here in our California Medi-Cal population. Next slide. So we just published this. It came out in January, and I'll put the URL in the chat because it's available publicly. And I want to acknowledge Cindy Valencia, who was the first author of this paper, and she used this towards her PhD dissertation in public health sciences. And she actually has a strong interest in Latino health. Today, it's a UC holiday for Cesar Chavez Day, so I told her I would present this, that she should take the day off for Cesar Chavez Day, but want to acknowledge that she comes from the community, and this is also something that she led in developing and publishing. Next slide. So walking you through just the paper. Actually nationally, it's an interesting phenomenon that Latino smokers are less likely than non-Latino white smokers to receive provider advice to quit and assistance for cessation. And it's an interesting phenomenon that's been described, in several publications, but as to why, nobody's really, had really examined, why that might be. There are different factors that we were interested in that we examined in this paper. And one thing that Cindy Valencia was very interested in was, well, in California, maybe it was an access to care issue because, we had expanded our Medicaid program with the Affordable Care Act, and maybe it was just access to insurance coverage. And, how did that help? So that influenced some of the time period of our study. And then also, one of the things I was interested in was that a lot of racial ethnic groups are known to be lighter smokers, so light and non-daily smokers. In California, 1 in 3 smokers don't smoke every day. So is that something that, we're missing those people for whatever reason on the provider side, or as we're talking about different treatments? So that was my personal interest also. Next slide. So the objective of this study was, as I was saying, what are these reasons for this disparities that's been well described already, and then we specifically looked at the Medi-Cal population because of this issue about access to care and insurance coverage. So some of the underlying factors we were interested in, access in terms of insurance coverage, and did you go to see a doctor or a healthcare provider? Acculturation measures, and then also smoking intensity. The next slide. And what did we look at? We have a great resource with the California Health Interview Survey, where they measure, our population, and also conducted in language, several languages as well, so Spanish in this case. And then the outcomes we were looking at in terms of provider advice and provider assistance. I'm sorry, if you could just back up one slide. And then also looking at race, ethnicity, and of course, this is self-reported. Next slide. And then here's some of the inclusion criteria that Cindy had, and then also on the first column and then the second column were some of the covariates that we looked at. And just want to note that acculturation, it's very, there are probably better measures, but what's in the California Health Interview Survey is, where are people born, and it's not a total deep dive into that. And then in terms of the analysis, this is what we looked at as well. And let me walk you through some of the tables. And I'm not sure if this is on an automatic slide thing, but go ahead and.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's going on here. Things are just jumping around on their own. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
This
It could
one?
be on an automatic timer.
Oh,
But if it is, just go back to it. So, but that's okay. So let me walk you through some of the tables here. So this is just characteristics of the sample that we looked at across the years of 2014 to 2018, so pre-pandemic. So of the smokers, the majority did see a provider in the past year, 3/4 for the Latino population, 80% for non-Latino whites. And then just some characteristics of the breakdown of the sample, less than half being Latino, over half being 40 and up, almost half being women, and 60% with less than or equal to a high school education. And we did see that Latinos were more likely to have non-daily smoking, some fewer office visits, less chronic disease, and limited English proficiency, which is one of the acculturation measures, and then being foreign born. So next slide. And then when we looked at the information about comparing the two variables of, were these Latino and non-Latino whites, what proportion of these folks who saw a health professional in the past year and were smokers, what percent got advice and what percent got assistance. And of course, this is self-report again, but you can see on the bottom part of the demographic characteristics there by row that 38% of Latinos versus 55% of Latinos said they got advice to quit when they saw a health professional, and then for assistance or referral to a program, 22% versus almost 36%, and that almost reached statistical significance. So anyways, we did see some of those same nationwide trends of the disparities. Next slide. And so these are just what's called regression models, where we were able to take into account multiple other variables to see how the relationship between race and these outcomes of provider advice or provider assistance changed. So in this first column, you can see the unadjusted model, which shows that 0.50, you can see that means that Latinos compared to non-Latino whites were less likely to have advice from the health professional. But when we, in the next column, in the adjusted column, you can see that once we took certain variables into account, that relationship no longer became significant. So what did become significant though was having those significant factors were having with those smokers who were more likely to have chronic disease or more likely to have more frequent office visits. So 5 or more. Those were the ones who were more likely to get advice. And that makes sense. If you show up to the doctor's office more often, there's more chances for you to be advised to quit. Next slide. So same thing for assistance. We sort of saw some of those similar patterns where, there was this, almost a significant result of Latinos being less likely to receive assistance from health professionals. But once we adjusted for these variables, that relationship did change. And so daily smokers, interestingly, were more likely to receive assistance, and that makes sense. If you have a pack-a-day smoker in front of you, they may be more likely to be referred to a program or to a quit line than someone who smokes, maybe not even every day. Next slide. So in summary, I know those were a lot of tables, but just the bullet points of this. So even though there are these disparities, there may be some explanatory factors of why there is this disparities. So, having a chronic disease, and then, if you have a chronic disease, you're more likely to go to the doctor too, right? To manage your diabetes, hypertension, asthma, what have you. And then, of course, if you're a daily smoker, maybe you're more likely to get medications, and show up on the, provider radar of saying, well, maybe I need to refer you to a program. But what do we do about this? No, there is no safe level of smoking. And just want to also note the limitations of this study. It is a cross-sectional survey. We can't tell, causal associations. This is self-reported information. And we didn't look at quit rates as well. This is just one of those process measures of, what are patients reporting in terms of saying, I saw a provider and this is what I recall them, helping me with. So just some final thoughts on the last 3 slides. So one thing that we, thought about that were important next steps was that proactive outreach outside of the clinic encounter is very important. I'm a general medicine physician, so primary care docs are burdened with many tasks, and tobacco is all sometimes gets relegated as just one of the things that you have to do for a 15-minute visit. So, how do we relieve that burden and also assist providers and also get direct to patients? So this is where, one thought about the quit line as being an adjunct for, some of our efforts. Oh, sorry, if you can go back. When you look at to see who's calling our state quit line, it's 1 in 5 of their callers are Latino, but then, over a third of California smokers are Latino. So how do, the quit line, the folks, they do know that, the folks who call in on their own tend to be heavier smokers, but if this is free evidence-based resources, how do we, have greater utilization of it? So another project that we've done before was direct to member mailings promoting the state quit line, which is actually still ongoing on a quarterly basis to over 6 million households, Medi-Cal households statewide. And this is in what's called the JVR mailing, and that's a quarterly benefit mailing that Medi-Cal is required to send to all Medi-Cal households. So there are flyers like these that go in, and at the time that we did this several years ago, there were some incentives that were added on, and in this case, this is a flyer showing free nicotine patches and a gift card. And when we evaluated this after the time of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid expansion, we saw a tremendous response in terms of Spanish-speaking Latinos calling in to the quit line. And actually, the non-Latino white collars, there were, it was, they still called in, but it was a remarkable difference. And so, was it that they needed so much the patches? Maybe not. I mean, there's other literature to suggest that just offering something for free already helps to promote, some self-efficacy and also some, some goodwill. So, the whole idea of how do we do this a little bit better in terms of population health, and COVID has shown us we can't wait for people to come to see the doctor or our health providers and, hope that everything can get addressed. And certainly community-based engagement and trust are, all very important factors as well. So, these are things where I think that have helped to direct some of our project in terms of trying to be more proactive in terms of helping those who maybe didn't show up 5 times in the last year, but they don't have any documented assistance. So that's why this has shaped some of our approach in terms of trying to assist the broader health system in closing care gaps, and also the providers as well to help reach this community outside of the clinic encounter. Next slide. And then in terms of smoking intensity and this whole phenomenon of Latino smokers being the lightest smokers out of all racial ethnic groups, I just want to remind folks that even low smoking levels and non-daily smoking, there's still even if you may have some less cancer risk, there is still a high cardiovascular risk. And in terms of what people smoking related deaths, there are more cardiovascular related deaths than cancer deaths. So this was a paper that we cited that just emphasizes how this, sorry, if you can go back, Norma, that low smoking levels and risk of heart disease and stroke is very important. This was a meta-analysis that was published a few years ago, looking at a whole number of studies and updated the literature. And I just wanted to put the visual below about how this idea of secondhand smoke exposure and low-level smoking, how it's not a linear dose response curve, and that linear dose response curve is if you see like a straight line going at 45 degrees angle, right? Like the more you smoke, the more likely you're going to get cancer. Well, for heart disease, it's a different mechanism, and we think more about inflammation and platelets and plaque rupture, and instead of the slower going mechanisms of clogging up your arteries, which is something that's important over the long term. So just wanted to share with you why this mechanism is so important, and even for Latinos, if they haven't developed chronic disease yet, it's still very important for heart health, for immediate health benefits to stop smoking, and even non-daily smoking and secondhand smoke exposure is very important to discuss and talk about. Next slide. I think this is my last slide. So just want to leave off with the note about quality improvement, and that how we're trying to, I was mentioning about care gaps and population health and health equity. And it's been mentioned before about, how do we change the system? Well, part of our California Quits team has been working with Medi-Cal in terms of the quality improvement programs that are coming into play, and all of us in the healthcare systems, we're all being paid for now by value-based care instead of just fee-for-service, as many of you may know now, right? So how do we improve our performance on these quality metrics? And one thing we had worked with Medi-Cal was to look at the percent of smokers counseled, and we advocated that tobacco be included in some of these metrics to examine health equity. And so we hope that this is something that we can keep up the momentum on. And, as the health systems like LADHS or even the UCs are looking, at their data, that they'll adopt, looking at the tobacco metric and, looking at the different racial ethnic group populations to see, how are we improving health equity? And then we're hoping that the plans will also follow suit as well. So that was a whole mouthful, but I see there are some questions in the chat, and happy to take any questions. So
yeah, go right ahead. You can roll through them yourself if you like.
Okay, so let me see. I think the first one was, it says, would you say that a huge barrier for Latinos is the possibility that there are very few bilingual providers and linking services? Yes, that is very important as well. And I think that's why in our study we were also interested to look at whether about limited English proficiency, to see if that was a factor. And of course it still is when you look at someone, the individual patient, that you're taking care of. And it's still a very important issue, for systems to, make access to care, culturally appropriate and linguistically appropriate too. It just didn't explain the disparities, though, that we saw in terms of these smokers reporting tobacco treatment. And maybe with a larger sample size, would we see differently, or a different population? Maybe, but at least for our study, it wasn't a factor. let me see here. There was a comment beforehand about it. There's an infomercial about African American communities and smoking, but haven't seen anything concerning other ethnicities. I know for the California Tobacco Control Program's media campaign, they are doing things for different communities. A lot of their media campaign now is digital too. Let's see, the next question. Medical program for smokers of California. These programs, those programs in the frames of public and state medicine, are we speaking about any private initiative? So for this study, at least, it was about smokers who are covered by public insurance for low income. So that's our state Medicaid program, which is called Medi-Cal. What level of accessibility of low socioeconomic population groups are serviced? I believe Medi-Cal is now covers 1 in 3 Californians. So it's, very important for our population's health. And then, about, I think less than half are kids. So it's important. It's an important insurance coverage for our youth and also for pregnant women also. There is another program called My Health LA, which for those in LA County and other counties for undocumented populations, which, at least for LA, it was, I think 99% Latino, but I know the Governor Newsom has been expanding Medi-Cal to cover more of that population as well. Let's see, any chances of this offer happening again? And I am imagining that some of the Medi-Cal incentives, any studies on using incentives in terms of recruitment, engagement, and retention of tobacco users. There is one of our last trials that we're doing right now will include a nicotine patch incentive message, which we hope will be done next month, at least for LADHS patients who have not received any assistance last year. And so part of our project is to try to figure out how to work with the managed care plans to have this sustained. So LA Care Health Plan, for example, that's the largest Medi-Cal managed care plan. HealthNet, which is a statewide one that we've established contracts with Kick It California for them to try to start doing population outreach for their smoker registries. And we're talking with them also about how to add on incentives like this. So I know before one of these, I think the first smoking cessation day that I came to talk at, one of the audience said, that patients come back and say, well, I used to get something from the quit line and now I don't. We really want to try to make those sorts of incentives long-term and it just has to go through all these approvals and contracts. But I'm very hopeful that we're going to be able to accomplish that. And I just want to recognize there's just a couple more minutes, so let me see. Oh, thank you, Janice. Don't take smoking lightly, right? That's great. And Janice and I have also worked on, a household project where, we're trying to encourage even secondhand smoke harms the family as well. It's not just your own health. I think I got to the one, Shmel, about let's see, Molly is facing a big deficiency in Spanish-speaking care and mental health services. Yes, and I know that that's a big priority for Medi-Cal as well, with behavioral health, and this is something that they're going to try to hold the plans more accountable in the next contracts that they're setting up in terms of population health and health equity. Do the free patches have any impact on the quit line recruitment rate? Certainly when the free patches are advertised, it does increase the number of calls to the quit line. So we did see that, for example, on the Quit for COVID study that we did during the pandemic between 2020 and 2021. We gave away 13,000 Californians benefited. But yeah, when we did also do a study targeting the Medi-Cal households, and we saw that the flyers that had that free nicotine patch message that people called more often than if it just said free help. So, it's more, I think it's more the idea of having some additional support and, people can always go to their provider to get covered medications. I think some of it may just be the hassle factor as well. But again, this is something we hope to try to sustain. And then finally, the homeless population, that's a big topic. And I wish Maya Vijaya Raghavan was here talking, but maybe at a future talk, we're going to have her talk to our California Quits Tobacco Learning Collaborative. So maybe we can try to make that a broader audience as well, because I know there's a big priority for Medi-Cal to also focus on this and a lot of need, a lot of issues that our homeless populations are facing.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, that question did come up earlier, and I told him I think that maybe next time we'll be able to have someone talk about addressing services for the homeless population. Thank you so much, Dr. Tong, for taking part of your holiday to come and be with us this morning. We appreciate you so much. And thank you for all the information. Okay. We're going to move right along here with our panel for the day. And they will be addressing our project's implementation of our kick-ass training in a Department of Mental Health clinic here in Los Angeles County. So as they're coming on, we'll have facilitator Tasha Dixon, LMFT, who is our behavioral health consultant and with Friends Research Institute. And we have Brianna Lopez, who's a study coordinator. Rebecca Tafoya, who's a SUDS counselor at the clinic, West Central, I believe it is, and Dr. Antoinette Tron, who's a pharmacist there. Are you ready to take the helm, Tasha?
I am. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure.
So we are in the TRDRP program. We are implementing various services throughout a lot of the Department of Health Service clinics, as well as Department of Mental Health clinics. And so we found in the process of doing this that the DMH clinics had a different process of getting started and operating than what our DHS clinics had. And so today we're going to talk to the facilitators of the Kick-Ash group that are at West Central Mental Health Clinic and kind of talk about those differences and what that looks like for mental health clinics to start a Kick-Ash group or have these interventions implemented within their clinic. So thank you guys for being here. So I want to know, can you guys tell us who you are and what are your roles regarding smoking cessation at your clinic?
I'll go first. Hi, everyone. I'm Antoinette Tran. I'm the clinical pharmacist that works for the direct operated LA County mental health clinics, specifically for the West Central mental health. And my role is as a facilitator of the groups that we offer on a weekly basis, as well as the prescriber of the group. So for patients that are interested in starting medications, I'll prescribe and manage and talk about the side effect management of the medications as well. And then for some patients, I'll follow them one-on-one on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
And my name is Rebecca Tafoya. I'm a substance abuse counselor at West Central Mental Health, and that serves part of South Los Angeles. I co-facilitate the cessation group with Dr. Tran, and primarily focusing on recovery talking points using the Kick-Ash curriculum. And my role with smoking cessation is engagement, promoting, and providing recovery support, either by individual counseling or group settings. And I collaborate with clinicians and psychiatrists about referrals for cessation.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brianna Lopez. I am the research coordinator and smoking cessation navigator at West Central, along with other DMH sites as part of our project. And I just kind of help support Dr. Tran and Rebecca with recruitment, or if they have any questions about my role as the smoking cessation navigator or the research coordinator with the smoking study that is there at the clinic.
Thank you. So Rebecca and Dr. Tran, is it possible, can you tell us about your clinic and the population that's served?
Yeah, so our clinic serves the mental health population, so patients with co-occurring mental health disorders, along with the tobacco use disorder.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, I mean, it's outpatient mental health services, for our low socioeconomic community. And, clients are assigned a therapist, psychiatrist, and case manager during treatment.
Okay. And in general, how do you imagine, or how is it, happening now that smoking cessation interventions are benefiting your clinic?
So I found it very beneficial for our patients because as they go down on their smoking or they quit smoking, they're able to utilize other safer mechanisms so that they can cope with their anxiety, stress, or depression. So I've been seeing a lot of changes as they've been able to address their nicotine dependence.
Yeah. Clients know they have a place to go to talk about challenges, thoughts, feelings. That's a plus. And we always provide like that growth mindset support. We provide the education, understanding, and support with clients and meet them where they're at in their journey to reduce their nicotine use. We recently had a client who started the Change Talk like a year ago, and his attendance was minimal, but we stayed consistent and available and provided the outreach support. And last week he came to Group Plus, and he shared about how he noticed his nicotine use had reduced by changing some of the pattern behaviors that we talk about during group.
Nice. Okay. So I know that when we talk about the differences between, or the processes to get the group started and everything that that you have to go through, one of those processes is Medi-Cal, and I wanted to ask, are there any internal processes that need to be completed for Medi-Cal to recognize this as a service?
I think in terms of being recognized with the service, I know there's a lot of billing behind it. So you have to be correct in your billing in order for it to be recognized. And then I believe there's also a treatment plan that had to be involved. Rebecca might have more information about the treatment plan though.
Yeah, I mean, usually before the first engagement, I'll do like a record review of progress notes, make sure we have a current treatment plan, review the adult assessment, and any medication notes to identify any progress or lack of progress towards reducing their level of mental health symptoms. And then I'll communicate with the client's treatment team to address any needed updates to secure my notes, meet the criteria for the required billing code. So because the clients are at a place of readiness for change when we find out about them, I can utilize a different community outreach code in an effort to promote that mental health service. But the record review is also helpful because it gives me an understanding of what other challenges and barriers I may assist the client with, such as resources in the community or advocating for them with their treatment team.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Also, sorry, I just wanted to add to that specifically for the mental health clinics, we do, when we write our notes, we have to be very specific on how we're treating both the mental health disorder and the tobacco disorder. So in order for it to be recognized by Medi-Cal, so that's a very important component of it as well.
Yeah. Okay. And so once a patient is identified as interested in the Kick-Ash group, what is the process you must do to get them started?
Once we receive a notification from either their psychiatrist or their clinicians, and also we get referrals from Brianna too when patients go through the smoking cessation study, we reach out to them. So it's either myself or Rebecca that calls them to provide a brief introduction on what they're going to expect and how they can enroll into the group. We'll go over what they'll expect in each group. So we do like a weekly check-in to check like how much they're smoking and how it's reduced by each week. Also, some of the struggles that they may have in terms of their mental health, they'll be able to add into their weekly check-in too. And then we go over like how to use the video conferencing app so that they can come into our virtual groups.
Nice. Okay. So we have the group start. We have identified patients. We have they've met the requirements for Medi-Cal and the billing. What would you say is the biggest barrier with getting the group even known by patients? How are they finding out about the group, and what are the barriers to that?
Oh my gosh, I think the COVID pandemic has been the largest barrier for us. In the very beginning, we were doing in-person groups, so a lot of patients didn't feel quite comfortable coming into the groups in person because of all of the precautions that are involved with it. So when the in-person groups were going, not many patients were coming through. So at that point, we decided to transition over to the virtual groups, and virtual groups, of course, have their own barriers as well. So just getting patients acquainted with using technology, especially in our mental health population, and then also LA County population might not have access to Wi-Fi, might not have access to data. So those were our biggest barriers, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You want to add, Rebecca?
I mean, we're going on a whole year today of, dealing, with the impacts from COVID, but, just having the opportunity to reconnect clients with services throughout the past couple of years has just it's been challenging. It's been a barrier, but, we still needed to move forward. And so once we learned how to utilize whatever tools we could get our hands on, then we were able to teach our clients.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so so you talked about the barriers of as facilitators in the process of the group with COVID, and what is it? Are there any barriers surrounding recruitment or marketing, or I guess not necessarily marketing, but putting the word out? How do you put the word out to your patients?
Yeah, so it's really dependent on the clinicians and the psychiatrists that they're seeing, because prior to COVID, we used to have advertisements or flyers to let them know as they come into the clinic and see their clinicians. They'll be able to see the bulletin board. But with COVID happening and everything kind of switching over to virtual or telehealth, it's really dependent on each session that the prescriber or the psychiatrist brings it up, what their interest in smoking cessation is and if they're interested in partaking in our groups.
Okay. One of the things that's unique about your clinic is that we kind of created this task force of members of your clinic, besides the two of you who are facilitating, but just to get everyone on board, to help everyone be on the same page, as well as myself and Brianna and Dr. Hurley coming in to kind of help facilitate the process of the groups running smoothly, the recruitment, getting it known. How has that task force and having everyone in your clinic involved in that task force and meeting on a regular basis, how has that been helpful in getting the groups up and running and being consistent?
It's been incredibly helpful. There's so many components behind just the group itself that me and Rebecca might not have huge knowledge of. So a lot of the billing components we were able to ask part of the task force, like how to best approach and get it covered by Medi-Cal. And then also the other components as to like kind of being able to get ideas from everyone too, like whenever something where we face like a barrier or something that makes it more difficult or challenging to get the word out or to get patients interested, we'll have all of these different types of opinions from everyone. That has been very, very helpful in getting the process started and continuing to be successful.
Yeah, it's definitely a good opportunity for problem solving and, refresh with updates, and most of all, stay connected with the objective and goal of integrating a system of service for our clients.
Nice. So we kind of talked about the effects of COVID-19 on and being in quarantine, about the groups and how did it affect the process. Can you go in a little bit more detail of how you've noticed COVID-19 affecting it, positive or negative, the process of the kick-ash smoking cessation groups?
Yeah, so there's like a lot of components, I think, to the group that would have been more beneficial if it was in person, such as using the handbooks. So the handbooks, we have to we have to send it out to patients and mail it out to patients or have them come in person to pick it up. And then a lot of patients also enjoy seeing face-to-face interaction too. So getting them to be more open to a virtual group versus coming in has been a little bit difficult. But once I saw that once they're coming into their group and they kind of recognize like the benefits and them being able to see people on video, they're a little bit more open to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, even when we tried the in-person groups, it was still there were some complications because you can't really hear very well with the mask on. Mm-hmm. So it was just kind of like, But, once we did, help our clients with setting up their telehealth account, it helped reduce like that initial anxiety when we would have that first engagement with them one-on-one. You see, this is how the portal works. And, just having that first visual connection with us seems to help clients feel a little bit more comfortable. Plus, it gives the opportunity to go over what the group rules are and, how the group functions and times, and just building a rapport and relationship with the client. Some clients are more comfortable one-on-one, but gradually they become, open to virtual groups.
Yeah, good. So tell us how your group is going.
I think our group is going pretty good, especially with how much we've progressed over the past 2 years. We've always gotten at least a couple patients coming into the group each time, and their interest in coming to each subsequent group has been pretty consistent as well. So I've loved being able to interact with these patients and seeing them grow as they reduce their cigarette consumption.
Yeah, and I, we can honestly say this month is our foundation and system is set. We could say that this month it's set. And so there's this sense of security of how we're going to make it work, but there's always room for improvement. But clients are showing up for groups and developing a relationship of support with each other. And clients are expressing comfortability while in groups. And most of all, they're remembering what they heard in group 2 months ago that was helpful with recent challenges.
Good. So what have you noticed to be beneficial to patients that are involved in your group in regards to reduction in smoking? Do you see a difference in mood? And because they're co-occurring diagnoses, does that affect them in a positive way as well, if you've seen that?
Yeah, I think consistency is really the key to this patient population. Consistently checking in on them and seeing how they are doing. And I have seen a huge reduction in both their anxiety and their depression as they go down on cigarette use. Because when they're trying to cut down, there's so much anxiety kind of revolving around their desire to cut down and not being able to without the right support. So by giving them that support that they need, they're feeling like they're actually achieving their goals. And then once they achieve or even cut down, it's like a small reward for themselves, and it does help improve their overall mood and anxiety in general. And at the same time, they also learn different coping mechanisms. So tobacco, they've been so dependent as a coping mechanism, but by being able to utilize like breathing exercises and other exercises to bring down their anxiety and stress, has been incredibly beneficial.
Good.
Yeah, and clients have this sense of connection with a supportive service that only has their best interests, and they feel that. And disclosure of lived experience has been helpful for clients, knowing and understanding that cycle of nicotine addiction and being able to, communicate that, not with big words, and just being mindful of that, and knowing what emotional patterns, social and withdrawal triggers that clients may experience is another way to communicate. Recovering from nicotine use is a process and possible.
Good. It's good to hear. One of the things in implementing the kick-ash groups in our clinics, the hope is that they continue on past the TRDRP project. So overall, as you continue to facilitate these groups, how do you imagine it progressing and sustaining in your clinic?
I imagine it continuing, because then even after the completion of the studies, patients have been continually interested in attending these groups, and I've been able to kind of see that their interest is actually genuine. And I think the genuine interest will be what continues, what will bring them back.
Yeah. I see it. We could only get better. Now that the foundation is set, like if you build it, they will come. This is going to be a good year. And our psychiatrists are awesome with their client-centered services. So, I see more referrals coming. Our foundation is set. Our therapists are always wanting clients to participate in, ancillary services and to learn more coping techniques to support the client's wellness, recovery, and hope. So it's going to be a good year.
Good. That's good to hear. So for Brianna, let's ask you what your perspective is, seeing the group from a person coming in from outside of the clinic.
So definitely. So as a spectator, I saw Rebecca. She's obviously well-versed in the material, the kick-ash material, and she has many years of experience with smoking cessation counseling. I do see that there were issues starting the group, especially with COVID, when in-person was no longer an option. However, I also saw the benefit that came out of that, which was the ability to get a platform like VC at the clinic so that they can have virtual groups. And I think that helped Rebecca see clients where they are in the settings that they smoke. So with that, she's able to talk about their habits or maybe rituals around smoking, and while they're actually actively present in those spaces. And I think Rebecca has mentioned that before, where she has seen people where they she kind of sees the smoke coming in, like they're in group, but they're kind of still wanting to smoke, or they still get those urges to smoke. I know she could probably mention that story, but I think it is good to kind of see patients in that environment. And I think it kind of helps give them a better perspective on how to change those behaviors.
Good. Rebecca, do you want to add to that bit of a story?
I'm trying to remember which story it was. I'm wondering if it was the one where it was so, compulsive, because it's part of a natural habit that, clients they do, and we were in group and client lit a cigarette. And it was like, oh, okay. But they were able to go, oh, my bad, I'm sorry, and put it out. But even connecting in that moment, no, I can't do this. This is the wrong time. But we utilize that as a learning tool, of how that automatic behavior, is it prompted by, thoughts? Is it feelings? Is it habit? And we just kind of like, not so much normalize it, but just kind of identify, help identify, what it is they do.
Yeah. It's so interesting. It's how habits are out of sight, out of mind. They're just what we do, and not even being able to register that I'm in a smoking group. Yet I'm going to start. Lighting the cigarette is so normal and habitual that it's good that you were able to kind of highlight that for the client and bring that to awareness for the other clients in the group as well. Well, I just want to say thank you both, Dr. Tran and Rebecca, for all that you do. I know it's a journey to help people to stop smoking. And I also know, and being on this journey with you in the process of getting started and getting to the point where you are now, I'm just so thankful that you guys are putting your all into this work and helping people with this, because it's super important. And thank you guys thank you for even joining the panel to open up how your clinic is operating in this as well.
Thank you so much.
So yeah, I guess I was going to ask if you had any questions. Yeah.
Can you see the chat, or you want us to pull them off?
Pull it up. I could pull it up,
okay.
I think.
And some of them you might need assistance from Dr. Friedman. They might not be necessarily totally about the group, but hopefully between the folks on the call, you'll be able to respond.
I'm looking. I'm trying to figure out where they start for me.
Okay. I know one of the first ones I remember is about getting the curriculum. You want to address that, because I think I see that more than once.
That's a question that's also going to come up again. I'm going to discuss the curriculum in the next presentation after our break in detail. Access to the curriculum at this moment is not available, and we'll talk about that more in that presentation.
Okay.
I think
I'll comment on that, and maybe Brian wants to comment also. We'll definitely look forward to hearing it this afternoon. But we have a grant that we planned on not giving out till the grant was ending, and we're sort of in our last year of a grant. So I think it will be somewhat sooner rather than later that we'll be able to disseminate the curriculum. And I think, as Norma mentioned, there's some fantastic counselors on the call today, on the webinar today, that are just doing fantastic work. And we want to help you continue your work and give you more resources if we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is a question for me. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would you say that a huge barrier for Latinos is this possibility that there are very few bilingual providers in linking services? I don't know if that's for this panel, but I can say that I know in the process of implementing the groups, we've had a lot of facilitators talk about that barrier where there are bilingual or Spanish speaking clients who would benefit from the group being facilitated in Spanish. We have some of our sites do have that option. Not a lot of them do. And so we are very aware of that. and still working to kind of figure out that barrier and how to implement that across the board. But it also will be on who's facilitating the group, because the curriculum is the curriculum and they can interchange it in languages. And so we did also make some of the handouts to be in Spanish as well, so that when giving those out to the groups, to the participants, then they will have that in their language. Anyway, medical programs for smokers of California, those programs in the frames of public and state medicine. I don't know if this is for us. State medicine, or we are speaking about any private initiative, and what level of accessibility of low socioeconomic population groups to services of the programs. Is that a question for our panel, do you think, Norma?
If there's someone there that can answer it, or if one of our other clinicians can chime in.
I also think Dina said that the chat started at 11:33 for this.
Oh, okay. So let me go down to my lane. So there's a lot of sub-counselors, a lot of bilingual sub-counselors, which is great. And if you're in one of our DHS or DMH clinics that we're offering this during this study, and you are in a position to facilitate a group, we'd love to hear from you and get you trained in the curriculum. Shout out to all the sub-counselors for sure. How we go about bringing Kick-Ash into our agency, acquiring a curriculum and being trained to facilitate. Again, if you are part of LA County DHS and DMH in one of our clinics, that is something offered on a regular basis where we're providing trainings to the staff of those clinics. If you're in a private agency, like Dr. Friedman mentioned, the curriculum will be available at the end of the study, which could be towards the end of this year. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to populate that for others. And as far as being trained in that, we also need to figure that process out as well. Instead of just giving out the curriculum, do we want it to be to its full fidelity? That's something that we still haven't gotten to in the study to discuss. I see a comment about having a hard time engaging groups as well via virtual setting. That is a barrier, and that's hard, especially as we start to move to the latter, maybe part of COVID, I hope. That it's been a couple of years now of virtual interaction in Zoom, and people are becoming restless with that. And so it's even more hard. People are actually now wanting to ask for in-person things that's not still implemented. So yeah, keep trying, keep talking to them. I know at some point some of our clinics, and they still do, DHS clinics do not have a group, a platform to do groups virtually. So what they're actually doing are individual phone calls to their patients and implementing the curriculum on an individual basis. So if that's something that's helpful for you to engage people in, that could work as well.
DHS just started a video platform, so that will be now available.
Oh, great.
To people.
All right. And all the clinics have it? If that's the case, then that would be awesome to discuss.
Yeah, yes, all the clinics have it.
Nice.
And they just started it. They want us to use them more, and there's not that many opportunities to use it. So I think this will be good.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. So how are barriers being addressed? And I can direct that to kind of Dr. Tran and Rebecca. When you have these barriers, how do you go about addressing some of the barriers that you've come across? And I know part of it has been, like Rebecca said, kind of troubleshooting and problem solving in our task force meetings, but are there other ways that you guys have addressed barriers?
Well, me and Rebecca talk a lot after each group every time we encounter a barrier. So being able to work off ideas bounce off ideas off of each other has been really helpful. It just really depends on what the barrier is, really, especially for our video visits when patients have more difficulty or challenges getting their technology in place so that they can use the video platform. We use the VC help desk, which is like our video help desk, to help patients. They'll contact patients individually to help set them up. Sometimes me and Rebecca ourselves will reach out to patients prior to group to give them a brief introduction on how to use the platform. So just kind of working along with each other to figure out how to address the barriers.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so comfortable with being able to communicate with Dr. Tran. And I think that's because our own mindset is, just making this successful, how to make it work. Just, okay, how do we do it? How do we do it? I mean, we've even had times when no clients showed up for the in-person group. So we utilize that time and the big old whiteboard to start creating some sort of strategy, what it is we could do in order to start pulling them in and just staying, focused on solution. Okay, let's try this. And being really comfortable and being able to say, I have an idea, I wonder if, and communicating that with each other. But yeah, we'll be, even when during our groups, I could be like this, texting the client to fill out a form, where are you? And just encouraging them, and Dr. Tran's holding down the fort in the portal, and we just work with each other really well.
Good. There's a comment about having better commitment to clients showing up for telehealth than in in-person groups being back in person. And one of the things about that is so interesting that a lot of our sites have reported that clients are preferring the virtual access, especially those that are receiving the one-on-one phone calls. It's more convenient for them, and they actually like that interaction. So yeah, we get a mixture of preferences of in-person and virtual for sure. But it's been a large, I think, population of preferring the virtual over in person. I just think that even though that's the commitment to actually getting up and coming into groups is hard, and that's why the virtual makes it easier. They're in their home, they're there already, and they just have to click on, makes it so much easier. Is there a flyer or brochure about your clinic and services we can share with providers and patients? So I don't know if this is a person, it says a person at City of Hope. We definitely can figure out a way to get you a flyer and brochure about the services provided and at what clinics we provide. The hard part about our Department of Mental Health clinics is that they have to already be patients or clients of the clinic and receiving mental health services through that clinic. Whereas DHS, they also have to be DHS patients, but they can be, if I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Brianna or Dr. Freeman, that they have to be registered as a DHS patient in order to go to those groups. So if they're a patient of DHS in general, we can find a clinic for them to go to. But for DMH clinics, they have to be with that particular clinic.
Correct.
How can we get a hold of handbooks or any suggestions? We're going to talk about that in the next, after our break, we're going to talk about the whole, and I'm going to show you the curriculum. And we're going to go through it a little bit and talk about what about it that really works for us and helps our clients in the reduction of use. And like Dr. Dr. Freeman said earlier, that we're holding it until the end of the actual study because it was created for the study. Thank you. Are there differences when offering cessation treatment to clients who have different severities or types of mental illness? And any intake form or standardized measures you will recommend?
Can you reread the question one more time? I was trying to find it.
Okay, I'll do the first part. Are there any differences when offering cessation treatment to clients who have different severities or types of mental illness?
Yes. So depending on what mental health symptoms they have or they're experiencing, might change which medication I want to start off with. And also, like, for example, like bupropion, it can be used for depression and anxiety. So if they have those symptoms that are not well managed by their other psychotropic medications, I might consider adding on bupropion. Also, Chantix does have that box warning that they took off, but it has to do with worsening suicidal ideation. So keeping that in mind and being able to monitor it has been something that we've also taken a look at. Medications that they're currently on, psychotropic medications, might have an interaction with the smoking that that they're getting through their cigarette use. So being mindful of that and how it might change their response to their psychotropic medications, and having to kind of correspond with their psychiatrist to be able to monitor for those the differences in symptom management as they go down on cigarette use or their consumption changes too.
Okay. And then the second part of that question was, are there any intake forms or standardized measures you will recommend? And I'm assuming that that question is leading toward trying to determine the severity of mental illness of the people coming into the group, or how are you identifying that?
So I have one-on-one visits with these patients. So the one-on-one visits not just look at their cigarette consumption, but also how they're doing mental health-wise. So I do a rating scale and kind of determine how they would rate their mood or their anxiety, also implementing a PHQ-9 if needed.
And then Rebecca, do you meet with them as well?
Yeah, that's why that initial first engagement, when we try and get clients connected to the portal, and we can actually get that visual, and see and talk with them. We're able to gauge, where they're at as far as stability with their mental health, and then have that open line of communication with their psychiatrist or their therapist, so that we know, okay, is this going to be a good candidate for coming into a group setting and communicating with them. How do you feel about, being in a group setting? I'm not there right now. Okay. So, and we just keep providing the service, if it turns into an individual one-on-one, we just keep it up.
Thank you. The next question is, can you talk about the relationship between NRTs and mental health therapies, pros and cons? Anything to look out for as far as interactions to meds? Dr. Tran kind of talked about that difference of the interaction with meds. And again, in my next section, talking about implementing the groups, there's a little bit about this, but I will touch on that. One of the things that we know is that NRTs combined with mental health therapies work really well together. Even though NRTs alone work by themselves, we find that with therapy and NRTs combined, that it's a greater success rate. In the facilitating of the group, we do have in our training of the curriculum, helping the facilitators kind of be mindful of any withdrawal symptoms from the nicotine, anything that, what are those behaviors, and talking about what to look out for, and also providing the, is it the DHS practices, Brianna, that it's called?
The DHS expected practice?
Yeah, so the expected practices also gives a breakdown for the facilitators to see what the symptoms of the medications are, what the dosages of medications are regarding how much they smoke. So the facilitators are well versed in that. And the training also has Dr. Hurley included in really helping them become more aware of the effects of the medications and of the NRTs, as well as how to kind of approach or handle that, even if the participants in the group have questions. So again, we think they work both really well together. Statistics show that it's a higher success rate, and that we are very mindful and aware of those interactions to medications, and also interactions to reduction of smoking along with that. And yeah, most of our patients, a lot of patients have co-occurring issues. Thank you. I will share my contact information after it's a slide in the middle. It's not going to be after, maybe in the middle of my presentation after the break. we would be interested in having you join the field, Stephen. So I'm going to just read this because this is really good. I work at a facility that houses at-risk youth, and they have been advised that it will become non-smoking in 90 days. The population is more than reluctant. Any feedback that can help motivate youth who are not interested in quitting and feel is the only way for them to cope with stress. Very good question. Youth are, in my experience in working with youth, they will go head to head to tell you how smoking or how anything is something that they want to do and that they're going to continue to do. And so it is hard to get them in the track of wanting to quit. One of the things I will say about the curriculum is that we don't push our participants to quit. That's not the goal. It is the goal of the curriculum is to provide them with coping skills in the hope that we see a reduction, and even more hopefully that we see, a complete quit. So I will say that we really push that we're here for the journey, and that we know it's hard, and we know that, but we just want to highlight how you could benefit from using alternative methods, and how you could benefit from just making small changes along the way, just to build your health up. And so that's been very effective than going in saying, in this 6 weeks of groups, we're going to help you quit smoking. That's not the case. We're coming in, joining a journey with you to kind of get you through the process of seeing how your life could be different without smoking. And so I wonder if that kind of talk will benefit the youth as well. And not trying to get them to buy in to quit, because that's really difficult for youth to do. But more so join them in that, and understanding that there's high level of stress. And so kind of, slowly implementing alternative coping skills to that stress, without even talking about you need to stop smoking or quit smoking. And hopefully in getting them to practice those other coping skills, and hopefully the replacement will happen. I had clients in substance use groups that indicated that they will not into any sober living home that has a no smoking policy. Well, I mean, what we know for sure is that smoking cigarettes is a coping skill to stopping substance use. So harder drugs that are being ingested in the system, a lot of our substance use clients go to smoking because it's not illegal. It's something that they can do. It's allowed. And so smoking, we know that's what makes this difficult, is getting people to smoke, especially if they are in recovery from other substances. They had used smoking as a coping skill to stop the other substances. So we have to be mindful of that and kind of understand that, if they, that statement alone won't go to sober living that has a no smoking policy, is that I wonder if there's a fear that if they can't smoke, that they'll be more apt to relapse on their drugs. And so we have to be mindful of that. And if there are people who are adamantly saying that, and I know it's probably becoming harder to find those sober living homes, just, validating that and understanding, and just telling them they're on their next journey. This reduction of smoking could be the next journey. But if there's a no smoking policy, that might be difficult for them because they're really trying to stay sober from their drugs. Because treatment is tailored per client versus the group. The curriculum is a group curriculum. And one of the things when COVID first came in, current treatment probably has been tailored to the client versus a group, but the Kick-Ash curriculum is a group curriculum. It's for the group. And when we went into COVID, it was very difficult, and wasn't difficult, but it was a process that we had to take the facilitators through to adjust from the group model to using the group curriculum on an individual basis when they were making those phone calls. So yeah, we're trying to get that treatment tailored to a group more so than just clients, adding to that service.
And I think we're out of time.
I think we are.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
We're
This
coming
has
up
been
on
wonderful.
it. I just want to look through and make sure we don't miss anything particular for you all.
And if we do, maybe you can cover it quickly in your session because we're
Yeah,
into
I will.
break time right now.
Okay, sorry. Were we supposed to end at 15? I'm so sorry. We can take that
That's
extra
okay.
5 into my next session.
Okay,
So that's fine.
then we can do break from now until 2:30. I'm sorry, 12:30, not 2:30. Come back sooner than that. So from now until 12:30, a little break. And there's several questions about CEs and number of hours. If you will refer to the brochure that you received, that you registered from, there's detailed information there. Also on the learner handouts that we sent. And the number of hours is determined by the provider and not us. Okay, see you back at 12:30. Thank you, Tasha. Thank you, panel. Very
Yeah,
informative.
thank you. Bye.
Have you thought about changing your cigarette smoking, cigar smoking, or vaping? We can help you kick ash. Join us as we discuss how to reduce and quit, what to expect when you decide to stop, and the resources available to help you reduce and stop smoking. Ready? The time is always right. The benefits of reducing smoking start right away. After 20 minutes of not smoking, your heart rate and blood pressure return to normal. After 6 months, you regain your sense of taste and smell. After 1 year, your heart disease risk drops by half. After 5 years, your risk of mouth, throat, and bladder cancers is 50% less. After 10 years, you're less likely to die of lung cancer. After 15 years, your heart disease risk is that of a non-smoker. The time to change your smoking is now. Reducing and stopping smoking is great for your wallet, your family, and your health. To sign up or for more information about services in LA County, call 323-238-5611. ¿Has pensado en cambiar tu hábito de fumar cigarros, cigarrillos o vapear? Podemos ayudarte a detener el hábito. Únase a nosotros mientras discutimos cómo reducir y dejar de fumar, qué esperar cuando decida detenerse y los recursos disponibles para ayudarlo a reducir y dejar de fumar. ¿Listo? Ahora es un buen momento. Los beneficios de reducir el consumo de tabaco comienzan de inmediato. Después de 20 minutos de no fumar, su frecuencia cardíaca y presión arterial vuelven a la normalidad. Después de 6 meses, recuperas tu sentido del gusto y olfato. Después de 1 año, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca se reduce a la mitad. Después de 5 años, tu riesgo de cáncer de boca, garganta y vejiga es 50% menor. Después de 10 años, es menos probable que muera de cáncer de pulmón. Después de 15 años, tu riesgo de enfermedad cardíaca es el de un no fumador. El momento de cambiar tu hábito de fumar es ahora. Reducir y dejar de fumar es excelente para tu billetera, tu familia y tu salud. Para inscribirse o para obtener más información sobre los servicios en el condado de Los Ángeles, llame al 322-238-5611.
Guess we're ready to go, huh? A little over. Are folks back? We're ready.
We're ready.
Okay, okay. So,
All right.
Tasha again with helping others to quit. She's going to go through the curriculum that we use. So take it away.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a specific intervention, which is group counseling for smoking cessation. And we're going to talk about the why we think it's effective and how we actually do it within our TRDRP project and for the clinics in LA County. So the why. It's a gathering of people. And this is also based off of if we were in person, but if this was a group on virtual, you would see it'd be a gathering of people. It brings people together who have similar, same goals or same issues or same, it helps validate that they're not alone and that they can actually go through this process with other people. The best part about being with a group is that you don't have to do everything alone, is a message that we want to send, just so that they can have that support that they probably don't get from their families or from their friends who are against being around them if they smoke or don't like their smoke or have comments about smoking. It provides that support system for them so that they continue on and they meet new people who can also walk with them and talk with them outside of the group as they move through the process. And no one's left behind. Everyone's pulled up and brought into the circle of is our hope that we can wrap around each other and learn from each other in this process of or in the journey of quitting. And the group sessions help move people forward. Again, this is a journey. This is not something we're going in saying you have to quit, but we want to see movement forward in self and in the process of reducing the tobacco use. They learn social skills from each other. Everyone is different. Everyone has different ideas. They can collaborate on their ideas. They discuss things that they probably wouldn't be able to discuss with other people. It provides a sense of community. And then they brainstorm different interactions. And we'll talk about what they can brainstorm specifically, like goals, their personal goals, and kind of, talk about that and talk about their fears and things like that. And there's a lot of interaction that they can have with other people who are trying to meet the same goal or similar goals. It's very revealing. And this is the part that's sometimes hard for participants of groups because it's hard to open up. But then it also makes it easy for those people who don't have a platform or space in their life outside of the group to be revealing, to have a voice. And so the group offers that if they want it. They learn how to build healthy relationships. So some of our participants probably don't have healthy relationships or don't know how to be a part of that. And so the group facilitator can help build that bond so that they can see how being in a healthy relationship with other people works, how to uphold group rules, how to do a journey with other people and be successful at it. It's just builds so much confidence in them. And it's a safe place. It's a safe place for people to come to talk about the hardships of what's happening. We find that people who smoke, that it is a coping skill, not just for substance use disorders, but also for mental health disorders, problems in their family, money problems, just anxiety, other things that are happening on a regular basis. Some people use smoking as coping. So this provides a safe place to be able to reveal that and talk about the underlying need that smoking is actually trying to fulfill for them. It provides unity. Again, they all come together. It's a community. It's peaceful, hopefully. And we want to just really, really push that message. And this is something I threw in here. I'm talking fast because I'm going to try to get to the curriculum, but this is something that I threw in here to really show how things are, how people are the same, or how people have the same issues that are sitting there in group, and that it validates not being alone. And so it's a person introducing herself, suffering from apathy, and it was like, who cares? And they don't care because they all are suffering from apathy. So just a little something. So let's talk about the how. So for us in TRDRP and our LA County DHS sites and DMH sites, we do Kick-Ash. Kick-Ash is a cognitive behavioral approach for smoking cessation, and it's a group curriculum. It is completely CBT. It is cognitive behavioral therapy, true form at the basic of it, because we want to teach them how much control they have over how their thoughts, behaviors, and emotions are all connected, and how they can make change in one area that will affect the others. And so when we teach this, they gather new coping skills that aren't super difficult or complex, that you don't have to change all of you to make change in a part of you, that you can change one thing and other things will follow in that change. And that way it seems to be more doable, more feasible, more attainable. And so we go ahead and talk about how the core beliefs can also change, because a lot of people walk around with a core belief that is negative, either about self or about their smoking or about the ability to quit smoking. And so we want to teach them that we can change one of these things to mold the core belief to become something more positive about themselves, and that they don't have to live in that core belief. So the curriculum, again, is CBT. One of the sessions is called Regulating Thoughts. So basically in that session, what you'll see is that we help the participants reframe their thoughts. So going from a negative thought, I am a loser, or I will never win, or I can't win, we help them reframe that to something like, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. Like helping them change the mindset into something positive when that negative thought pops up. So that they can have more regulation and management of that, and then actually do something different in a more positive light. If they wake up saying I'm a loser, then they're going to feel bad. And then the behavior could be they're just going to have a cigarette or they're going to smoke. So we're hoping that if they can reframe that thought to something positive, then their emotion will be something positive, maybe motivating, maybe something more moving, and that they won't smoke, or they'll do something that's aligned with that motivation. Regulating feelings is also a session that we talk about in the curriculum. We help them regulate their feelings in a way of doing something different, because feelings, and we'll talk about it more in detail, is something that we can't really make change in directly attacking the feelings, because feelings is something that comes upon us. So if they wake up saying I feel sad, then they can reframe or regulate that by saying, okay, let's get up and about and be productive. Because if I'm sitting down feeling sad, but I can talk myself into doing something that brings joy, the hope is that the sadness is going to follow that joy. I feel disgusted every time I smoke. I am better than this, and I will feel better when smoking is gone. So again, not pushing that like I need to just quit smoking, because they're already hard on themselves. It's more so saying, when this is over with, like, this is temporary. Smoking is temporary, and I'm going to feel better when I get through this journey. Regulating behaviors is another session. And in this session, we talk about helping them kind of we give them alternative behaviors, and they keep waiting on like finding something to do or change. But with change, we have to do something about it. And so some of the alternative behaviors, and this is this is a page directly out of the curriculum. If they are having cravings, we gave them alternative behaviors of craving busters, things that they can do when they get cravings. Avoiding isolation, distract yourself at home, and keep hands and mind busy, and other things. And we're going to go through this form specifically. It's one of my favorite forms when we get to the curriculum. Yeah. Oh, I brought it up here, but I'm not going to talk about it here. So we also talk about relapse and lapse prevention. We want to make sure that relapsing or lapsing is not a permanent failure and that we expect some setbacks. And if we go into it with that, then we won't be hard on ourselves, that we can actually continue on, like get over the hump in the road. I always say, this isn't setting you back. This is actually a bump in the road. And sometimes it can be a major bump, or sometimes it's a little hump. But once you get over it, we're back on track to continuing the journey. We're not going to pull you all the way back to the start. And we don't want you to do that internally where you start feeling like a failure or that you didn't succeed at something you were trying. So relapse prevention is very important in this, and making sure that they understand how to, one, prevent it, and two, how to get back on track if it happens. So let's talk about the curriculum. I think I'm at the curriculum. So here's my contact information if you guys want to get it now. I can bring it back up if it comes up in the comments again. I'm Latasha Dixon. I'm an LMFT. Here's my phone number if you want to call me, and my email is tashadixonlmft@gmail.com. And I'll leave it up for a second. Let me see how I can. And Brianna or Norma, please, if one of you could put that in the chat as well, maybe that'll be easier. Oops, what did I do?
I can do it. Just give me 1 second. Let me just take a picture of it.
Oops, sorry. Okay. So I went through that pretty quickly on purpose because my time usually takes a little bit longer once I get into the curriculum. And those of you who have been trained in the curriculum that are also here present today and have heard or have attended this before and have heard my spiel on this curriculum, it's not much change about it, except for I will be showing you the new participant handbook at the end of that. But yeah, so let's get into it because it's, how do I do this? Let me see. Okay, can you guys see that? Yeah, okay. I can't see anybody, so I don't know. So it's the Kick-Ash. This is the Facilitator's Guide Manual. Again, it's a CBT approach to smoking cessation. And it's a LA County delivered group counseling for smoking cessation training given to you by Friends Research Institute. So the curriculum comes with a full table of contents, and I am going to breeze through the curriculum a little bit too, but I'm going to hit some pertinent points that I think are super important. And some of you who are talking about wanting to implement these services in your agency or in your at your sites, one of the things that I think is important to know and to grab from this is those are the points I'm going to touch, things that you can actually start to implement now, or if you wanted to create your own curriculum, kind of pulling from that as well and kind of setting it up to be successful. We're going to talk about those pertinent points that's been effective for us. So the table of contents is important that I want the facilitators to be aware of, because as you see in session 1, there's a lot of activities that the facilitators can do. Now, these are hour groups. So the groups are 1 hour. They are 6 weeks, and they don't bleed into each other. And what I mean by that is if you get a participant starting in group 3, that's perfectly fine. They have not missed, they won't know that they've missed group 1 and 2. And we'll talk about how they can catch group 1 and 2 towards the end. But yeah, so one of the things that I've set this curriculum up is to be user-friendly for the facilitators. There's no way in an hour they can do all of these activities. There are some activities that I do press that I think are super important that you must do or should do. But for the other ones, I want them to go in and choose what's more comfortable for them. And I also want them to go in and choose according to how their group runs. And so they're not tied to it. Again, the 6-week groups repeats After the first 6 weeks, they're getting new patients in, they're repeating it. So this gives them variety and changing it up a bit at their free will. And as you'll notice on this, there are 6 sessions, and I added a bonus session A and a bonus session B to specifically address specific need. And we'll talk about that towards the end. So there's a session overview for each session. Basically, it's telling the facilitators what the hope of the participant will acquire by attending this group. And it just talks about so that they get the focus of what they want to deliver, what message they're delivering per group to their participants. So one of the things I want to highlight is the names of the sessions. So earlier I talked about how the sessions are set up as a journey to smoking reduction and or quitting. And the way that we recognize the difficulty in doing that. This helps us to not set our participants up for failure. But if we highlight the names of each of the sessions, I want you to pay attention to that because that actually is setting them up on a full journey. So session 1 is called Living Tobacco Free, A Dream of a Lifetime. It comes with an introduction to the facilitator specifically, and just kind of talking them through different ways to approach. For instance, in session 1, we want to establish the group as being safe and open, friendly environment for all participants and allowing them an active role. So just some information to help the facilitator, especially those facilitators that we train that have never run a group before. This is super helpful for them. So anyone can actually facilitate these groups, even if there's some like resistance and because you've never had one, we really try to walk you through that and make you feel more at ease in that. So one of the activities is just the overview and introductions. Of course, in group 1, we're going to introduce ourselves and we're going to do an overview of what the group is and what the group's purpose is. And we want the facilitator to also introduce themselves as well. And then also establishing group roles. So activity 1 is a definite, right? We're going to introduce people in the group, and activity 2 as well. We want to establish group rules, and we want the participants to be a part of that and to kind of share what they think they need as rules from the group. Facilitators are able to do this however they're comfortable doing it. I did offer a way to do that, and it's called the group contract. And basically, participants would answer 3 questions. How would you want to be treated by the leader of the group? How would you want to be treated by the other participants in the group? And how will you treat others, including the leader of the group? And once they can answer that, and they usually give out words like respectful, that I matter, things like that, then we combine all of the answers into one big sheet, and we call it the group contract that everyone agrees with to follow these rules. And so it opens up a conversation of who wants what and who doesn't agree with it. And then we can establish the rules specifically. And I just gave out a handout that if you choose to do it this way, you can give this to the participants to complete the answers. And that way it goes a little bit quicker than going around asking everybody their answers. Activity 3 is self-visualization activity. Remember, the title of this session is A Dream for a Lifetime. So what this is a self-visualization of having your participants visualize, closing their eyes and visualizing their life being tobacco-free. What would it be like? In their prompt questions. One of the things for the facilitators, again, if you're looking at implementing something like this in your site, what I've done here is given them word for word what they can say in the visualization. So if it's uncomfortable for the facilitator to do a visualization on their own, if they can get everybody to close their eyes, they just have to read this right off the paper in a nice, serene voice that allows them to get this done. Like they can just read it as is, and the prompts are there for them. How would I feel? Ask yourself, how would I feel if I didn't use tobacco? How would my life be different? What types of things would you be doing? What activities would you engage if tobacco was absent from your life? What would your relationships with family and friends be without the use of tobacco? And what might you do with the money you save now that you're not purchasing cigarettes? So again, we want them to get them immediately in the frame of mind of what it would be like to no longer smoke. Activity 4 is Dear Future Self. This is not something that is mandatory for facilitators to do, neither is the visualization. They can choose out of these. But I will say, if you do this, then you have to do the activity that goes with this, I think in group 5 or 6. So basically what this is them writing their future tobacco-free self a letter. And we want them to write a kind letter to themselves. We want them to praise themselves about the accomplishment of quitting and or decreasing their smoking. We want them to praise themselves for going through the kick ash process, for encouraging themselves from where they are today to where they're going to be at that point. And when they write these letters, we were doing groups in person, I tell the facilitators to have them fold it up, seal it, and give it to the facilitators, and the facilitators hold it to the group where we're going to open it. Or if they're doing virtual groups, to have them put it away somewhere, but please tell the facilitator where you put it, and the facilitator keeps a note of that in case they forget, we could remind them. And this is just a handout for them with all the prompts of what the letter should say, and they can write it right on here. So this is one thing that I think has been the biggest hit that I hear back from facilitators, that the participants love to see this handout, this fact sheet. It's a health fact sheet and information about how your body makes change in real time when you reduce smoking or stop smoking. And so this is what it looks like. I'm gonna try to pull it up for you guys. And so basically they go through this in the group and talking about just in 20 to 30 minutes, their blood pressure and pulse drops and hands and feet start to warm up. There's change in 8 hours, there's change in 48 hours, and there's change in 72 hours, and so forth all the way through 15 years. Why this is so effective is because immediately, 20 to 30 minutes after a cigarette, there's change. You're increasing your health at the start, and then 8 hours, that's still within a day. So imagine if you could feel your hands and feet warming up in 20 or 30 minutes, what it would feel like for your bronchial tubes to relax at 72 hours, or within 2 or 3 weeks that your circulation and lung function and stamina improve. By the time they get over to the 5 years, they've reduced risk so drastically that they come into like risk of cervical cancer falls to that of a non-smoker, right? And the risk of, at 1 year, the risk of heart disease drops to that half of a smoker. So there's so much change that if they're aware of it and we're telling them like, this is your future, this is what it will be when you reach that goal. Again, all of this is focused on what it would be like to stop smoking. And here we talk about core beliefs. It's similar to the visualization, I think. So it's either that or this I would choose. And basically it's a self-reflection of present day, what's going on with them now. What do they think about themselves as a person? How would someone else close to them describe them? What do they love most? And then it's a self-reflection of their ideal self. So now you don't smoke. Do you think there's a difference? Do you think that, how would you feel about yourself if you no longer use tobacco? And be asking those same questions, but with the idea that you no longer smoke, and compare the differences. Their core beliefs or what they think about themselves in the present day. The hope is that through this process, the hope is that we can get them closer to their ideal self when they're tobacco free. And then this is just notes in the curriculum for facilitators through the training to keep notes. And no, I was gonna ask any questions as though I'm doing a training. All right, so session 2 is called Embarking on a Tobacco-Free Journey. So session 1, we got them in the mindset that they can be smoke-free and dream about what that life would be like. And now we're about to start the journey. We're about to get into the work of it and start just embarking on it, just the tip of the iceberg of it in starting this actual journey. And again, here's the introduction to the facilitators. I'll pull it back down. And then it goes into an activity. This is just a guideline for facilitators. We want the participants, we want to help them identify triggers and talk about, want to engage the participants in a discussion about the different stimuli that may cause them to use tobacco. So we're kind of getting into a discussion about what happens before you smoke. Why do you, what are some things that you think led you to smoking? Kind of really getting to the root of what happens when you need a cigarette, not the overall why you started, but what happens on a daily basis where you need to smoke. And again, could it be out of habit? Could it just be, are you even aware of these things? Most smokers aren't aware that something is happening that leads them to smoke. They're just smoking, but we want to see if we can kind of hone in on anything specific for them. And there's a reason for that. Because we're going to go into goal setting. This is goal setting like you've never seen before. This is actually something that's been updated in the curriculum because I really wanted to hone into teaching our participants how to set goals for themselves that are attainable and how to meet them. And we want them to continue to do this. So we want them to make an overall goal. Let me see if I can get there now. So how it's going to work is we're going to have them create an overall goal, and then we're going to break those goals down by week so that we pinpoint key actions that they can do to reach the overall goal, but they're not going to reach it in a week. We're going to work every week towards meeting that overall goal. One of the things that's hard for people to pinpoint what they even want their overall goal to be is, it's just so many things that they can come up with. So we give them this, it's a tobacco-free starting point. It's just a guide of where they can start. Do you need to track your tobacco use because you're not even sure how much you smoke? Do you want to reduce your tobacco use? Do you want to set a quit date, increase support? And then there's blank here so that they can even add their own things that they want to tackle. But these are just ideas to start fueling their minds of what could be a goal. And then we go from there. More information on goal setting. It's in depth. This is all for the facilitator to read and kind of get a hold of how to introduce this type of goal. And here's an example that is given to the facilitator. I called it 5 weeks to success. It's a ploy from, I forgot it already. I don't know how I forgot it, but yeah, it's like a 90-day, the 12-week year. If you're familiar with the 12-week year, it's a book about how to make goals, big goals, and meet them in 90 days. I shrunk that for our participants because we're only meeting with them for 6 weeks, and we're starting goal setting in week 2. So it's the 5 weeks of goals to success. So again, they're creating a major goal, but we're not having them create one. We're having them create 3. And they're in different areas. One is a self-care goal, one is a personal goal, and one is a smoking cessation goal. The reason behind that, if we continue to just let them focus on quitting smoking and not focus on themselves in a way where they can see change and make change with taking better care of themselves or pouring into other aspects of their life, this goal becomes very stale, right? So if we can get them to make 3 overall goals, it's something that's more relieving for them, more refreshing for them that they are included in that. And then some examples of overall goals for self-care would be to improve their overall emotional well-being by paying more attention to themselves and their needs. A personal goal would be to be healthier and take better care of their bodies. And a smoking goal could be to quit smoking or to reduce tobacco use from 4 times a day to 2 times a day. And so here's that actual handout for the participants. They write their overall goals here. And then they write their plan. I had to go back to look because I'm like, what is the plan? So the plan here is like, this could look like taking better care of myself and putting forth actions that allow me to be kind. But the goal is to better care of themselves, right? The whole goal. So we want them to put why would they need these goals? What about them is important to them? More goals talk. This is just an example given to the participants of a week to week. So if their goal is to improve overall emotional well-being by paying more attention to themselves, what are they going to do that first week towards that? Meditating quiet time at least 2 times this week, or putting themselves first 3 times this week. So each goal goes with that. To highlight the smoking goal, to quit smoking or reducing tobacco use, They're just going to identify times of days that they smoke. Because once they can identify that, then we can figure out they can make another goal later on what to do in those times of days, alternatively. Or be more aware of their thoughts and feelings before and after smoking, and keeping track by writing that down at least 5 times this week. That sounds like a lot, but we also have people smoking 10 times a day. So 5 times to track 5 times of those 10 times a day is not a lot, because we're talking maybe 50, 60, 70 times they're smoking through the week. We only going to have them do that 5 times this week. And then here's what's given to them to write they're always going to rewrite their overall goal, because it brings it back fresh in the brain. And then they're going to write their new key actions every week towards it. And the hope is that every week they pass. If they make it. If they don't pass these goals or meet these goals, they can repeat them. Maybe they're too high. We can reduce the amount of times a week or whatever for the following week. So this is what it looks like. This is what we're going to really be focusing on. All the other sheets were just so that facilitators could understand fully how to implement this with the participants. And it doesn't take long after this. The first one this week too, in teaching the participants, is kind of lengthy, but the rest aren't. We also introduce a cognitive triangle to the participants in group 2, because we want them to know what we're working on. We want them to know that they have the ability we want them to understand this, and that they have the ability to make change. And just by changing one area, the rest can follow. And we're going to teach you how to do that along the way. We talk about coping strategies. This is something that I really urge facilitators to do, and they can do it in their own way. But I think in outright, we want to give them 3 coping skills to start off with. And they're just the norm of coping skills: deep, slow breathing, deep muscle relaxation, and picturing a peaceful scene. So that they can have something to rely on if they need to, or to practice even as we move on, giving them so many more coping skills. But outright, we want to just give them these 3 to have something. And that's session 2. So session 3 is a tobacco-free journey, regulating thoughts. So we've dreamed the lifestyle, we've embarked on the journey. Now we're on the journey, and we're starting off with regulating thoughts. Now, this is again an introduction to facilitators. All of them say review goals. So the first form is the goal sheet, reminding the participants to review their goals from last week. What did you do? How did you do? And let's rewrite them out for this coming week. It doesn't have to be long. We don't have to have a discussion for every person, but if somebody has a hard time coming up with new key actions, we're definitely there to help them. Core beliefs. So we want to teach them about core beliefs. We want to teach them about what they believe about themselves, automatic thoughts, and how it all fits in with their thinking and their and giving them those CBT coping strategies to assist in reframing them unhelpful thoughts. So we do that. We teach them thought stopping. Sometimes thoughts are kind of extreme, and so we want to get better management of that. And so when a thought is ruining your mind, you identify it, tell yourself that this thought is ruining my mind, and then think of another thought. So we go through that process of teaching them how to do that. And then there's something that I like to implement called worrying time, where worrying is a thought process that's unhelpful for us. And so we teach them that in order to reduce worrying, because sometimes we have a lot of anxiety-ridden people or people who worry a lot, and it gets in the way, and that sometimes smoking will reduce some of that worry or will calm the nerves in that matter. And so worry time is where they give themselves, it says 10 to 30 minutes. I train it to be like 5 to 10 minutes, and have them write down all their worries and set an alarm that's loud, and sit and look at this list and worry about it for 5 or 10 minutes. When the alarm goes off, and I want it to be loud because it distracts you from that worrying, then you're done. That way, when worrying comes back throughout your day at work, you can compartmentalize it in your brain, because this is all about mindset change. We're going to take that worry and say, oh, it's not worry time, and move it over and save it later for worry time. Some people have to do this 2 or 3 times a day, depending on the amount of times they worry. Some people can just do it in the morning and be fine. And then we give them this list to write off their worries. And every time they do this, they need to rewrite the worries because sometimes they change. So we teach them how to reframe those thoughts, taking negative thoughts and turning them into positive and what that looks like. And we also want them to write positive things about themselves and positive things about their life, because once they write that out, these are things that they can access in their brain to reframe whatever negative thoughts come. Like any negative thought can come, but it's like, yeah, but like, it's like, I don't want to come to group today, but it's like, man, I made it to group today, even though it was raining and I didn't want to come. So the positive would be like, yeah, but I'm here. I did a good job. And so these things that they put about themselves can also be plugged into the reframing. We go into mindset, teaching them about a fixed mindset versus a growth mindset, what they are, how. And then the questions here ask about how do you go from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. But we also ask if they believe that they can have that. Can you move to a growth mindset? So we're asking, like, what is their belief in themselves? What's that core belief again? And just helping them see the differences between what a fixed mindset and how it keeps you stuck and how a growth mindset allows you to progress. And that's chapter 3. Chapter 4 is regulating feelings. Again, it comes with that introduction. Again, starting off the bat, we're going straight to the goals. And then we're going to go into identifying feelings because we're about to regulate feelings. This is super important because sometimes people are not in touch with their feelings. And so we want to help bring that to the forefront of the brain so that they can access those feelings. And I tell facilitators they can do this in any particular way, but this is a feeling chart with the norm feelings. If you ask somebody, give me a list of feelings, you most likely will get happy, sad, mad off the back, like it's just the norm. And so what's missing are some feelings that also exist that people don't tend to identify, like courageous, embarrassed, overwhelmed, supported, loved, powerful, understood. We want to hone into more feelings, even in the negative, disappointed, confused, comfortable or uncomfortable. So we want them to be aware of multiple feelings so that as we go through this, they can start identifying what they're actually feeling. So happy thoughts and pleasant activities. Why are we talking about activities when that would be behavior? Because we also talk about how feelings are something that comes upon us. We really aren't controlling what feelings come. And so we can't take a feeling. If I'm happy, I can't say, no, happy, go away. Like I can't just reframe that or stop that like I can my thoughts. So in order to change feeling or mood, we have to do something pleasant. And so here's just a list of pleasant activities that they can engage in. Plan a trip, watch TV, take a nap, help others, depending on the feeling that they're having, what goes with that. And if that can distract them from that negative feeling and move them into a positive one, we want them to make that attempt. And so how we teach them to do that is we ask them what activities they enjoy and why they enjoy them. Why that's important is because I like to read because it keeps me calm. So if I'm feeling fidgety, agitated, I need to be calm. I can go to the why and then do the activity that brings me the calm. So it's kind of like teaching them how to access, how to really go for that change of feeling by way of what they need and what they get from these activities. And it's written here on purpose too, for them to put what they enjoy, because we want them to hone into their own. We gave them a list of activities here, but we want you to come up with your own that you already do in your normal life and work for you, because that's what you're going to be more apt to lean towards. So session 4 is regulating. Oh, we're already on session 4. So regulating feelings. This is just the group facilitators guideline to another visualization process. This one is just teaching them basically the safe space. So this is a visualization to identify a special place for them, who's in that place, what does it look like, serene, so that they can use this as a coping skill, as a calming mechanism or something like that. And again, the words are written here verbatim for the facilitator. He can read it right off the paper. And we have a activity called responding to feelings. It just talks about again, how fear, rage, love, any feeling comes upon us, and that we have to do something different to make change. And it asks them, what is most in charge, your self-discipline or your feelings? And can you get to using self-discipline as far as doing something different to alter your feelings? And it's just questions for them to answer to bring it to the mindset. Session 5, regulating behaviors, introduction to the facilitators. Again, we're still working on goals, still working on key actions, progressing towards that major goal in all the areas, self-care, personal, and smoking cessation. So taking trigger behaviors and turning them into alternative behaviors is something that we want to discuss with the facilitators. And this is that list that I brought up before. I don't know if I can make that any bigger so you see it all. It's so effective. And, this is a form that is in their handbook so that they can actually take this and hang it on the fridge or put it somewhere they have access to. So when they're craving, they can drink water, chew gum, exercise, run in place, something different. If they're isolating and staying away from people, they can call a friend, write a letter, give out some hugs, come out of the room. If they're just isolating in the house, volunteer, write a grateful list. To be distracted at home. This was really big in COVID because now they're home. Like they're just stuck at home. That's also a trigger just to smoke in and of itself. But what can you do while you're at home? Check your tires, clean, do laundry, organize photos, paint a room, make a to-do list, bake a cake. Because it's different things that we know are common things, but sometimes out of sight, out of mind, we get bored, right? So these are just highlighting in their brain what they could be doing. Keeping hands and mind busy. The reason why we put this on is because smoking is a habit physically. So this need to bring the cigarette to the mouth is like sometimes picked up as a need of a habit, like something they need to do to keep them busy. So we're saying to knit, paint a picture, back up your photo, scrapbook, do something to keep you busy and to distract the mind. To be more active, go for a walk, work out, drink more water, get out and about, window shop, donate blood, go for a drive, take a day trip, watch the sunset, and embrace relaxation and treating yourself. So doing those self-care things, smile in the mirror, taking a bath, taking a nap, manicure, pedicure, those things that pour into self when you feel down or feel like you need some treatment. Okay. So we're all the way in session 5. So we did the CBT triangle in session 1. We're bringing it 1 or 2. We're bringing it back to session 5 because what we're going to do is bridge together everything that we've talked about. Again, even if your participant came in at regulating emotions, but they regulating feelings, but they skipped thought, that's okay. We're still going to talk about how they all coincide, how they all go in together. And if you've had participants in this group that's been through all of them and didn't miss any, they can help you kind of, you can ask questions like, what did you learn? How did you, how do you connect the 3 for yourself and kind of just engage in a discussion? And then we give them their own cognitive triangle so that they can kind of see and write in emotions. Some people could use this on a daily basis for a week to see how they feel in practice. Or if they're feeling down, pull this out and put like what they're feeling and then what they can do alternatively. So we want to bring into them recognizing their behaviors because things become habitual. They don't even recognize what's happening. And so I wanted to pull in the somatic responses that are automatic that are associated with our feelings. And I wanted to teach them how that's happening so they get better awareness of their body connected with their mind and feelings to kind of hone it all together so that they can actually step in and make change. For instance, we're going to use sad. So if they're feeling sad, the thought could be like, oh no, that's too bad. It's a negative thought. And then the somatic response that always happens is a sad facial expression or crying or just really down. And then a natural response, which is something that they tend to turn to when this happens, is crying and smoking. But the helpful behavior they can do is crying. I'm a therapist, so I make people cry for a living, and I love it. I think it's a great expression of emotion. So crying doesn't have to be negative. We make that a helpful one. And then they can engage in a pleasant activity. So with these 5 emotions, because these are trigger emotions to smoking, happy, we'll talk about how happy is a trigger emotion to smoking, but it is. And sad, anger, and overwhelmed and stressed. We wanted to highlight those and give them alternative behaviors to them. And that's session 5. So the last session is session 6, living the dream. So we dreamed the lifestyle. We embarked on a journey. We regulated thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. And now we're going to end living the dream. And in living the dream, so here's the thing, they're still doing goals in session 6. The reason for that is because after group, they can continue to do goals. They don't have to stop in 6 weeks. We want them to learn how to continue to make goals for themselves. So we're not going to even see what they put on this paper because this is the last group, unless they return. But we want to treat it as though this is a norm of the week, keep doing goals. And in session 6, living the dream means we need to learn about lapse and relapse. And so we teach them those definitions of those 2 words and talk about that, because there's, here we have some statistics about it, that there are high risk situations and triggers to why relapse or a lapse happens. And there's some statistically, like there's some research done that these 5, 6, 7 things are what leads people to relapse. So a negative emotional state. So people who have mental health disorders, anger, depression, anxiety, it's a high trigger for relapse. Interpersonal conflict situations. So stress within your relationships, arguments, things like that, any type of conflict. Social pressure, influenced by people or groups of people who smoke and want you to join them. Positive emotional state. This is how happy is a negative can be, not negative, but how happy can contribute to smoking. Happiness or joy leads people to celebrate. And one way they do that is by smoking. Lifestyle factors, attitude, habits, socioeconomic statuses can lead them to smoking, and urges, strong desire, impulsive cravings. So we want to highlight that these things are normal things that happen to all of us. And so being aware of that, honing back into the alternative things we can do other than smoking and trying to put ourselves in a different state through smoking, but there are other things we can do. And then we do highlight that the negative emotional state is associated with the highest rate of relapse, which is why we tackle the self-care and personal goals. Here, how we teach them this is we help them identify their high-risk triggers and high-risk situations that they can see or foresee being triggering or causing them to smoke or relapse. And then we want them to write down what are their supports, or who are their supports, and what are their strengths, so that when these things happen, they can look at this positive list and kind of soak that into becoming core, into their core beliefs, to kind of counteract this before smoking. And so this one's just reinforcing their access to resources for their success, giving them the Quit Line, Nicotine Anonymous, and other local supports for where they are, even within their clinic, that they can lean on to kind of help through the process if they're feeling urges or feeling like they are wanting to return to smoking. And then this is where we have them pull out those letters and read them to themselves, and then do like a conversation or a discussion about the differences from then and now, and building up the motivation to continue the journey, even though the groups are ending. And that's session 6. So I talked about a bonus session A. Let me check my time. A bonus session A and a bonus session B. So bonus session A basically is for participants that have demonstrated a mastery of skills taught and continues to maintain a tobacco-free life, but continue to participate in the groups. Because the groups are open, if a participant came for 6 weeks, they can come back for 6 weeks. They can just stay in the groups until they completely quit, because that's what they need. We don't turn them away. But if they've come a couple of times and they've mastered the groups and the activities, and you feel confident in that, you can actually, the facilitator can use this person to kind of join into peer support. And I think it's a bigger motivation for this person to see how far they've come and where they are to actually lean in their master skills and peer support to the other participants in the group. Bonus session B is set up for if you're in group 3, regulating feelings, and a participant that came from your groups before comes in and they are, they've relapsed, we want to hone into that. So we have a participant coming in that has relapsed, stop where you are. If you're at group 4, you're going to automatically move to group 6 and do lapse and relapse, because it doesn't matter where you implement that group. That could be beneficial at the beginning, the end, and then in the middle. You don't want to continue on with group 4, even though that was your agenda. You're just going to stop that and pick up group 6 so that that participant can actually go back to creating supports, creating strengths, and recognizing what they can do to get them back on track. And the other group members don't even have to know. And so that's all of it. And resources, at the end of the curriculum, the facilitators are given the expected practices that we talked about, and it has all of the languages and for no buts, all of the numbers for different languages that they can give participants to call. And then down here is talking about the specific NRTs and how they're prescribed, how often they're prescribed according to how much they smoke, so that they're aware and are able to answer those questions as they come up. I think I'm going to go over time, but I actually don't even know what time I'm supposed to end. But that is the curriculum. One of the other things I wanted to show you super quickly, and it's just like the curriculum, is the participants guide workbook. All I've done here is, gosh, why is this so big? All I've done here is taken out those things that I called handouts and got rid of all that extra information and made it into handouts for the participants. They get their notes and they just get all the handouts that are deemed handouts for the goals for the whole process of the group. So that is all.
Okay, and we are actually at time, and I know we have a lot of questions in here.
Go back, please. I couldn't see the chats as I was doing it, so those are asking me to go back.
Because we're kind of out of time, and we have our esteemed colleague that's been waiting from New Zealand to talk to us.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
so I'll go through and collect these questions and kind of come up with the answers for you all and get them to you.
I think after Dr. Bola.
What is that?
1 second.
Okay. All right. So I'll look through them and kind of.
I think Dr. Friedman said after Dr. Bolin, then maybe you can come back and answer questions.
Exactly. Thank you.
I have to see what time that'll be, but hopefully I can. And then
because people are waiting to do the CE piece, and we don't want to push that out too much. But we will provide you the answers that are in the chat to our best of our ability. We're sorry we ran out of time, but because everybody's really, really interested in your curriculum and the curriculum and how it works and all, because it's an amazing piece of work.
Yeah, and I'll try to put the answers in the chat for sure.
Okay, that'd be great if you could do that while we're starting the next one.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Friedman, would you like to introduce Dr. Bullen? I can't open up something else here. Dr. Bullen, are you set up?
Yes.
Do you have
hi.
privileges? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm all set. Thanks, Norma. So I'll share my screen.
Great. Thank you. While you're pulling up, I'll give you a quick introduction. We're very honored to have Dr. Chris Bullen, MBCHB, DOBST, DCH, MPH, PhD, and
XYZ.
F1C.
As my friend said, he's got more degrees than a thermometer.
Right. Join us from the University of New Zealand at Auckland. Dr. Bullen has been a colleague of mine for several years, and we did submit some grants together that were not funded, but we hope to come back again and do some things. And Dr. Bullen is one of the world's experts on e-cigarettes, and we've had several questions this morning about can e-cigarettes help smokers to quit. So Dr. Bowen will give evidence-based answers to that question. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you, Dr. Friedman, and thank you very much, everybody, for enabling me to take part in your program today. It's been a great experience. I joined you at about 4 a.m. this morning, New Zealand time. It's Saturday here.
Thank you so much. Wow.
So, but I've really enjoyed all the presentations, and I was particularly interested in the last one that Tasha led, because I've been running group-based smoking cessation programs here at the University of Auckland. And that's great material that you've developed. So I might come back and find out more about it and see if we can adapt it for our situation here. Can you see my slides? Not yet. Okay.
No, just you.
Just me. Okay, I'll just share screen again and see if I can't bring this up. Okay, is that?
There we go.
There we go. Great. Okay, I'll just put that on. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, fantastic. Okay, so the question you've posed is, do e-cigarettes help people to quit smoking? And before I start, just a little bit about myself. As Dr. Friedman said, I work in the University of Auckland, which is New Zealand's largest university. I'm in the city of Auckland. It's a city of about 1.5 million people. Our country has only 5.5 million people. So it's a small nation in the South Pacific. We're just going out of our summer into autumn or fall at the moment. So the opposite to where you are. And I've been working in smoking cessation area, both as a clinician, because I'm a medical doctor, and a public health physician and epidemiologist. I've been working in smoking cessation for about 20 years. And so I'm going to give you a little bit of background as to how I became acquainted with e-cigarettes and asked this very question myself about 12 or so years ago. And started to undertake a body of research, which I'll share some of that with you today. Just to give you also a little bit of perspective about New Zealand, we are quite a small nation. It means we can be quite nimble and pick up on new things fairly quickly. So you may be shocked to know that our Ministry of Health actually supports e-cigarettes as a bona fide smoking cessation tool. So we've got a very different environment here and than in parts of the US and other parts of the world. So our approach to using e-cigarettes is very pragmatic, and we're very much concerned about the best available evidence and using that evidence, but we're also looking at offering people as many choices as they can to quit smoking. So I'll bring some of that into my presentation. Just to declare, I have no interest at all in the tobacco or e-cigarette industries, and I'm employed full-time by the University of Auckland. I have a number of research grants and contracts. So I'm going to talk a little bit about e-cigarettes, where they came from, how they work, and then look at the most current evidence of the research on e-cigarettes in terms of their effectiveness for smoking cessation. I'm going to touch a little bit on safety, because I think that's the other side of the equation. You know, they might have people to quit smoking, but are they safe? And then just address and touch on lightly a few other concerns that people have about them, share something of our experience to date in New Zealand, and then zoom out a little bit for a few reflections to conclude with, and then I'm happy to take questions. So what are e-cigarettes? They've been described by the World Health Organization as devices whose function is to vaporize and deliver to the lungs of the user a chemical mixture typically composed of nicotine, propylene glycol, and other chemicals. So propylene glycol is essentially antifreeze. It's the stuff that's used in rock concerts to create the clouds. It looks like smoke, but it's not. It's also used in some asthma medication as a vehicle for carrying bronchodilator drugs and steroids into people's lungs. So it's a sort of aerosolizing medium. And then the other chemicals they're talking about here are things like flavors, particularly, but also perhaps some unwanted chemicals, which we will look at in a little while. E-cigarettes were thought of and considered actually many, many decades ago, and there was a patent lodged in about 60 years ago by one putative inventor, but he never got any funding to take his product further. And the tobacco industry has played around with tobacco-free nicotine delivery products, but never quite got them successfully to market. And it wasn't really until this chap here, Hon Lik from China, who's an engineer, his father died of lung cancer, and he became concerned about finding alternative ways that were safer than smoking for people to enjoy the pleasure of the behavioral aspects and the nicotine delivery of cigarettes, but without all the harm associated with them. And really, it was kind of the convergence of his engineering skills and innovation and the development of small batteries with long-lasting life that really gave rise, it made these products sort of come of age just over a decade or so ago. And then with the advent of the internet and mass marketing potential, that allows, they've become something of a global phenomenon. Perhaps if they'd been invented 30 or 40 years ago, we wouldn't be dealing with the kind of the impact of e-cigarettes that we are at the moment. The first product was made by a Chinese company called Royan, and the idea was, when they developed them, was to make them look as much as possible like a genuine cigarette. So they were what we call cigalikes. But of course, they've developed and evolved hugely since then, and it's impossible to capture on one slide the diversity of types of vaping products. And this is one of the distinguishing features about e-cigarettes, is that they are a very diverse and constantly evolving and adapting group of products. And so it's very difficult to nail down what they look like. And where we're up to now with the revolution are into disposables. We've kind of gone just out of the pod-based system, which is sort of where you combine an Nespresso sort of sealed pod into a battery delivery chamber, and then all the way down to the early ones that look like cigarettes, and in between the ones that played around with big reservoirs where people can drop the e-liquid into. And all of these products are still available by and large, but the popularity shifts over time as novelty and innovation happens. And you can see, so these are some of the kind of classic designs with a mouthpiece, a coil which heats up the solution that's contained in the reservoir, and the heating can be activated by pressing a button or by the person inhaling. And there are just a vast array of them. You can see the dual products there on the right-hand side with the little colored pods for different flavors. So the questions I have, and many other people have been asking about these products, are, first of all, do they help people to quit smoking? And then, are they safe? And then you can zoom out to a public health perspective and think, is there any evidence that there's been an increase in quitting or a fall in smoking prevalence since the advent of e-cigarettes? Is there any evidence of a gateway to smoking effect? What about secondhand exposure, analogous to secondhand tobacco smoke? Is there any kind of health benefit? And then really importantly, I believe, is there any effect on smoking inequalities? And I just want to pause and say that I come from a country where health equity is right at the front and center of our health system and in our health research. We have our Indigenous Maori population in New Zealand comprise about 15% of the population, but almost 40 to 50% of Maori people smoke. And it's probably the most important thing we can do for health in our country is to support Maori people who smoke to quit smoking as soon as possible for their own sake and for that of their family. And so a lot of effort is going into supporting Maori and other New Zealanders to quit smoking. We also have a very large Pacific Island community, just like you do in California, and a large Asian community. And in my city, we've got pretty much almost equal proportions of those population groups. So it's a big issue for us to try and get rid of smoking in our society. And in fact, we have a national goal of getting smoking prevalence down to 5% or below, just like we're kind of nudging around in California, by the year 2025. So that gives us about 3 years now to get to that target. And our government's just proposed a package of strategies that are very innovative. You may have heard about some of them, but it includes taking the nicotine out of our tobacco, banning the sales of cigarettes to anybody born after a certain age, a certain year, and the use of e-cigarettes. So there are diverse perspectives about e-cigarettes. Some people say they're a disruptive technology that have the potential to end smoking, could lead to huge gains for public health if all smokers switched across from combustible cigarettes to e-cigarettes. On the other hand, some people believe they're a distraction from getting to the end of tobacco, the so-called end game in tobacco, and present a major risk or threat to tobacco control because they'll discourage people from quitting, they'll renormalize smoking behavior, recruit new cigarette smokers, and strengthen the arm of big tobacco companies. Well, are they a magic bullet? I don't believe they are, but I believe that they do have some potential, and that's why I'm interested in finding an answer to that question. Do they help people quit smoking? Some of the early signals that they might have potential come from surveys, and this was an internet survey I did with a colleague in Switzerland in 2011. It was published, but it was conducted in 2010 among about 3,500 people who responded to an online user survey. And these people were mostly smokers. And 96% of them said that e-cigarettes had helped them to quit smoking. And 92% said they helped them to reduce the number of cigarettes they smoked. Now that's pretty good by any measure if it held up. And so the next step really was to conduct some research with a group of people who smoked and to compare the then available e-cigarettes with nicotine replacement product, which was analogous, like the Nicorette inhalator, and their usual cigarette. So we did what's called a randomized crossover trial, conducted the study in Auckland, and we recruited around about 40 smokers into this study, and they were each exposed to these different products over a number of days. And we measured over one day a range of measures, but we measured craving, withdrawal syndrome, and we also measured cotinine and looked at the delivery of nicotine into their blood over time. And we found that on this graph you can see the deepest impact of change from baseline in desire to smoke was the cigarette that's got the little black squares. But if you go up a step or two, you can see there are two lines that almost intersect, and that was the inhalator with the triangles, the Nicorette inhalator, but the faint, the diamond-shaped end, what we call the ends in those days, electronic nicotine delivery device with 16 milligrams of nicotine. Those two lines almost overlap each other, apart from a little bit of separation in the first 15 or 20 minutes. And then the placebo electronic nicotine delivery device, which was just an e-cigarette with 0 milligrams of nicotine, you can see it was the upper line, it had the least effect. There was some effect on reduction in craving just from holding a device and puffing on it. And we know from other research that these kind of placebo dummy cigarettes can actually help some people quit smoking. But the message from this was, yes, there's some potential, at least like a nicotine replacement therapy product. It's never going to be as good as a cigarette. If you're craving a cigarette, giving you a cigarette is going to address your craving. When we measured the nicotine delivery, we found that the pace of nicotine delivery was much faster with the usual cigarette, 14 seconds to reach the maximum concentration with the usual cigarettes. But for the 16 milligram e-cigarette, it wasn't that bad, actually. It was around about 20 seconds and 32 seconds in the inhalator. So faster delivery of nicotine. And on that basis, we conducted some more research, which I'll come to in a minute. But simultaneously, or around the around the same time, a number of other people began looking at these products and asking questions about the potential, and noticing that there was a rapid uptake by many, many smokers. And so in terms of asking why did smokers want to try these products, these are the sort of answers that were found from a couple of surveys around the early 2010s. They found them more satisfying and acceptable than nicotine replacement therapy, very convenient, relatively affordable compared with standard cigarettes in countries where taxation on cigarettes is very high. People adopted a new sense of identity from being a smoker to a vapor, wanting to be part of a big movement, a change. It's a fad-like behavior, and identifying with a social group, the social support people found amongst other vapors or e-cigarette users. Some people found fiddling around with these devices to be hobby-like and quite enjoyed the assembling, disassembling, and adding on little bits and modifying these products. And of course, all this occurred in most countries in the world in a regulatory vacuum. In other words, the regulatory frameworks, rules of how to control these products hadn't caught up with the rapid arrival on the scene and evolution of these products. And some other research by a colleague, Peter Hayek in London, has shown that around this time that the faster the nicotine delivery, the more the product is likely to be satisfying, better at relieving tobacco withdrawal syndrome, and having, on the other hand, greater dependence liability. So comparing a range of different types of products there, you can see brands Voos, which is still on the market in the US, Blue, which was one of the leaders in the US market, but I think it's probably dropped off, and a number of other brands, some of which have probably come or gone, but these were from the UK, and just a handful of people who used e-cigarettes. You can see cigarettes were fastest and best, but the Voos product was actually not far behind. So with all of that, we managed to get some government funding to get up to a large randomized controlled trial. This was the world's first randomized controlled trial comparing e-cigarettes with nicotine patches and a placebo e-cigarette, and enrolled 657 people who were smokers who wanted to quit. And they included Maori and Pacific smokers, quite a large number, and other smokers right across the socioeconomic spectrum. And we followed them up over 6 months, and we did all the usual things you do in these studies, and we confirmed their abstinence at 6 months with objective chemical measures. And what we found was that there was some suggestion, if you like, of that at least nicotine e-cigarettes were at least as effective as nicotine patches. So whilst the line of effect was over 1, and you can see that diamonds just to the side of 1, the boundaries, which are the 95% confidence intervals, the sort of zone in which we have confidence, the real result lies within, but we can't be sure. It's not actually no effect, or it may be an effect. But what it tells us is that we got similar results for nicotine patches as with the nicotine e-cigarettes. And so this result led to other colleagues in other parts of the world doing similar sorts of studies. A chap called Caponetto in Sicily did a smaller study, found somewhat similar results. And when you pull the results of both studies, in the diagram in the bottom of the slide, you can see that diamond, which is the effect, favors the intervention or the e-cigarette compared with the comparator, which was non-nicotine e-cigarettes in this particular slide. So comparing e-cigarettes with nicotine versus non-nicotine. Some caveats around these studies though. These were using early e-cigarettes, which were cigalikes, and really they're now pretty much obsolete. You'd be hard to find them because they didn't deliver nicotine particularly well. The batteries were unreliable. And even though both of these randomized controlled trials were judged to be well conducted and at low risk of bias, quality of evidence overall was categorized using the Cochrane review methodology is low because of being only 2 trials, but also because of these products. And then there was a very large trial published in the New England Journal of Medicine by Peter Hayek and his colleagues in London, called the TEX study in 2019. And really this was all about delivering in a more contemporary e-cigarette with a lot of behavioral support. What difference can you see? And what they found was 18% quit rates in over 400 people, compared with about 10% in people on nicotine replacement arm, but a lot of behavioral support thrown in. So those success rates, if you like, were inflated by the addition of really high intensity behavioral support, whereas in the earlier trials, we just had sort of on-call support if people wanted it, and it wasn't taken up that much. So it was kind of like replicating the real world if a person went into a vape shop and bought their own e-cigarette and didn't get any behavioral support. Whereas in this study, this was more like getting your e-cigarette from a smoking cessation support provider who would wrap around a lot of behavioral support. And so the relative risk comparing electronic cigarettes delivering nicotine compared to nicotine replacement therapy was pretty impressive, almost double the effect in terms of long-term quitting. We've done some other research looking at combination. We heard earlier in the day the value of giving long-acting, short-acting or therapy. Well, this is the idea of using nicotine e-cigarettes like a fast-acting NRT in combination with nicotine patches. And we found in this study that was published in 2019 that there was a superior effect of combining nicotine e-cigarettes with patches over placebo e-cigarettes with patches. And this was in the case of that last study, we had minimal behavioral support. So the sort of gold standard really source of pooled evidence from all the studies that have been conducted is, well, one of them is the Cochrane Library. And we now have what's called a living systematic review ongoing on the topic of e-cigarettes. And I'm one of the authors with these other people on this slide, based at the University of Oxford in the UK. And they've now amassed 61 completed studies, trials, with over 16,759 participants as of late last year, September last year. In this particular version, 5 out of the 61 included studies were new to this particular update. So the previous year's update didn't include 5 studies that are on this update. So this is really the best current evidence, I believe, using a robust, replicable methodology. It's very transparent. And all these kind of studies and systematic reviews and meta-analyses all have limitations. But this, I believe, gives us about as close to we can get to answering that question about whether e-cigarettes are effective at smoking cessation in the context of the artificial environment of randomized controlled trials. And that be a clear point is that in the real world with free living individuals behaving in various ways, you never quite get the same effect that you see in a more controlled clinical studies environment. Nevertheless, when you pool our study with the Hayek study, we took the Capinetto study was taken out because of the quality here. This is comparing nicotine e-cigarette versus NRT. So the Capinetto study was out because it didn't have NRT in it. So we've got new studies in 2018 and then one study in 2021, which had a number of arms by Russell and colleagues. And this shows a positive effect for e-cigarettes. You can see that black diamond is just to the right of 1. And the confidence intervals are quite tight. That diamond is sort of squished together and they don't overlap 1. So that's a significant effect, 1.53 with confidence intervals ranging between 1.21 and 1.93 in a total of 1,032 participants in the e-cigarette arm and 892 people in the pooled NRT arm. So to me, that's providing pretty good evidence. And you can say on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see a risk of bias table. And you can see where there are question marks. There are some about the Russell study, but the other studies are pretty robust in terms of the way they were conducted. So this evidence favors the use of electronic cigarettes as smoking cessation aids. We also compared nicotine versus non-nicotine e-cigarettes, and you can see that Capinetto study pops back in, plus a number of other studies that I've been involved with colleagues in the US, Eisenberg and Cobb, and another one in 2020. And if you look at the results, the pooled results in the meta-analysis again shows superiority, almost a doubling. If you have nicotine in the e-cigarette, it almost doubles the quitting rates compared with a non-nicotine e-cigarette. So answering a slightly different question to how does it compare with NRT, it's about, does nicotine actually make a difference? And yes, it does. The meta-analysis here on this slide is asking the question, well, does having behavioral support together with nicotine electronic cigarettes make a difference compared to having no support or behavioral support only? And again, a positive effect, in fact, more than doubling on this slide. Excuse me, I'm just going to have a glass of water. Right, okay, we'll move along. So we know now that e-cigarettes can help people to quit smoking. They need to have nicotine in them. And daily use is also important for them to be effective. And one would expect that if you are on a course of NRT. If people take their NRT daily as instructed, they're much more likely to quit. And it's the same with e-cigarettes. People using e-cigarettes every day are significantly more likely, and that's the right-hand dot with the vertical bars on them, show that the 30-day smoking cessation is much more likely if you use e-cigarettes every day. This is taken from US data, from the PATH study, and reducing cigarettes every day is also much more likely. So one of the earlier speakers mentioned about, well, not everybody's willing to quit right now, but at least they can start on that journey by cutting down, and e-cigarettes can help that, but only if people use them on a daily basis. So just sort of rounding off the evidence to answer that question, do they help us to quit? Yes, they do, they can, but they need to have nicotine in them, and they need to be used daily. And at a population level, this is some data from the CPS-TUS study in the US, and a paper led by Shuhong Xu in San Diego, who's involved with the Quit Line, a good friend of mine, and he analyzed this data and found that people who used e-cigarettes, this is 2014-15, in the past 12 months were much more likely to quit for at least 3 months compared to people who didn't use e-cigarettes, and were much more likely to have made a quit attempt rate. So that's the far right-hand column. So that's a kind of population level, substantive information. It doesn't say absolutely, but it's interesting to see what happens at this level of population level data. Okay, the $64,000 question then is, well, they might help people quit smoking, but should we be using them if they're not safe to use? And that's a really important question. And a very controversial number that was put out there quite early on in the piece when these products got out there into the market came out of a group in the UK called Public Health England, which has just been disestablished, I believe, but it's an arm of the UK government, and they summarise evidence and make recommendations and develop guidelines for a whole range of health conditions. And they funded some research, and this was really an expert collective looking at the available evidence in the mid-2000s, and they said that vaping was 95% less harmful than smoking, and that 95% number has been, really critiqued quite severely, because the basis for it was regarded by many commentators as being fairly slim, if you like, the evidence base. So we know that in e-cigarette liquid and in the devices themselves, and then in the aerosol or the vapor that's generated, there are substances and components that are potentially harmful. So in the e-liquid, the liquid that people put into e-cigarettes or that are in the pods or in the disposable devices, typically, as I said, there's nicotine, there's some sort of other chemicals that are flavorants, usually, like cherry flavors, benzaldehyde, cinnamaldehyde, cinnamon flavors, the sort of infamous diacetyl, which gives blutter flavors, which has been associated with a condition called popcorn lung, in people who work in popcorn factories where they use diacetyl to make the popcorn, the buttery flavor. But also the propylene glycol or vegetable glycerol, often in combination. So that's the kind of cold liquid product. But then, of course, it gets heated. And in the e-cigarettes are devices to produce heat. And as they heat themselves, they can be transformed. And these are metal products that contain some heavy metals like nickel, chromium, cadmium, lead, tin, and other things like silicates. And so there's potential that with the heating that goes on, driven by the battery in the device, heating up the coil, that some of these products could actually get into the liquid and be aerosolized and then conducted with the aerosol into the respiratory tract of the person using these products. And so when you take that e-liquid plus the battery and coil and you transform it into a vapor at high temperatures, you can see products like acetaldehyde and formaldehyde, which are respiratory irritants, and acrolein, which has been associated with respiratory disease, and tobacco-specific nitrosamines, which are found in tobacco extracts, and nicotine, obviously, if it's intentionally put there, but sometimes even in e-liquid, which says there's no nicotine, nicotine has been found, as well as oxidizing chemicals. So there's been a lot of work done in the last few years looking at these products, but the problem is with a lot of this research is every product is different and they keep evolving. And the laboratory techniques with which to measure the very, very small quantities and the variable quantities, particularly in the vapor, are fraught with problems in terms of replicability and simulating how people inhale these substances is quite difficult to get something that gives us a really good reading on what's actually going into people's lungs when they use these products as directed or as intended. So we know that there's acetaldehyde in the e-cigarette aerosol. It depends on puffing, so you can standardize the puffing regime somewhat by saying 150 puffs in this study, comparing it with a whole smoking of a whole cigarette stick. And you can see that the amounts are quite different. So 2 to 14 micrograms in 150 puffs in an e-cigarette compared with 650 micrograms in a single cigarette stick. Acrolein, possible carcinogen, 42 micrograms per 150 puffs, up to 140, so about up to threefold in cigarettes. Chromium, however, in this study, they found more. And if we jump down to the bottom of the slide, you'll see lead was also quite high concentrations. The formaldehyde, much lower, generally in e-cigarettes, and nitrosamines lower, as was toluene. So these are all substances with known associations, health effects, and some of them are known to be carcinogens. And in fact, in this study, looking at the type 1 and 2 carcinogens, according to the Centre for International Agency of Research on Cancer, IARC, has categories of chemicals that are classed as type 1 or 2 or whatever carcinogens. You can see that the concentrations in this study in tobacco smoke, and then on the second to right column is e-cigarette vapor, and on the far right is nicotine inhaler. So if you just look at tobacco smoke versus e-cigarette, so that's the tobacco smoke, 309 people, and then 44 people vaporizing using e-cigarettes. As a rule, the concentrations in e-cigarettes were much, much lower. So even though the numbers look bigger, if you have a look at the 10 to the minus, if you like, micrograms per mil, they tend to be, as a rule, much, much lower in the e-cigarette vapor. There are some exceptions, but overall, if you look at the right-hand graph, the level of carcinogens that are known as type 1 and 2 carcinogens found in tobacco smoke, we say that's the kind of the gold standard for producing carcinogens, then if you look at the third column, you can hardly see, but vaping much, much lower, 0.004 ratio compared with tobacco smoke. And then a magnitude of order less for the pharmaceutical grade nicotine inhalator. There's been quite a bit of work with cell culture and animal studies, saying we're finding it hard to measure these things happening in humans because it's going to take a while, like it did with smoking, to be able to see any changes in health. But we can look at cells that are cultured in petri dishes or in animals. And so this has been done, and there's quite a lot of work going on around the globe in this field. And this was a report published in the European Respiratory Journal in 2019, and they found some changes in cell viability, how long cells lasted, but not in all studies that were reviewed. Changes in evidence of oxidative stress with chemicals that were released from cells, production of inflammatory mediators, suggesting there's some inflammation generated by exposure to e-liquid and vapor, and some evidence of a reduction in host defense responses against infection. But their summary comment was that most of these studies revealed adverse effects, but although these were less pronounced when they compared them with T-cigs, so e-cigarettes versus tobacco cigarettes. Studies in humans, not many of them, but Serge Gonovitz has done a lot of great work in this area. And again, if you have a look at these, rather complex slide, but the key message is that if you use cigarettes only, or you dual use, which we'll come to a little later, which is using cigarettes and e-cigarettes, then your kind of exposure to toxicants, these chemicals identified in the urine here, was just about the same. But if you're an e-cigarette only user, then some of these chemicals, your levels of exposure, the evidence was lower or much, much lower. So for acrolein, this bottom left-hand square, you can see it's down here, it's significantly lower. Those are the levels of confidence. Not much different to never tobacco users, in fact. A little bit higher for lead and not significantly different. And for cadmium, a little bit lower, but again, not significantly different. So does the presence of these substances translate to harm? Well, harm generally is related to exposure. And currently, we can say there's no evidence that vaping is associated definitely with disease. However, electronic cigarettes have not been in use for long enough to observe this association in all its fullness. And a complicating factor with these studies is that most vapers are current or former smokers. And so the lingering, even if people have quit smoking, there are lingering changes at a cellular level manifested in organs and measures that we have of their function and inflammation and so forth that can persist for a long time. That may be the legacy effect of smoking combusted tobacco rather than the e-cigarettes, and teasing those apart is not straightforward. And in fact, the National Academy's Science, Engineering, Medicine report in 2018 made this statement: although e-cigarettes are not without risk, compared to combustible tobacco cigarettes, they contain fewer toxicants. I've shown you some evidence around that. They can deliver nicotine in a similar manner, and I've shown you some evidence around that. They show significantly less biological activity in most, but not all, in vitro animal and human systems, and might be useful as a cessation aid in smokers who use e-cigarettes exclusively, not people who use both cigarettes and and with cigarettes as the dual users. So this idea of a continuum of harm, I think, is quite helpful, where we see cigarettes right on the far right-hand, most harmful product out there. Why we still allow them to be sold, I do not know. And cigars, pipes, and small cigars, and shisha, water pipe, are not quite the same, partly because of people's exposure is less frequent generally than with puffing on 20 or 30 cigarettes a day, but still very risky. Once you stop burning tobacco and you start chewing it, your risks of harm are much, much lower. Not harmless, very little in our world is harmless, but much, much lower. And then when you move across to products like e-cigarettes and then nicotine replacement therapy and so forth, regarded in this estimation in a paper by David Abrams in 2018 to be, more harmful than NRT, which we know has gone through pharmaceutical grade regulatory processes and pretty pristine products tested in millions of people for many, many years. So we can be pretty assured of the quality and consistency. E-cigarettes, a bit more cowboy territory. The variability in products and quality is much less than with pharmaceutical products. But even so, the evidence is, the weight of evidence is that generally speaking, they're at least a lot less harmful than continuing to smoke cigarettes, which is an important message. However, we've had the EVALI episode, which was an outbreak of severe, serious lung disease, which led to 47 to 50 deaths, I believe. And this was related and tracked back to the presence of vitamin E acetate. And in most cases of EVALI, people were vaping THC. They weren't vaping nicotine. And so this came and it went. And there have been very few documented cases anywhere in the world other than in the US. So it seems to be, by and large, a point source outbreak related to people trying to vape THC as opposed to the vast majority of vapers who are using it for nicotine replacement. What about secondhand vaping? Good news is with e-cigarettes, when people aren't puffing on them, they're not smoking away like a cigarette, which is always burning and giving off smoke that other people can inhale. There's no side stream vapor, which is much more toxic in cigarettes. The side stream that comes out in secondhand smoke is more toxic than the smoke that smokers inhale. So there's nothing like that in e-cigarettes, but studies have demonstrated toxicants, as I've pointed out, in vapor and in secondhand vapor that other people could inhale, but at much, much lower levels than secondhand tobacco smoke. So the potential for harm from secondhand vapor is not currently known, but it's likely on the basis that dilution is the solution to pollution, and secondhand vape is diluted in the external environment. Unless you're cooped up in a car or a very small space with someone who's puffing a lot on the e-cigarette, your risks from exposure and breathing in that vape cloud are much, much lower than it would be if you were sitting in the same space with somebody smoking a cigarette. They're not zero, so these are less harmful products, but they're not as harmful as smoking cigarettes. Another concern, if we move away from harm in terms of physical harm to individuals or bystanders, is the harm potential of e-cigarettes as a gateway product to smoking. And this is a real concern. It's engendered a lot of concern in the media. Parents are worried about their teens. The good news is the latest data that's come out from the National Youth Tobacco Surveys published by the CDC in just published actually, but from 2021 data. And I know it's been sort of upset because of COVID and all that has gone on there. But it looks like there's been a dramatic decline in young people smoking, down to 1.9% of young people past 30-day cigarette use in the US, which is remarkably good. And it's mirrored, we've got exactly the same data in New Zealand. So whatever's happening is good by and large, in that young people have given up on smoking cigarettes, combustible cigarettes, the most harmful product. And that decline accelerated from about 2013. And you can see the crossing of the lines is the red line here is plotting e-cigarette use past 30-day e-cigarette use. And it reached a peak in about 2019 with about a third of young people having used at least once in the last 30 days an e-cigarette, which to parents and I'm a parent, it's a horrifying statistic to think about it. But daily vaping is much, much lower, and it tends to occur in young people who are smokers and have switched to smoking or who are dual using. And now that's dropped off considerably, down to about 11% in the last data. It will be interesting to see when they capture the new set of data in 2021-22 to see if there's any change because of the way COVID might have affected young people's behaviour with regard to both vaping and smoking. So in terms of older people, we would expect to have seen in a decade or so of e-cigarettes being in the market, that if there'd been a major gateway effect, that cohort of young people who took up smoking as a result of first being vapers would show up in older age group, like 18 to 24-year-olds. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing around, in the top left-hand figure, it's a bit small, but about 7%, 2019 and 20, use e-cigarettes, but less than that smoking in this age group, about 5%, and both about 2% in that age group. And then if you look at all vapers in the US between 2014 and 2020, it's gone up and down a bit, peaked in 2019 over 10, almost 11 million vapers, dropped off down to 9 million, probably with all the bad news about EVALI and some of the other publicity about e-cigarettes and what's in them. And you can see that this is former smokers. So 43% of the people using e-cigarettes are former smokers. That's probably, I think, if these are less harmful products than smoking, then that's a positive result. There's 2.44 are current smokers. So these are people who are dual users, and that's actually about 27%. So about 30% of dual users of all vapers use cigarettes, but maybe they're on a journey. We don't know quite what the trajectory is. What's needed is a cohort study of a group of people who are smokers, and as they journey over time and try out these products to see what happens. What we've got here is a whole series of cross-sectional studies. So it's hard to say exactly what's happening year on year with individuals, but this is slices from the population. And then you've got never smokers, which is another group we should be concerned about 2 to 3% of never smokers, 2 to 3 million of that total 10 or 9 million. So about a third are never smokers. So that's growing. You can see that proportion creeping up. So the proportion of ex-smokers is increasing a little bit. The proportion of never smokers who are vaping is going up. So that needs to be watched.
Excuse me, Dr. Bullen, you had asked me to give you a check on time, and we're already over.
We're already over. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay, I'm wrapping up. So I'm wrapping up now, and I'll just say this table just shows threats and opportunities. There are individual threats and opportunities of e-cigarettes, which I've covered, but there are also population threats, like normalizing this behavior in our society, strengthening the hand of the big tobacco companies, the growth of nicotine dependence in the population. But on the other hand, maybe this provides us with a new opportunity for mass substitution and improving population health, and potentially, if these products are appealing to groups who haven't taken up on our standard services and products, reducing health inequalities, and all at no cost to the health sector. So the question is, should we be concerned? I think, well, yes, but would be my answer. And this is a personal point where I've arrived at this. You may not agree with me, and that's absolutely fine. I believe there are some adverse health effects associated with long-term vaping, so we do need to be concerned. But that needs to be balanced with concerns for the health and well-being of people who continue to smoke. And we know about the immediate, medium-term and long-term harmful consequences of continuing to smoke. So for some smokers, anyway, switching to vaping and stopping smoking completely is likely to be associated with a reduction in health risks. And this is supported by the literature that I've cited here today. But I think we need to be really clear in our advice to smokers that they need to quit smoking and switch completely to e-cigarettes, and then to try to work towards stopping vaping as soon as they're able and not relapse to smoking. We need to support them on that journey if we're going to go down this track. And that support needs to be gold standard support. Rather than denying there's a problem or pillaring them for trying these products, I believe we need to be compassionate and supportive, but making sure they understand they need to reduce all their risks. They need to be on a journey towards getting rid of all inhaled products like this, if they can possibly do it. And we want to stop young people who have never smoked and who take up vaping to turn into smokers. We don't want that to happen. I don't think anyone would want to see that happen. So we want the end of tobacco. We want the end of combusted tobacco. We're trying to get there by 2025. And in our country, where I'm from, e-cigarettes are actually seen as part of the solution, along with taxation and mass media, great cessation support, and taking the nicotine out of tobacco products, which is a pretty bold and experimental move, but we'll be researching that very closely. We've found that with some population groups, such as Maori people who smoke, and particularly Maori women who have amongst the highest smoking prevalence of any population group in the world, and whose lung cancer rates are amongst the highest of any population group in the world. This has been life-saving and life-changing. And there's a community group I've been working with called Vape to Save. These women are saving a huge amount of money because cigarettes are incredibly expensive in New Zealand. And yet they've been so addicted, they have continued to spend a large proportion of their household income on smoking. Now that they've switched to vaping, they're saving, getting into employment, being able to afford a decent home, and so on and so forth. So Vape to Save and other initiatives like it, working with minority communities, is actually proving to be really effective. The next challenge is to help them on their journey to the next step. So we have mass media campaigns like Vape to Quit Strong, positive messages going out. Young people, if you're a smoker, don't start vaping if you're not a smoker, but if you're a smoker and you've tried every other way to quit, try e-cigarettes with support and then get off them. We want to maximize the benefits. We want to minimize the risks. And we can do that with close monitoring, with nimble regulations and legislation to be able to respond to any red flags and then adapt accordingly. And that's what we're trying to do in my country. But of course, more research is needed about how we communicate risk, how we measure health effects, how we monitor population impact, and particularly on vulnerable population groups and health equity, and what these products are like and what's in them and how they're reaching out and marketing to different markets, because we know that many of these products are now owned and operated through the tobacco industry, and they are not going to change their colours anytime soon. So e-cigarettes, controversial. You may not agree with what I've said, but I'm trying to be the scientist here and present the best available evidence I can get my hands on that's current and put it to you. I think we need to ask ourselves the question, are e-cigarettes a threat or a potential benefit to public health? Therein lies a debate. As we debate, I think we need to be doing it respectfully. We need to lean on the available evidence, but be humble because we don't have all the evidence at our fingertips at this point in time. So we need to be able to reflect on our own sources of bias and hopefully do right by people, because these are a popular product that can help some people at least cut down and quit smoking. They're not entirely safe, but they're definitely safer than smoking. I believe they may be very helpful in helping reduce harms from groups who've tried with other means but haven't been able to get there. And we need our messages and policies based on the best available evidence, but be willing and ready to change as new evidence emerges. Thanks very much for being patient with me. I'm happy to take any questions at this point in time.
Okay, Dr. Friedman,
Yes,
what do you think?
so
We've got
how long does this CE/CME process take, Norma?
Well, last time we had quite a few questions. There was confusion. I don't know if folks want to stay on, if he's available to stay on for us to do that, and then he can answer questions. Because we told people
I'm happy to hang around if you want me to.
Right. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Dr. Bowen. Yeah, so let's do the CME. People can CE, people that can stay afterwards and ask Dr. Bowen and Dr. Dixon questions.
Yeah, because there's lots of questions.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are.
A great presentation. We really thank the audience for staying, and there are great comments in the audience also. It was really nice to see the chat.
Yes, and it looks like Brandy's, who's over the CE portion, has put something in the chat here for you.
Okay, where do we start?
I'm going to turn it over to Brandy and Brianna.
Yes, so let me share my screen and I'm going to show the code. I don't know if Brandy put it in the chat already, the end code.
It's on the slides.
Yeah.
And be sure to say it out loud. We got people on the telephone.
So the end code is 4645. Once again, that's 4645. So 4645. I'll leave it on here for a little bit.
Oh, yeah. So shall I start answering some of these questions?
No, she's going to come on. She's going to talk about, go ahead to the next slide so that Brandy can do her spiel.
Okay, or I can do it for her.
Or you, whichever.
Yeah. So this is the evaluation process. So I'm actually going to show, the next slide is a code, and if you can either, I believe you can copy it. So there's a link here where you can scan that code with your phone, and it'll take you to the GIPRA where you put in your start code from this morning, your end code from right now, and then you answer the questions. So I will leave this up here. And then if Brandy, if you want to put that link inside the chat too. So once again, that code is 4645. And then so with this, you will be completing a survey. You have to get 8 out of 10 of those questions correct to get credit for this event. They're all questions about the presentations that you saw today. I'll leave this here. And then can Dr. Bullen go through his questions now?
Yeah, I'm happy to take the questions. Shall I run through them?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So first one I can see.
I'm sorry, the CME portion. Are there questions about that, or is that pretty self-explanatory, Brandy, and what they received?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If anyone has any questions, they can direct message Brandy on here. You just have to type in Brandy. She's the only Brandy that's participating right now.
She says she cannot unmute. She's trying to talk.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's my fault. Hold on one second. Okay. Now.
There we go. Hi, everyone. Yes, so the whole process is the GIPRA evaluation is a general evaluation that we hope everyone fills out, even if you don't need CE credit. And then if you do need CE credit or CME credit, at the very end of the GIPRA, there is a link to a post-test. Once you pass the post-test with 8 out of 10 right, then you will get your link to your CE evaluations, which is where you enter the start and end code. And we do have a very detailed email that will go out to everyone about the process. And I posted my email in the chat, so just feel free to message me. If you're missing some codes, I'm on, let me know. We can verify when you join, so don't worry if you missed one, but there's a start code and an end code. So just message me directly. We can't share it to everyone. So if you are, please don't, because it violates our CMU rules. But let me know if you need help, and I'm here. And don't worry, it's all pretty easy, just surveys to fill out. And if you're sometimes, your web browser might be blocked if you're on maybe a county computer. That's why we have the QR code. So you could just use your phone, get your phone out, hover over that image, and it will take you to the process, which we will also email out to everyone. All right, and I'll stay on and answer questions to me while we hear from Dr. Bolton. Thank you.
Okay, Norma, shall I go through these questions on the chat?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay.
And thank you I have to drop off, but thank you again so much for providing this information. That's a little controversial, but we have a lot of information. Thank you.
You did a great job of being balanced and evidence-based though, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, like I'm not here as a proponent. In my practice, I try and get people to use all the evidence-based medication first, and that's what we do. But if nothing's been working and they want to quit smoking and they're desperate, then we can try and work with them in this way with these products. But first line is always going to be your evidence-based, guideline-based, smoking cessation medication according to your US treatment guidelines and so forth. So I'm not promoting these products. I'm just saying they're out there, they're available, people are using them. We need to see them as a potential. Do they have potential is the question I'm asking, and I think there is some evidence that they do have, but they're not entirely without a sting in the tail. So the questions are, some comments and observations. Flavors are offered, maybe enticing youth. Yeah, in fact, a lot of adults who vape enjoy them because the flavors are attractive, some of the fruit flavors. So to say that it's only youth-only flavors, I think it's more the branding rather than the flavors potentially are what's attracting. So if you can get rid of the branding and some of that marketing appeal, I think you're more likely to reduce the youth uptake. And so we've got regulations around that in New Zealand. Is it really a safer alternative? Well, I think I'm not saying that it's completely safe, but I think I've given enough evidence to suggest that they're likely to be safer than continuing to smoke combustible cigarettes. If people want to use them to quit, not to substitute, is there an established treatment plan or algorithm? That's a really good question. To my knowledge, there isn't, but people are instructed to use NRT products to respond to cravings and urges to smoke, to deal with withdrawal syndrome as they're getting off cigarettes. So people can use e-cigarettes in a similar way, but they are popular. I believe they're very popular, partly because of the hand-to-mouth connection and the fiddling around that people do, just like with lighting up a cigarette, getting it out of the packet, patting it around with your fingers, lighting it up, sticking it in your mouth. There's a certain ritualistic behavior that goes along that leads to anticipation, and that's part of the satisfaction people get from these products. So I think they replicate many of the behaviors that are associated with smoking, not fully. The puffing pattern and so forth is quite different, but they satisfy some people because of their behavioral replacement characteristics. Now, you could argue that pharmaceutical nicotine inhaler product is similar, and there are some pharmaceutical grade nicotine replacement products which are a little bit like asthma inhalers that people find very good because they use their hands. So if the pharmaceutical industry can come up with something like these products and make them much more quality assured, that would be a wonderful thing. Probably the success of these products in terms of numbers is about the fact that they haven't gone through the regulatory approval process in the first instance and were marketed as consumer products with a huge amount of presence on the internet and with all the marketing, both devious and clever, that the tobacco industry and other industries have at their disposal. So they've become hugely popular. There's a bit of a fad element to it. And it's very hard for pharmaceutical companies who are constrained by FDA guidelines, etc., around how they make therapeutic claims to be able to compete in that space. But if they can come up with products that are at least as good and that are as popular and acceptable to people, that would be a wonderful solution. In fact, in the fullness of time, I believe some of these products will end up being quite mainstream. In fact, the FDA has approved some of these products relatively recently, I understand, although the ones they've approved aren't particularly popular in the US. Not approved as a therapeutic agent, but at least approved for being allowed to be in the marketplace because the risk-benefit equation is in favor of their use according to the FDA. Okay, another question's about, in the beginning they were used to replace cigarette smoking, but was to be weaned off to not smoking either. Yeah, or not vaping, that's right. So I mean, that would be my guidance to anybody in this situation, is to use them to stop smoking if you can, and substitute directly with e-cigarettes if you're going to use them. That's the way to switch over if you can, rather than dual use. But if you have to go down that route and that works for you, okay, but let's continue to talk about it. And then to, as quickly as possible, get off cigarettes, and then as soon as you possibly can, reduce the frequency of vaping and cut out all vaping, and only use them as a rescue. If you're craving a cigarette, then have a puff on an e-cigarette instead. It's likely to be a lot safer. And that's the advice I would give to people. But see it as a stepwise progression. We've kind of gone down the path of quit or die and do it in 8 weeks. And, there hasn't been a lot of flexibility in the guidance that we've historically given to people. I think we need to be a lot more flexible and understand it can take people years to fully get themselves off smoking because it's such a difficult habit and behavior, not just a habit, and addiction. What about the effects of CBD vaping? Yeah, I agree. Look, I think that's completely cowboy territory. I'm not a great fan of vaping in general, of anything for lung health, and CBD is even more unknown, and especially when people fiddle around with vitamin E acetate and these sort of things, because the CBD is completely different chemical qualities to nicotine, and you need to, in my way of my reading of the literature, is that it needs to have some additional chemicals mixed with it in order to be able to be aerosolized, and that becomes quite dangerous, and that's what happened with the Valley, outbreak. Yes, you can smoke THC oils, or you can vape. These are not smoking. Smoking always involves combustion, which is incredibly toxic. Vaping is less toxic, probably, but with THC, don't even go there. It shouldn't be promoted, and it makes me concerned. But you can put anything in a product like it's a generic vaporizer. If people want to put Coca-Cola in it, they will do, and reap the consequences. Does the data reflect frequency of use, number of hits a day, or weekly, monthly? Well, it depends. A lot of the studies were done in free living individuals, and we're not given a lot of instructions about how to use the products or how frequently. They used them as needed given their nicotine dependence. But a lot of that data was captured, so you can actually look at frequency of use daily, and I've presented some of the data on daily versus non-daily use, but within a day, it's a little bit more nuanced because the puffing strength varies, and the delivery of product from the device varies with devices, and there's a lot of individual variability. Does New Zealand have more regulations than the US FDA in regard to vaping? I think we had a window of 2 years where we didn't have anything, and the market just shot up, but we've now restricted sales and marketing to adults only, and to a certain number of stores that are highly scrutinized, so we've had to clamp down. So that's a good thing. Is there research that compares tobacco-derived nicotine versus synthetic? Just starting to emerge, because synthetic nicotine is a relatively new thing, and it's appearing in these puff bar products, which have taken over from Juul being the #1 e-cigarette device that young people are vaping in the US. These are sealed disposable devices, and they use synthetic nicotine. So they claim they're not tobacco products because they're not derived from tobacco leaf, and they're trying to skirt around the regulation in that way in the US. And the Juul product use nicotine salts, which so enhances the delivery. So you need more nicotine to get the same relief, but you get this kind of simulated smoking-like feeling in the back of your throat with it. So there's all sorts of manipulations and tricks that these companies are involved in doing in order to get people to use these products, because their market is, their interests are, of course, getting people to use these products for the rest of their lives. And we don't think that's a great idea. We have to harness the good and the potential and try and mitigate the harms. And that can be done best through, I think, regulation and giving information to the public and providing support for people to do things the right way. There's a lot of ritual. Yep, someone's saying that assembling, disassembling, yep, part of the ritual. High content of nicotine compared to combustible cigarette depends. You can get zero nicotine e-liquid. You can get very high concentrations. You can make your own. Really, you just need, like NRT, you should try and match, start somewhere. If you're a 20 a day smoker, you need to get about 20 milligrams of nicotine in a day through your puffing if you're going to substitute without lapsing back to smoking. So it's just like we were told in an earlier session about matching the nicotine dose to the of the NRT patches and gum. You can match that with your e-cigarette doses in the same way. Yeah, smoking is from combustion. That's correct. Whereas vaping is not involving combustion. It does involve heating chemicals. So as I said, there is some chemical transformation that goes on with heating, but it's not actually setting fire to anything. So there's no smoke. It's an aerosol, lots of fine particles. The inhaler is not inhaled deeply into the lungs, nor is it designed to be. That's correct. So most of the absorption from the Nicotrol inhaler is in the upper airway or the back of the throat. So its absorption is slower for that reason. Once any products get deep into the lungs, they're very rapidly absorbed and can hit the brain very, very quickly. And that's what happens with cigarette smoke, obviously. With e-cigarette vapor, work is going on with simulated lungs. And I've got some colleagues working on a study of this at the moment. And we're using quite sophisticated imaging techniques and computer models of the respiratory tract to look at the depth of penetration of vaped nicotine and other components of this vapor into the lungs. And it's potentially can go down quite, because these particles are quite small, they can get deposited quite deeply within the lungs. So that needs to be monitored in terms of long-term consequences. Okay, I'm just trying to sort of summarize a few things. Somebody's put up some useful information. I think that's about it, actually. So I haven't created a huge uproar, which is good. Hopefully, Theodore, I've been, I've played the scientist, tried to be balanced. Not everybody's going to agree with this. My position would be probably sitting somewhere in the middle. I don't claim to be, a proponent of these products, but I do think they have a place in the range of options, particularly for people for whom everything else we've got just hasn't worked and they're desperate to quit smoking. How can we help them? This may be one thing that helps people live a longer and healthier life. Okay.
I think Dr. Friedman accidentally got dropped off.
He's gone.
Yeah, but thank you so much, Dr. Bolin. We really appreciate it. Let me see if there's anything else in the chat. I don't think so. Oh, I'm muted. Okay, so Dr. Friedman is muted. Let me see if he wants to make any last remarks. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks everybody for joining us today. It was a really inspirational day. Again, thanks to Norma and Brianna for pulling this off, a great program. I really am inspired after it. All the talks were great. Thank you, Brandy, for your help. And we'll do a dissemination one over the summer, and then our next one probably next winter. So we'll see everybody later.
Sounds good. Thank you. I will stay on for another couple minutes, just in case anyone else has any questions. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to end the meeting now. Thanks for joining. Bye, Brandy.